Hey guys, this is Fiction Life. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video we will see second part, what if Harry Potter rejected Dumbledore's path to manipulate absolute power. Here is short summary. Tired of being guided toward sacrifice, Harry sees through Dumbledore's plans and walks away from the path laid out for him. Armed with forbidden knowledge and ruthless clarity, he stops being a pawn and starts manipulating power itself. This time, Harry isn't surviving the war. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. I can't believe my mum gave me the talk. Harry was consumed in giggles as he lay limply on their bed. Hermione was lying next to him in the dark, indignant and embarrassed. Swatting him on the arm, she nearly shouted at him, "It's not funny." Yes it is, he panted between giggles. After 10 minutes, Harry finally calmed, as did Hermione. "So, was it good to see them?" he asked as she nestled in his arms. "Yeah, it was. I'd no idea how much I'd missed them." She began to giggle. "I showed them Longtooth." Smiling in anticipation, Harry asked, "And Mum fainted?" "No." "Yeah, she did. Dad just stared for a minute before I turned back. She was full on laughing now. I ran to Mum and woke her. She said, 'I just had the strangest thought that you turned into a lion.'" She paused in her retelling as she laughed. Eventually, she squeaked, "I told her, actually, Mum, it was a lioness." Harry laughed loudly. Did she find it amusing? Not really. Dad laughed, though. When they settled, she told him, "I told them about Midnight, Padfoot and Moony. They were really touched by the reason behind the Marauders' change. Said it was an example of real brotherhood and friendship." "They were right," he commented. "Yeah, they were." She traced patterns on his before she whispered, "I missed you today." Closing his eyes, he pulled her tight. "Missed you too, my love." They were almost asleep as Hermione lay on her side, Harry spooning behind her when she remembered, "Oh yeah, if I apparate out all of a sudden it's because the ward I set on my door has gone off. I doubt Mum and Dad will check on me, but I really don't want to explain why I'm not in bed at their house. Good thing I remembered the charm to cancel the trace," he mumbled. She groaned as she fell asleep. Harry woke the next morning as he felt the bed shift among the rustle of sheets and their duvet. "You gotta go," he mumbled. "Yeah, it's 6 and they said they wanted to spend the day at home together. It's what we usually do when I get back for halls." She cast a quick breath-freshening charm on him before she did herself. After a lingering, she asked, "You'll be by for lunch?" Closing his eyes, he nodded. "Serious, and I'll be by around 11 or half past. Love you," she told him. "Love you, too. See you soon." An hour later the pressure in his bladder became too much, so Harry trudged to the magnificence that was the master bath at Rowan Hill. After passing the sauna, whirlpool and 25-square-foot wall-less shower, he entered one of the two WCs. A few minutes later a much more comfortable Harry emerged. The tooth-cleaning charm was nearly flawless for keeping a wizard's teeth clean, but Harry still liked the fresh feeling that a good scrub with a toothbrush left in his mouth. His facial hair was beginning to coarsen. Rubbing his chin, he cast a quick shaving charm on himself. He had no fondness for a Muggle razor. A luxurious shower led to a groan in front of his section of the closet. Hermione had taken him clothes shopping in Hogsmeade for a small portion of the morning on one of their Hogsmeade weekends, which expanded his wizarding wardrobe. Unfortunately, he still had the crap his aunt had forced on him amongst the leavings from his cetaceous cousin as his only Muggle clothing. Making a decision, he dove into the least disgusting of his clothes and headed downstairs for breakfast. Gathered around the table in the family dining room, he found Sirius reading the paper, Tonks and Remus chatting in undertones, and a couple who he assumed were Andromeda and Ted Tonks. The night before, by the time he and Sirius had finished their conversation, and the bottle, the elder Tonks had retired for the evening, so this was Harry's introductory meeting with Dora's parents. Andromeda looked up when Harry entered. Greeting the master of Rowan Hill, she introduced herself, "Harry, I'm your cousin Andromeda. This," she indicated the beefy, bearded man sitting next to her, "is my husband Ted." Harry nodded to them. "It's really good to meet you. Growing up and for the last 2 years at school I always thought that I had no other family." It wasn't until last night when Sirius reminded me that we're cousins on the Potter side that I had to rethink that idea. To himself he added, I wonder if there's a family tree for the Potters around here. Shaking it off, he headed to the sideboard where he loaded up his plate. What's the plan for everyone today? He asked over his shoulder. I'm on holiday through the new year, Tonks announced with more than a bit of glee. So you and Mooney are going to be sequestered in your room, then? Sirius remarked dryly from behind the sports section of the Prophet. Ted choked on his tea while Andy shook her head at her favorite cousin. Sirius, Dora is a big girl and if she wants to behave like a wanton woman, it's entirely her prerogative. Ted choked again. Oi, Tonks objected, while Remus remained suspiciously silent. Narrowing his eyes playfully, Harry asked, Remus, have you been taking advantage of my innocent cousin? Remus didn't answer, merely held his hands in front of himself in a surrendering type of motion. Poor Nymphadora, led astray by the nasty werewolf, Sirius blithely remarked as he turned the page of the paper. A red-faced Dora decided to deal with her cousin directly. She leapt from her chair and began chasing a suddenly fleeing Padfoot. His yelps were heard throughout the house, followed by a shout of, I surrender. Stop it, damn it. 5 stinging hexes to the testicles have a way of getting a man's attention. Andromeda returned to her meal, smirking slightly. In an aside to Remus she told him, just don't break her heart and we'll be fine, Mooney. Smiling through his tea, Remus replied, of course, Andy. Glancing about, Ted decided that he was finally able to finish his tea in peace. Come on, Padfoot. Harry was tapping his foot in the entryway as he waited for Sirius to come down from his room. Tonks had completed her instruction of her cousin with a few choice transfigurations which had taken the former prisoner of Azkaban most of the morning to unravel. At 11:20 he strolled into the entry hall without a care in the world. About time. Let's go, I'll guide you. What, you jonesing to see her that badly? Didn't she stay here last night? Growling, Harry reached for his wand. Chastened from his earlier experience with Tonks, Sirius mutely grabbed his godson's arm. A twist and a pop later and the two had disappeared from the ancestral seat of the ancient and most noble House of Potter. The day before leaving school for the break, Hermione had dropped her occlumency shield so as to remind Harry the precise location of her parents' home, so he had no trouble apparating there. It was a very nice home on a large-ish lot of over 10 acres in the countryside outside of Canterbury in Kent. The last time he'd visited was the evening of Dumbledore's death and she was sure that Harry had quite a few distractions that evening. We'll need to get this place warded to hell and back, Sirius murmured as he opened the gate which bore a sign inscribed with, Redfields. Harry nodded, you take care of it? He asked as he preceded his godfather up the path. Sirius nodded as he began muttering to himself about the goblins or maybe even contacting the gnomes of Switzerland for the job. A quick ring of the bell and the door was wrenched open by a smiling Hermione. Harry couldn't help himself as he returned the bright smile with one of his own. He'd seen her 5 hours before, but couldn't help but be excited at each reunion of theirs. Sirius prodding him in the back brought Harry back to reality. Reaching for his wife's hand, he accepted the wordless invitation to enter. The Granger home was tastefully decorated for the holidays. Wafting from the back of the house was the most wonderful smell Harry had ever experienced. Later, he realized it was fresh baked bread. Once again, Harry heard holiday music in the house, this time coming from the kitchen. When a poor man came in sight, gathering winter fuel, hither page and stand by me, if thou knowst and tell me, yonder peasant who is he, where and what his dwelling. Hermione took the visitors' cloaks to hang in the hall closet. Honey, was that Harry? They heard Alice Granger call from what Harry supposed was the kitchen. Yes, Mum, he and Sirius are here. Beckoning the two wizards to follow her, they all headed into the kitchen. They found Alice stirring a pot on the hob while Stephen was chopping an onion. Welcomes were exchanged by all. Stephen washed his hands before offering refreshments to the guests. Harry accepted a mug of tea while Sirius curled his hand about a pint of bitter. Harry gave a quick glance of longing at the beer, but figured it wouldn't be too politic to ask for one himself. To help break the ice, regarding Sirius' status, Hermione began, Mum, remember how I was telling you about how Sirius was wrongly imprisoned? Yes, the woman replied. Half turning to Sirius, she asked, what did happen, Sirius? Quickly realizing that it may be a touchy subject, Alice backtracked, only if it's not too personal. Sirius waved away Alice's concerns. It began the night Harry's parents were killed. Pausing, he thought before adding, actually, it started long before that. Do you know about Voldemort and the Blood War? He glanced at Hermione to see if she'd told her parents. Hermione nodded as Stephen replied, we know that some crackpot decided to use ancestry as a rallying cry to try and overturn your government. Nodding, Sirius said, that's a fair assessment. There was a lot of fighting by underground groups split into two different camps, those who fought for Voldemort and the darkness and those who stood up for the light. Unfortunately, not all the government agents could be counted for the light. Voldemort may be a crackpot, as you say, but he's a genius as well. The Aurors couldn't find him, much less catch him. He was brutal in his methods. That's what led to all this, he who must not be named, and you know who, nonsense. Sirius told the story of his friendship with James and eventually Lily. The use of the Fidelius charm to hide Harry and the eventual betrayal of the Potters by Peter. By the end, Alice was sitting at the table, enraptured in the tale. Sirius could be extraordinarily silly on occasion, but he was an excellent storyteller. Dan leaned against the china hutch, completely focused on the Lord Black. Hermione had drifted to Harry's side where he wrapped an arm around her while she laid her head on his shoulder. First he killed James. We only know that because of where I found his body. Next he killed Lily. I found her in front of Harry's crib. He nodded to his godson who was looking determinedly out the window. Midnight had a god-awful cut on his forehead, but was quietly watching me as I went to pick him up. There was a long pause as the ghosts of Azkaban surfaced in Sirius' eyes. Clearing his throat, Padfoot continued. There was a pile of black robes and I noticed a wand, but didn't really register what I was seeing. I'd just found my brother, for all intents and purposes, and his wife dead. My little godson was obviously in shock. I was already consumed by guilt because I vouched for Peter. Because I vouched for him he was allowed to betray them. Now, they were dead and Harry was left an orphan. A lone tear tracked down Sirius' face. Sniffling, he finished, I lost my mind for a bit. I barely remember Hagrid arriving and taking Harry away. I only remember running to find Peter. The next day I tracked him down near his mum's flat in Manor. He blew up the street, killing an even dozen bystanders. Transforming into his rat shape, he scuttled off into the sewers. By now, even Stephen Granger was snarling whenever Pettigrew was mentioned. I was a bit distraught, Sirius commented, giving a wry chuckle as he spoke. The Aurors banged the magical suppressing cuffs on me, snapped my wand and portkeyed me to Azkaban where I spent the next 12 years of my life with the Dementors. Eventually, I broke out and found my boy here, he ruffled Harry's hair. He then proceeded to relate the official story of his appeal to Minerva and her capture of Peter. So in the end, Harry had to live with Lily's sister and her husband. He had to live with two of the most monstrous people I've ever met because I didn't do my duty by him. At the end, Sirius' voice was filled with self-loathing and recrimination. Gently breaking from Hermione's embrace, Harry moved to his godfather to embrace him. Quite a few noses were blown at the end of Sirius' story and the box of tissues was passed around for all to use. Alice moved to Sirius, embracing him firmly. You poor man. Of course you were distraught that night. I'm sure Harry doesn't hold a grudge against you. Turning to Harry for support, she saw him shake his head in negation, agreeing with her. Looking at the floor, Sirius told him, thanks, Midnight, but I can't forgive myself so easily after what you went through in Surrey. Alice looked between Sirius and Harry for elaboration but found none. Glancing to Hermione, she saw her daughter shaking her head and mouthing, not now. Desperately trying to leave the topic he hadn't wanted to be on in the first place, Sirius announced, well, Harry here needs some new clothes. Since I'm pants in this arena, I thought I'd turn the lad over to the Granger ladies for an expedition. Stephen smiled, beckoned to Sirius and left the room. Presumably to hide in the study. With a wave to Harry, Sirius followed Stephen. Alice looked from Harry to Sirius and back. A quick glance to Hermione confirmed her conclusion. Whispering, she told Harry, Stephen isn't going to hurt you, Harry. This is his first opportunity to attempt to scare a suitor of Hermione's. We don't have to go shopping if you don't need it. Chuckling, Harry muttered, now I know where she got it from. Hermione and Alice both beamed at Harry's admission, but he continued, I really do need some new clothes. All I've got is these worthless rags from my aunt. Now that I'm free of them, I'd like to get some nicer things. Alice froze when Harry used the words, rags, and, free of them, but didn't pursue the issue. The little idea that had been developing in her head appeared in her mind fully formed and she didn't like it one bit. Turning to the cloak room, she grabbed her handbag and a coat. Where shall we go? With a grin, Hermione spoke for the first time in a while, Harrods, of course. If we have time, we'll pop over to Savile Row. And tomorrow, we'll go to Sloane Street, Harry finished. Alice's eyes glittered. She and Stephen could afford to go to the exclusive shopping areas of London every so often, but not casually. Glancing at the clock, her hopes dipped. We won't make it in time, though. Hermione grinned. Don't worry, Mum. It'll be just like magic. Pulling a brass key ring from her pocket, she held it out to her mother. I still say you were cheating, Harry. Part of a shopping expedition like this one is the carrying of 100 pounds of shopping bags. Nipping into the loo and calling for your friend Dobby to take the bags is cheating. Harry shook his head as he smiled. Alice had been good-naturedly teasing him for a while about not wanting to carry his purchases. They ate lunch and dinner out and were just now arriving back at the house in Kent. Redfield's was lit up on the inside with a curl of smoke from one of the 4 chimneys. Apparently Sirius and Stephen were still bonding over something. As Alice opened the door, the shoppers heard Sirius shout, "Bollocks to that. He tackled him. I thought you couldn't do that." Alice groaned. Apparently Stephen had introduced Padfoot to the wonderful world of football. "We're home," she called. Stephen poked his head out of the lounge, gave a short wave before returning to his match. Hanging up her coat and placing her handbag on the counter, Alice told the teens, "Well, it's late and I'm done in. I think I'll head up and read a bit." Turning to Harry, she gave him an unfeigned smile. "I had fun getting to know you today, Harry. I hope you come back." In a humorous undertone, she added, "Stephen's bark is worse than his bite." The threesome laughed. Hermione prodded Harry, "Show her midnight." In a blink, Harry had transformed into the Black Jaguar. Alice's eyes widened in surprise before the "aw" factor kicked in. Kneeling in front of him, she tentatively stretched out a hand to his flank. "You're so beautiful," she breathed. "What's that?" Stephen asked as he cut off the television. A moment later, he and Sirius joined the rest of the family in the kitchen to see Alice alternately stroking Midnight and Longtooth. Not wanting to be left out, Sirius transformed into Padfoot and promptly pounced on the big cats. Alice backed away, giggling like a schoolgirl. Turning to Stephen, she grinned. "Looks like your intimidation of the boyfriend isn't going to go as planned." Wide-eyed as he watched the menagerie romp in the kitchen, Stephen replied, "Quite." The next day, Sirius escorted the Granger females on their shopping expedition. "My purse is your purse," he intoned with over-the-top gravity. Alice was reticent, but upon Hermione's whisper, "He's as rich as Harry," all restraint gave way as the trio portkeyed to London. Harry sighed as he saw his wife, mother-in-law and godfather portkey away. "Come on, lad," Stephen called in a humorous tone. "Let's get this over with." Heading to the study, Stephen sat heavily in his chair, while Harry warily perched opposite him, a drum table separating the two. "All right, ground rules," Stephen began. "You," pointing at Harry, a wry grin tugging at his mouth, "no turning into a bloody great leopard and I won't shout." Harry smiled, relieved that it might go well. "Look, Harry," Stephen began as he settled into his chair, "I know you and Hermione are great friends. I know you've literally saved her life. I'm fairly certain you think she's hung the moon." Harry nodded eagerly to reassure Stephen this was true. "This is the obligatory warning that if you hurt my little girl, I'll break your legs, got it?" Before Harry could respond, Stephen continued, "Good. Now, I do want to bring up something that may be a bit uncomfortable." When Harry frowned, Stephen slowed his delivery. "Alice and I were talking last night. From what I gathered from Sirius, she from you and hints from Hermione, we can gather that your aunt and uncle most likely didn't treat you very well." Harry's face paled as he looked at the tops of his new trainers. The direct statement had been softened by the affection in Stephen's tone and expression. As gentle warm hand on his shoulder caused the boy who lived to look up again. "It's not your fault, lad. I want you to know that, even though you don't know me that well, you can always talk to me about anything." There was a small pause before Stephen's face twisted. Except. Never, ever talk to me about, got it? Harry chuckled. He didn't realize that Stephen had such a quirky sense of humor. No wonder he and Sirius got on so well the day before. Stephen's face relaxed as he reiterated, seriously, I know that you and Hermione have the best possible foundation for a relationship, and that's because you're best friends. Alice is my best friend, bar none. If you don't bollocks things up, we could know each other for a very long time, boyo. The sincere grin on the dentist's face warmed Harry's insides like nothing outside of a Hermione smile. Thanks, sir. That means a lot to me. You're right, the Dursleys are rotten people. With premeditated deliberation, Harry added, I've never considered their house my home. Well, I know you've got some massive house in Wales, but you can also call this house your home so long as you don't crush my little girl's heart. The jovial expression canceled the sting of the words. Harry smiled, but realized that Stephen was serious, as well as joking. We understand one another. Harry nodded warmly in reply, grateful that Stephen had been adult about the whole thing. Maybe Hermione was wrong and they could tell her parents the secret. Maybe. The burrow looked as ramshackle as ever. The Potters and Sirius strolled up the lane, each lost in their own thoughts. Sirius was remembering Arthur from the First War. An idealistic and brave young father, he devoted himself to fighting the darkness when his brothers-in-law had been killed. Padfoot was sure that a large part of Arthur's motivation came from watching his wife's grief. Hermione was musing on the huge changes in the timeline. This time in their previous third year, the Golden Trio was spending their second Christmas together at Hogwarts. Harry got his firebolt from Sirius, about which she'd subsequently informed Minerva. That caused the biggest row between them in their entire relationship. She shook her head ruefully at her own failure to see the situation from Harry's point of view. It had never occurred to her that Harry might have felt betrayed by her going behind his back to their head of house. To be fair, though, she wasn't aware of the breadth of the abuse he'd experienced in the loving embrace of his relatives. Had she known, she doubted she'd have run to their professor. Reconsidering, she remembered her slavish devotions to rules and authority figures. Shaking off the distraction, she realized it didn't matter anymore. Harry was thinking of the first time he'd ever seen the house. Fred, Ron and George had rescued him from the Dursleys during his starvation period after first year. Well, one of many starvation periods, if truth be told. It was the first time anyone had rescued him from danger. In retrospect, he wondered if it was at this point that he began to accept that he may, someday, fit into a family of his own. Squeezing the mittened hand in his grip, Harry reaffirmed his priorities. Everything came after her. Sirius, Remus, Minerva, Dora, Andy, Ted, the twins, they were all wonderful people whom he loved, but they paled to insignificance next to the woman at his side. Without her, his life wasn't worth living. She was his mate, his family, his love, his life. Shaking off the heavy thoughts, Harry mounted the front steps to the tumbledown house, giving the front door a few sharp raps. The door opened to reveal Ginny Weasley wrapped in one of Bill's old sweaters. The enormous W on the front of the emerald green jumper seemed oddly appropriate. There was a hint of fear in the back of Ginny's brown eyes before she recognized the visitors. Beckoning the travelers in, she greeted them, "Happy Christmas, come on in out of the cold." Shutting the door firmly behind the visitors, she called out, "Bill." "What?" he bellowed from above stairs. "Harry, Hermione and Sirius are here." "Right. I'll be down shortly." As Harry helped Hermione out of her coat, he couldn't help but notice Ginny standing expectantly by the door. She was evidently working up her nerve for something. "Thank you." Her eyes filled with tears as she angrily swiped at her face. Turning to Harry, she continued, "I never properly thanked you for your help in the chamber or with him." She spat the last with loathing. "I wanted you to know that if you ever need anything, you've but to ask and I'll do whatever I can to assist you." Facing Hermione, she added, "I owe you both my life and I can't let that pass by unremarked." Hermione took the young woman into a firm embrace. No words were exchanged, for words were useless at this point. The rumble of 4 feet running down the stairs announced the arrival of Fred and George. Boisterous greetings from the twins couldn't hide the strained expressions or the dark circles under each Weasley's eyes. Ron gave the Potters and Sirius a polite nod in greeting before moving to the kitchen where he made himself a sandwich. Charlie and Bill did their best to host their visitors, but the entire visit was strained. The pink elephant in the middle of the drawing room that all did their best to ignore was the missing Weasley parents. On more than one occasion, Harry caught himself before he asked what new appliance Arthur was tinkering with nowadays. Percy shouldered manfully in a conversation with Sirius. He seemed sincere in asking Sirius about his duties and responsibilities as Lord Black, but in the end all conversation dwindled away to nothing. Taking the unspoken cue, Harry stood and extended his hand to Hermione. As he helped her to stand, he told the room, "Thanks very much for the tea and company, but we've a few other stops today." Bill stood, weary and stooped. He was far too young to be so demoralized, and yet what choice did he have? Someone had to take care of his family, and he and Charlie had custody of their brothers and sister. With a knowing look in his eye, Sirius shook Bill's hand before leaning in and whispering something to the newest head of Clan Weasley. Bill gently shook his head before Sirius whispered something else. "I'll consider it. Thank you, Sirius. Your parents were friends of mine, and if this little bit could help relieve your burden, I'd like to do it." Clapping Padfoot on the shoulder, Bill nodded silently. Moments later the threesome were trudging down the muddy lane so as to clear the anti-apparition wards. When the house was obscured by a stand of trees, Harry turned to his godfather. Responding to the unspoken query, Sirius told his companions, "I offered to pay for the rest of Hogwarts for his younger siblings." Shrugging, Sirius added, "I've got more gold than Midas, ought to put it to good use." "He'll never ask," Hermione observed. "Flow Minerva and set it up so they get an anonymous donation, that'll cover the rest of Hogwarts for the other 5. "He'll know," Sirius observed. "So," Harry countered, "what's he going to do? Say, take it back." Pursing his lips, Sirius nodded. After a minute, he observed, "That Ed." "Yeah, it did," Harry agreed. The Weasley family was in tatters. None of the walkers knew how long it would take for the family to recover. If it ever did. The family accomplished their first mission against the still-free Death Eaters and the Death Eaters to be that evening. 4 more houses burned in the hellfire of Fiendfire. "It's cold." Hermione wrapped her arm around Harry's waist. When he absently wrapped his arm about her shoulder, she turned to look over the cliffs to the sea with him. He'd been out here most of the night, looking for what she didn't know. She had an idea, though. "We're killing again." "Yes," she replied. "Yes, we are." Still staring out over the dark bay, he was silent for a long time. Eventually, he admitted, "God help me, but I don't give a shit about these people. After what Malfoy did, I have no qualms killing Crabbe, Goyle, Boot and Bulstrode or their families." Another 5 minutes passed before he added, "At least right now I don't care." She nodded in understanding. "I love you." For the first time, his eyes left the horizon as he turned to her. "I love you. With all my heart. With all my soul, I love you." She could barely make out his face in the light of the waning moon, but what she did see warmed her heart. His passion for her was written on her face. His love for her was sparking from his eyes like electricity. His devotion to her was as plain as the dark sky. Reaching up, she gently caressed his cheek. Leaning into her hand, he sighed. "What about you?" he asked. "I feel much the same. I really don't care about these people." Snuggling into his, she sighed, "Maybe that makes me a monster, but I really don't care. I care much more for the Weasleys, the Diggorys." "The Grangers," he interrupted. Nodding against his, she asked, "What about the wards for my parents' place?" Sirius said the gnomes would be there tonight. "He apparated over a bit ago to explain to your parents what's going on with these little guys running all over their property. 3 days and Bob's your uncle." "Good. I'll have to thank him." They stood in the cold wind as it blew off Tremodoc Bay. The surf pounded below them, the wind whistled in their ears, and still they stood there. Penance. Possibly. Perhaps it was how they felt. Cold. In turmoil. Together in the middle of the dark as the wind blew and the surf raged. Together, they could weather any storm. Apart, they faltered and failed. Silently, they turned back to their home. It was well after midnight and they needed their rest. Tomorrow was Christmas. "I love you. Happy Christmas, baby." The soft pressure of her lips on his woke him fully. Feeling the aftereffects of the breath-freshening charm, he deepened the pulling her on top of him. When she groaned, his hands drifted down to cup her rear. Then, she smiled. "You'll get your Christmas shag tonight, Mr. Potter." Damn. Here I was thinking I was a good boy this year. Her musical laugh faded as she apparated to her parents' home. Fully awake now, he groaned and shuffled to the bath. WC, toothbrush and shower. Wonderful how restorative the simple routine was for a person. Washed, shaven and his hair somewhat combed, he dressed in some of the clothes he'd purchased. With Hermione and her mum. At the time he'd thought it extravagant to buy a plain white t-shirt of Egyptian cotton, but after putting it on, he reconsidered the attitude. It was a pretty darn comfortable shirt. Dark green trousers and a deep red shirt finished his Christmas ensemble. No moron, he'd asked Hermione's opinion of his Christmas outfit before daring to dress. She'd given her approval as she said, "It looks good on you. Don't wear the combination any other day than Christmas, though, you'll look ridiculous." Tugging at his cuffs, he sang under his breath as he made his way to the family dining room for breakfast, "That in thy dark streets shineth the everlasting light. The hopes and fears of all the years are met in thee tonight, O little town of Bethlehem," had been sung in the church in Cornwall the day he came back in time. Sitting there in desperate prayer, the song had been burned into his synapses. Harry would remember the words to the song until his dying day. As he meandered through the halls, Harry watched the portraits of his ancestors on the walls. Some were asleep, others feigning sleep, but a few watched him as he made his way through the house. One or two he recognized from the mirror of Arised his first year. While mortals sleep, the angels keep their watch of wondering awe. Turning into the dining room, he had to duck. Tonks had chucked a rasher of bacon at Sirius, who was laughing like a loon. There was a small splat as it landed beyond Harry. "What are you laughing at, Wolfie?" Tonks turned on her boyfriend. "Nothing, dear," Remus choked out between smothered chuckles. "Mum." Andromeda and Ted gave up and rolled with laughter at whatever had prompted Dora's outrage. With a smile tugging at her lips, Dora stood and placed her hands on her hips. "It's not," giggles bubbled up from her belly. "It's not, oh, bugger all. It's hilarious." The family broke into gales of laughter as Dora retook her seat, leaning into Remus. Behind him, Minerva walked in from the entry hall flow, greeting him, "Happy Christmas, Harry." "And to you, too, Minerva," Harry smiled his greeting. "It's a happy Christmas, indeed." They decided to wait for the Grangers before opening presents. Andy and Ted were looking forward to meeting the young girl who Harry talked as if she were a permanent fixture in his life. Concerned, Andy had pulled Sirius aside and asked, "He seems a bit preoccupied with this Hermione girl." Sirius snorted. "Preoccupied is a light way to describe it. Obsessed. Wrapped up in. Completely in love with. Would kill and die for her in a heartbeat. I think those phrases accurately describe our Longtooth and Midnight. Don't get me wrong, I'm sure she's a nice girl, but aren't they a bit too young to be like this?" Sirius smiled a genuine smile. "Harry is devoted to Hermione in a way I've never seen. They've been friends for years and their burgeoning relationship has grown their feelings for each other into something beautiful. Have no fear, Andy, they'll be married the day he turns 17 and it'll be the right thing to do." To see her happy-go-lucky cousin so sincere and Sirius took Andromeda back. Tapping her finger on the outside of her thigh, she nodded. Deciding to trust Sirius' opinion, for now, she headed to the terrace. She and Ted had taken 2 weeks off for the halls and were heading out to take a walk in the cold sunlit day. "Andy," Sirius called. Turning, she saw his expression coldly. "Sirius, don't interfere with Harry and Hermione. It wouldn't be wise." Taken aback, she nodded again before heading out. Apparently Sirius was taking his godfather role seriously. That was a good thing for all of them. Harry was just returning from his run and passing through the entry hall. When the Grangers and Sirius arrived via portkey, he smiled at the group and exclaimed, "Happy Christmas." "Happy Christmas, Harry," Hermione called. She made to envelop him in a hug, but paused when she saw the sweat-soaked shirt and hair. Crinkling her nose, she told him, "After you shower." The group laughed as he waved and trotted off to the master suite. 20 minutes later, the freshened 13-year-old lord of the manor returned to his guests who had settled in the massive family drawing room. A roaring fire heated the 700-square-foot room. The Louis XIV design of the room gave it an elegance and beauty that was comfortable and inspiring at the same time. Magical tapestries on the walls depicted real and mythological scenes from the past. Softly glowing fairies huddled in the massive tree, passively feeding on the ambient magic in the room. Floor-to-ceiling windows were adorned with garlands of pine and holly. The wireless softly reminded all of the first Noel. Not wanting to interrupt the conversation, Harry silently moved to the divan which Hermione occupied alone. Sliding next to her, he pulled her close as she slid into his side. Their movements were so natural as to be unconscious, like she was meant to be there. The cuddling didn't go unnoticed. Sirius, Ted and Andy were discussing the Voldemort problem with Alice and Stephen Granger. He's the baddest of the bad, true, Ted was saying. But the underlying attitude has persevered through time, showing up now and again with some as the lead fool. So it's like anti-Semitism, Stephen observed. Nodding through his tea, Ted agreed. Very much so. Hitler was the biggest fool in the 30s and 40s. Nowadays, in the non-magical world the loudest idiots are showing up in the Middle East. Just like all Germans weren't evil, so too all the Middle Easterners aren't evil. Pointing to his wife, Ted added, and not all the purebloods are evil. But these Death Eaters and their sympathizers are very dangerous. Very, Sirius agreed. Professor, Stephen addressed Minerva, what's your opinion of this pureblood question? Bunch of rubbish, Minerva replied. I'm a pureblood for generations uncounted, but my husband was as muggleborn as they come. He is still the best wizard I've ever known. Do you see a difference in your classes between the purebloods and non-purebloods? Alice asked. Not really, Minerva replied. After a quick consideration, she added, I take it back, the purebloods who've bought into this nonsense usually score and perform worse than muggleborns. Those like the missing and unlamented Draco Malfoy thought to rely on their blood status and wealth rather than their abilities to get them by in life. Morons, Stephen observed under his breath. Quite, Minerva agreed. There was a lull in the conversation as tea was sipped or cider downed. Remus broke the quiet by asking, should we open presents now? You waited, Hermione asked, even though she had known. A tender expression on his face, Harry replied, of course. I'm Santa, Sirius shouted as he bounded to the tree. Moony, catch. A brightly wrapped package sailed over Minerva's head to land neatly in Remus' lap. Midnight. A bright red package with dashing broomsticks floated through the air. Minerva, Sirius Black. So help me if you throw that. Too late, the gold package landed in her lap to grumbles from the professor and giggles from the youngest three celebrants. Sirius continued in this manner for a few minutes until all gathered had a small pile of presents. Harry and Hermione exchanged a smile when they saw the long, thin package from Sirius. They noticed Minerva inspecting it from her spot across the room. She's as much a Quidditch fanatic as Ron. Hermione muttered under her breath. Harry just smiled. As the rest of the family tore into their packages, Harry sat back and watched. It was his first real Christmas with family and he wanted to savor every moment. Turning to Hermione's parents, she saw Tonks explaining a gift to them. It's a reveal all. See, turn it like this and look through it and you can see anyone invisible in the area. Oi, cousin. Sirius looked up at Dora. Disillusion yourself for us, will you ducks? Alice gasped as Sirius faded out of sight. Holding the large magnifying glass-looking device to her eye, she cried, I see him. Stephen was browsing through the self-updating copy of British Football, a complete history since 1550. The author was a Muggle-born footy fanatic. Sirius almost screamed when he saw the book. He purchased two. Minerva opened the gift from Hermione and stilled. She thought it was one of the numerous books she was usually gifted, but she was wrong. It was a book of photographs. Opening the cover, she gaped to see a reproduction of her wedding picture from over 50 years before. Pale-faced, she looked up to Hermione. How? I wrote to your sister and family. Professors Flitwick and Sprout provided quite a few pictures as well. After the ones of your family are pictures from this year. Minerva slowly flipped through the album until she reached the end. Completely overcome, she could only lay the book aside, slowly rise and embrace the smartest witch of the age. After a long moment, she choked, thank you. It's my pleasure Minerva, Hermione whispered in reply. Harry watched Andy and Ted open a joint present that was extremely small, a mere envelope. Andromeda gasped and paled while Ted wrapped a supporting arm about her shoulder. She turned to Sirius, tears in her eyes as she thanked him. Across the room, Dora stood and as she made her way to her parents, asked, what is it? Ted replied for his softly weeping bride. Sirius has reinstated your mum to the Black family. Remus was gifted a certificate for a lifetime supply of Wolfsbane potion from Harry. Sirius was gifted a replacement pocket watch of the exact make and model as the one Charles Potter gave him on his 17th birthday. Even the inscription was the same. Remus accepted the hug from his best friend as both remembered the giant among men. Dora was given a chain of finely woven platinum which was repeatedly micro-engraved with, "To thine own self be true." With a touched expression and the hint of a tear, she thanked her cousin. "Open this," Hermione prodded Harry. "In a minute. I want to watch everyone," he replied absently. Understanding his meaning, she snuggled into his side, doing her best to be patient. Eventually, he acceded to her looks and throat clearing. Opening the bright green package from Hermione, Harry slowed to enjoy the moment. Eventually, he'd unwrapped the package and was left with a small plain box. Casting a questioning glance at his mate, he opened the lid. Inside was a crystal orb slightly smaller than a cricket ball. Curious, he reached in to pick it up. As soon as he touched it, he gasped. Drawing his hand back as if burned, he turned to his wife, wide-eyed with surprise. She smiled softly. "I've not named it, but whenever you touch it, you'll feel me and the emotion I feel for you. It's for when we can't be together." Gasping from the experience of feeling her emotions directly, he threw his arms about her, nearly sobbing. With a sad expression on her face, she held him close, rocking him every so often. She opened her eyes when another set of arms encompassed the two of them. Sirius had come to them, pulling them into his arms, holding the duo close to his. Over the wireless, the singer extolled all, and have yourself a merry little Christmas night. Christmas dinner was much less dramatic than the opening of the presents. Good food, a wonderful goose with all the trimmings and a spectacularly burning plum pudding. Dobby went a bit overboard with the brandy, Harry muttered to Remus on his left. Conversation was light as the family slowly worked their way through a masterpiece of a meal. Andromeda and Alice were comparing notes from their work. Andy was a healer at St. Mungo's, so the two were discussing treatments, similarities and differences. Ted, Stephen and Sirius were caught up in a football discussion. Ted had disclosed his devotion to Manor United, while Stephen was a staunch Hull City supporter. Sirius attempted to play Switzerland in the discussion as best he could, but failed miserably. Padfoot was not meant to be the arbiter of anyone's disagreements. Minerva was regaling Hermione with tales from her youth. Hermione had been exchanging letters with Venus, Minerva's sister. In many of the letters, the younger Fraser sister had referenced or alluded to the misadventures of our youth when discussing Minnie. While Hermione wasn't brave enough to address the older woman as Minnie, she did ask about their chasing the Silkies, the finding of the pirate treasure, hiding from hobgoblins and playing in the stone circle near their home, sometimes with odd consequences. Dora and Remus were enraptured with each other's company. Once Remus had decided to give the relationship with Tonks a go, he'd thrown himself in the deep end. Being the passionate yet relaxed woman that she was, Dora was more than willing to embrace the handsome man at her side. Currently, she was whispering naughty things in Remus' ear, trying to make Moony blush. She was in for a long day in trying to make a marauder blush. What of Harry? Harry sat at the head of the table soaking in it all. He reveled in the experience of true family. Not feeling left out, for he was intimately involved in each of the discussions, he silently aired the emotion and love in the room into his heart as a healing balm. It was a dressing for his soul, as it were. War was raging again and his actions tore at his humanity. Unfortunately, he couldn't stop what he was doing lest thousands die. By embracing his family, as he was this day, it allowed him to maintain an anchor to sanity, a tie to his conscience. So he loved and was loved. All was well. For now. Strangely, it was harder for Hermione to sneak into the master bedroom while her parents were at Rowan Hill than when they were at home in Kent. As master of the house, Harry replicated Hermione's ward on her bedroom, which would slow down her parents and alert the mistress of the house that she needed to apparate right away. Her parents wanted to while the night away with the family chatting in the drawing room. Minerva was staying through the new year so the family would be together for the immediate future. She needed to get away from the castle for a break, she told them all. In truth, she needed to get away from Albus. His presence was a constant irritation to her sensibilities. Albus' persistent good cheer grated at her memories and knowledge of his less than savory machinations. Hypocrisy didn't sit well on the shoulders of Albus Dumbledore, whether he knew it or not. She didn't tell anyone, but being around him was a physical reminder of her previous failings. To say that she hadn't forgiven herself for being Albus Lapdog was a gross understatement. Andy and Ted were cuddled on a loveseat next to the fireplace chatting with Remus and Dora. Hermione was somewhat surprised to see the Tonks so accepting of their daughter's relationship with a much older man. Yet, with wizarding lifespans so long, what was a dozen years, really? When a witch or wizard lived to be over 130, what is a few years? Dora was happy and so too was Remus. A parent couldn't ask for more than a decent man to love their daughter with all he had. Thankfully, Andy and Ted weren't afflicted with the magical community's pervasive fear of lycanthropy. Remus had pulled his girlfriend and her parents aside earlier the day before, though. He'd wanted to discuss his affliction in a frank and open manner. Explaining the circumstances of his infection, the precautions he took to ensure he was safe from affecting others. He kept back the animagi who helped him stay sane on those full moon nights. Not wanting to explain how 2 third-year students were able to master an advanced magical feat, he omitted the fact altogether. Harry's subsequent gift of a lifetime supply of wolfsbane went even further to ease Andy and Ted's mind regarding Remus and his disease. Around 10 or so, Harry yawned widely before announcing, "I'm all done in. Night everyone." After giving Hermione a peck on the cheek, the boy who lived ambled out of the drawing room towards the master suite. 5 minutes later, Hermione repeated the performance, ing her mum and dad on the cheek before heading to bed. 10 minutes later, she and Harry were entwined in a passionate embrace. Boxing Day and the rest of the calendar year passed by in the joyful haze that the holidays usually bring. The elder Grangers found themselves fitting into the rhythm of the family quite easily. On the 29th, events began to foment a permanent change of life for Stephen and Alice Granger. Sirius had become a news junkie since his exoneration. Every morning found him poring over the Prophet. He read every article in every edition every day. Off to the side, Stephen and Remus had discussed the matter. Stephen was of the opinion that Sirius was trying to propel himself back into the ebb and flow of life by sheer force of will. It was no surprise, therefore, when Sirius snapped open the daily paper that morning of the 29th. What was surprising was the stillness from Padfoot. Usually, he provided a running commentary on the news. Mostly it was comic relief, but occasionally, he offered very concise observations on the political landscape of magical Britain. Therefore, silence from behind the broadsheets of the Daily Prophet was unexpected. Eventually, Sirius asked, "Stephen, how far is your place from Faversham?" Puzzled at the odd question, Stephen mused, "Maybe 3 or 4 miles. Why?" Without speaking, Sirius turned the paper around so that the rest of the gathering could see the front page. Dominating the sheet was a large magical photograph of a burning house. Leering sickly out of the center of the picture was the glittering menace of the Dark Mark. "This house was on the eastern edge of Faversham," Sirius observed tonelessly. Harry and Hermione exchanged wide-eyed glances while Stephen and Alice puzzled through the picture, not connecting the dots just yet. "I don't understand. What's the matter?" Andromeda set down her mug of tea and explained the Dark Mark and its significance. After the clarification, a rattled Alice asked, "Who was killed, Sirius?" Reading the article, Sirius replied, "Gladys and Jerome Gilbright." Both elder Grangers closed their eyes and crumpled in on themselves in grief. "Oh, God," Alice groaned. Stephen reached out to take his wife's hand. She held on to his as an anchor holds a ship. They were patients of and friends ours. Harry turned to Dora and commanded, "Go to Auror headquarters. Find out what leads they have and if any evidence connects this attack to the Grangers. They'll not go home until we're sure it's safe." Alice blinked when Dora merely nodded, wiped her mouth and headed to the flow. Turning to Moony, Harry told him, "Check out the area. See if there have been any disturbances in the wards about their house." Mimicking his girlfriend, Remus nodded obediently before heading out of the room. Turning to his in-laws, Harry began with an apology. "I'm sorry that this is happening. I don't know for sure if this is a message that they know where you are or not, but if it is," the implication was heavy in the silence. Minerva chimed in, "This is a standard practice of the Death Eaters. Terror is their most useful weapon, and by attacking near your home, they may very well be trying to tell us all that they can kill you as soon as you step out from your wards." Sirius picked up the thread. He and Harry had discussed this situation back in October, so he knew his godson's wishes. It may not feel like it right now, but the blood war is starting again. Since your family is so intricately tied with us, he gestured to himself, Harry and Minerva, you're known to associate with those who oppose Voldemort. You may not be able to go home. You're welcome to stay here for the rest of your life, if needs be, Harry proclaimed. But, Alice weakly objected. Her protests were halted by the large warm hand of her husband coming to rest on her shoulder. Love, he reassured her, it'll be all right. Homes can be rebuilt. Careers can be revived. Gladys and Jerome are gone forever. If it keeps you and Pumpkin safe, we'll stay here for the rest of our natural lives. Alice reflected on the wisdom of her husband before nodding jerkily. In an attempt to be soothing, Sirius observed, Dora should be able to give us some insight on what the investigators have found. She may tell us that our fears are unfounded. Remus may also. Sirius' speculation was interrupted by a loud crack from the entry hall. Bolting from his chair, Harry sprinted out of the room, changing form as he ran. Before he cleared the doorway, Midnight leapt through the hallway, Longtooth and Padfoot on his heels. Seconds later, the Animagus shifted back to their human form as they found a wounded Remus nursing a burnt shoulder as he sat on the floor, gritting his teeth against the pain. 4 Death Eaters. They were waiting just outside the ward boundary. I got 2 of them, but the third used a wide-area flagranti curse that caught my arm, he nodded at his smoking shoulder. Before anyone could say anything, Andromeda drew her wand and was casting the numbing charm. Gently levitating the injured werewolf, she murmured, I'll pop over to the hospital for some of the Benson's burn salve. Set you up in a jiffy. Let's just get you to your room for now, eh. Everyone was quiet as Andy took Remus to his room. Taking advantage of the silence, Sirius turned to Hermione, a gleam in his eye. So, Pumpkin. Hermione alternated glaring at Sirius, her father and the laughing Harry at her side. It turned out that the Aurors were completely unaware of the proximity of the Granger household to the attack site. When Dora had asked the lead investigator if there were any connections between the attack and the Granger house, he'd been completely befuddled why he should care about a Muggle-born third-year's parents' house. When the metamorph Auror had casually dropped the words, girlfriend, Harry Potter, and Sirius Black, in that order, the lead investigator became much more focused on the investigation and this possible aspect of the crime. Blood prejudice aside, he was a good man. Once he started investigating the link, much of the evidence at the Gilbrights' house began to make sense. The addition of the aftermath of the skirmish Remus had with the Death Eaters cemented the issue. Sirius had gone to talk with the Auror, Joseph Kildargan, and told him that the Grangers were in a very safe place and if needed, they could come in for a discussion with the Auror. He would not be allowed to travel to them. The little bit of subterfuge of Sirius talking to the Auror and not mentioning Potter properties helped confuse the issue further. Harry had been adamant. No one was coming in his wards unless they were family. No exceptions. He'd spent over 40,000 galleons upgrading the wards to the point where the experts at Gringotts and the Ministry couldn't penetrate the estate's defenses. The paper of the 30th had more interesting news. Severus Snape had been spotted in Bavaria. The New Year's Eve party hosted by the Longbottoms of Green Hills was the social event of year. Sirius had finagled an invitation for himself, Andy and Ted as well as Remus and Dora. Harry had asked Neville, via Owl, if Hermione's parents would be welcome. The excited reply from the Longbottom scion had warmed Harry's heart. It also increased the load of his guilt. Harry still felt like a heel for being so dishonest with his friends at school. The twins were on the right trail and when they could protect their minds, Harry and Hermione would disclose the full extent of their secret. Just as they had committed at the beginning of the year, Harry and Hermione did what they could to be better friends to Neville and Luna. Hermione had finally found a girlfriend who wasn't a complete idiot and could hold a discussion about topics that ignored cosmetics, hygiene and boys. Well, mostly avoided boys. Luna had started puberty without a mother. She turned to Hermione to ask the questions a girl becoming a woman would ask her mother. Neville's blooming personality was nothing short of a miracle to Harry. Neither Potter could pinpoint the reason why Neville was changing so radically, but it was good to see the habitually insecure boy asserting himself more and more. The entire family was gathered in the entry hall while wearing their finest robes. They'd gone en masse to Twifflet's, purveyors of fine wizarding wear. The store manager had quailed at the sight of 9 persons sauntering into his formalwear section. Sirius had beckoned to the knock-kneed man and told him, "My purse is open to whatever my friends and family require." Anything. The leaden feeling in the manager's belly changed into an avaricious grin. Silk, satin, lace and the best linen swept in front of the ladies. The gentlemen took their cue, sitting in the waiting area until they were summoned. Stephen had come prepared. Pulling out a fresh pack of cards, he asked, "Gentlemen, are you all familiar with the wonderful entertainment known as poker?" Remus, wolfish side showed up in his grin as he conjured a green felt-covered table. "Stakes?" Sirius asked. Harry reached for his purse, looking forward to fleecing his godfather. Stephen was the big winner. He came out 300 galleons ahead. Harry was 15 galleons up and Remus and Ted were only 5 short. Sirius was 305 galleons light. No one cared as they were laughing and carrying on like loons. 4 hours after the ladies had been sequestered by the tailors, the men were summoned for their fittings. "Shouldn't we get to pick our clothes?" Remus asked. Ted, Harry and Stephen rolled their eyes at Mooney's naivete. "Remus, our outfits are to complement their outfits. We only get to pick our boxers. Be glad they're letting us pick anything at all." Shrugging it off, the men went in for their fittings. 45 minutes later, they were done and Sirius was an additional 1,200 galleons poorer. "Can I see your dress?" Harry asked Hermione as they waited for everything to be settled. "No, please, no, stop asking." Harry pouted for a minute before she smiled at him. Leaning in, she told him, "I bought something else. Something besides my dress." With a lascivious grin, Harry asked, "Something your mum didn't see?" She nodded. Very deliberately, she licked her lips. Harry groaned. "Goddammit, Padfoot, hurry the phone up. Let's get some food," Andromeda suggested. "What do you say to Ethiopian? We know a place just down the road that's very good," Alice asked the group. "Harry's buying," Hermione announced. The very horny and frustrated boy who lived glared at his wife for a second before brightly agreeing with her. "I've never eaten Ethiopian. What's it like?" The party was rollicking. Green Hills was an estate nearing the size of Rowan Hill. The house was large, having a ballroom rivaling the Great Hall of Hogwarts. A classical quartet was set up in the entry hall, soft strings of Corelli and Mozart wafting through the crowds. A swing band was playing in the ballroom, a large crowd of witches and wizards dancing the year away. The family arrived on the front lawn. Hurrying in the house to escape the threatening sleet, they were greeted by the bejeweled Dowager Lady Longbottom. Augusta was a tall woman whose youthful beauty had fallen to a sharply intimidating expression. Greeting Sirius first, she then turned to Harry. "It is very good to meet you, Mr. Potter. My grandson has spoken highly of you in his correspondence home this term. I look forward to the day when you both assume your rightful positions as peers of the realm and lords of our magical society." Completely nonplussed, Harry merely smiled before bowing over Lady Augusta's outstretched hand. As the family moved into the house, Harry muttered to Hermione, "What was all that?" "I've no idea. We'll ask Neville later." Hermione waved and smiled to Susan Bones across the room. "I want a drink." "Harry." "I know," the boy who lived grumbled. "Doesn't mean I don't want one." Turning to him with a bright smile, Hermione beamed, "Dance with me." Harry smiled before agreeing, "I'd be delighted." It was a traditional waltz being played. The horns were muted as the strings dominating the rise and fall of the music. He held her close, she melding herself to his form in an intimacy as powerful as their joining. Her dress was from another age. The empire gown was tastefully embroidered with gold thread over top a midnight blue dress. There was the hint of resemblance to her gown from the Yule Ball, and it was on purpose. They were celebrating tonight. A new life, new family and new choices. Off the shoulder, snug from her bosom down to her ankles, the dress showed off all the assets Hermione wanted her man to see. Unfortunately her figure wasn't what it would be, otherwise, she'd have gone with the strapless silk creation her mother ended up selecting. 3 more years and I'll pop his eyes out of his head. Little did she know, she already did, pop his eyes out of his head. Truly, she was a beautiful young woman, when she took the time to condition and tame her hair. On the sly, she'd used an orthodontic spell to straighten and shrink her teeth a few days after returning to the past. Her parents hadn't commented, but she'd seen both of them do double takes after noticing. The nutrition potions she and Minerva had been forcing down Harry's throat had helped her husband as well. He'd grown 3 inches in the winter term. He now topped her by an entire 1/4 inch, whereas when they'd married, she was still slightly taller than him. That train of thought is the way of madness, she reminded herself. Every time she considered Harry's height or weight, she zeroed in on the Dursleys and their mistreatment of her man. It was not a safe line of thought for any involved. Homicide was a familiar topic in Hermione's mind when contemplating Vernon, Petunia and Dudley Dursley. Pushing the contemptible excuses for humanity to the farthest reaches of her voluminous brain, Hermione focused on the wizard in her arms. When she stopped to consider how much she loved this young man in her arms, her breath always caught in her. He was brave, he was kind, he was honest, he was determined, he was gentle, he was funny, he was smart, he was in love with her. He could be irritable, he could be annoying, he could be lazy, he could be sharp, he could be profane, he could be moody. But in the end, Harry James Potter was the only person in the universe who had or could touch Hermione Jane Granger's heart in that special way. He touched her in the way that seemed predestined by God himself. She loved him, the good, the bad and the ugly, all the pieces and parts that made up her Harry. He was hers and she was his. The moment was broken as the band wound up into an upbeat tune. Twirling her, Harry laughed aloud for the sheer pleasure of being alive. Outside of his arms, life was pretty much shit. But in his arms was his entire reason for existing. Her name was Hermione and he loved her. Muggles. Who the bloody hell brought Muggles? Fong, Harry muttered as he turned toward the sound of the shouting. Pushing through the crowd, Hermione drafting behind him, Harry broke through the circle surrounding Stephen and Alice to find Sirius standing over an older man who was pinching his bleeding nose. "Listen to me, you worthless piece of shite," Sirius hissed at the man. "These are my friends, personal friends, mind you." In fact, standing up straight and tall, Sirius cut a much more imposing figure. "In fact," he reiterated, "I claim them as protected by House Black." Gasps from the crowd accompanied expressions of befuddlement from Harry and Hermione. Sirius wasn't done yet, though. Turning to the newly arrived Lady Augusta, he scolded her, "I'm disappointed in you, Lady Augusta. After what Frank and Alice went through, you invite this scum into your home." He gestured to the now standing man, blood still dripping from his injured nose. Somehow managing to be indignant and shamed at the same time, Lady Augusta glared at the offensive man until he withdrew, hopefully for the evening. Turning her formidable gaze to the Lord Black, she tilted her head, acknowledging his rebuke, but not dignifying it with a reply. Stalking off, she let the crowd disperse, muttering and murmuring as it went. Hermione moved to her parents and Harry noticed for the first time that Stephen had blood on his hand. Harry had assumed, incorrectly, that Sirius had struck the offending man. One look at the expression on Stephen Granger's face made Harry rethink everything he'd ever thought about the man. He was definitely going to ask him what he'd done before dental school. Harry wasn't putting the sass beyond the man right then. Alice was visibly shaken. Apparently much more had been said than what Harry had heard. As Hermione wrapped her mum in a hug, Harry scanned the immediate surroundings for any further threat. Seeing no one lingering, he moved to his godfather. "Padfoot?" he asked. Still angry, Sirius pointed in the direction the offending wizard had retreated. "That scumbag is Ricardo Lestrange, father of Rudolphus and Rabaston. He's also the father-in-law of the lovely Bellatrix." Completely taken aback, Harry wondered aloud, how did he get in here? "I've no idea. He came with Theodorix Jugson." Turning to the voice, Harry found Neville standing there, pale and sweating. "Gran is screaming at Jugson right now. I'd stay away from the library for a bit. After she's done with him, well, there won't be much left." The 4 men stood in silence contemplating the news. There was an uncomfortable moment when Harry and Neville both realized that Harry must know all about the incapacitation of Frank and Alice Longbottom. Ignoring the problem for the moment, Harry told his friend, "Give your gran our regrets. I think we're going to get out of here." Nodding, Neville replied, "I understand. Did you ever see Luna? She's around here somewhere. Last I saw her, she and Newt Scamander were sequestered in a corner." Slightly smiling, Harry clapped Neville on the shoulder. "No, I didn't. Give her our best." "Will do." Turning to follow Sirius and Stephen, Harry almost ran over Albus Dumbledore. The twinkling blue eyes bored into Harry's green. Good evening, Harry. Looking over the shoulder of the boy who lived, the aged headmaster added, "Sirius, Mr. Granger, how are you this evening?" "We're well, Albus. You'll excuse us, we're just leaving." "So soon?" the old wizard pressed. Annoyed with all that had happened and his patience dwindling, Sirius snapped, "Yes, Albus. We're leaving now." Harry moved to follow his godfather, but was stopped by a hand on his arm. Surprised that the headmaster had laid a hand on him, Harry turned back to face Dumbledore. "Harry, I'd like to have a discussion with you when school starts back. Please come by my office the day after term starts." Sirius had turned around as soon as he realized that Dumbledore had waylaid his godson. "What would you like to discuss with my godson, Albus?" There was a definite hint of menace in Padfoot's tone. Brushing off the implied threat like an annoying insect, Dumbledore replied, "Oh, this and that. Nothing to be worried about." That blasé statement sent alarm bells ringing in Harry, Sirius and even Stephen's ears. "Harry," Sirius addressed his best friend's son, "don't go anywhere near the headmaster's office unless it's for a school-related issue and your head of house is with you. In fact," he continued in an acerbic tone, "contact me before you go. I don't want you alone with the headmaster for any reason." Harry's eyes were wide by the time Sirius was done with his rant. Slowly turning to the headmaster, Harry saw the old man regarding Sirius with a thoughtful expression. The old man's piercing gaze shifted from Sirius to Harry, and for a long moment, Harry stood transfixed. He felt nothing against his mind's shields, which Harry was frantically reinforcing. Without saying a word, Dumbledore walked away, disappearing into the crowd. Sirius muttered. Glancing at the other two men, he nodded toward the entry hall. "Let's get the girls and Moony and get the hell out of here. This should be fun." Hermione gave her husband a sad smile as she wrapped her arm in his. After the disastrous ending of the New Year's Eve party at Green Hills, the inner circle of the family had taken counsel with each other on and off for the rest of the halls. Sirius explained his vehement reaction to Dumbledore's request for a meeting. "I was trying to pull attention off you," he indicated to Harry with his chin, "and put it on me. I wanted him thinking about why I mistrusted him so much so as to possibly cover up any irregularities he may have noticed about midnight. You know that's only a temporary reprieve," Minerva opined. "He's not diverted for long." Thinking aloud, Harry muttered, "So what's the story?" Sirius immediately replied, "Deny, deny, deny. It'll give us all a chance to regroup and develop a plan once we know his intentions." "That sounds the safest course," Remus agreed. Minerva, "Thoughts?" "It should do. He hasn't confided in me, but that's not unusual. We all know how close to the vest Albus keeps his thoughts." After a moment's silence, Sirius exclaimed, "Look. There's not anything Albus can do. Yeah, he may have suspicions. He can even know that something is wrong with our boy here, but he can't do anything." "He can make life hard for him," Dora interjected. "How?" "Expel me?" Harry asked. This seemed to stump her. All those present thought about Harry's question. If he were serious about making life difficult for you, Remus considered, he would go public with his concerns. Unless he's mad, he'll not do that. True, he's the chief warlock and supreme mugwump, but he can't do anything to you short of trying to muddy your reputation. Like I give a fong about that. Harry snorted. What about an Umbridge-type situation? Dora asked. That's entirely different, Hermione countered. If push comes to shove, we leave school. We don't need Hogwarts or Dumbledore anymore. Unfortunately, that was the truth. Their first time through the timeline, Harry had nowhere else that he felt he could turn. Sirius was still wanted by the authorities, Remus was chasing over Hell's Half-Acre in pursuit of some chimera for Dumbledore, and Harry didn't feel right asking Hermione for succor. In addition, the Ministry was conducting its persecution of the boy who lived, so Harry felt hemmed in on all sides. Life was very different now. His family was forming about him, his finances were secure, and he had his mate firmly at his side. The Ministry was courting him in a very indirect way. Fudge had been effusive in his support of Harry during the aftermath of Snape's trial. Dumbledore's reputation was in ruins after the Potion Master's conviction and escape. With Lucius Malfoy a pile of ashes and Dumbledore flailing for purchase, Fudge had decided to glom onto the boy who lived. The Minister for Magic's heavy-handed praise of Harry had caused more than one eye roll at Rowan Hill. "What about her?" Remus asked as he pointed to Hermione. This caused everyone to still while they considered the point. Expulsion wasn't a serious threat. Hermione had already begun laying the groundwork with her parents regarding the headmaster. When they went shopping with Sirius, Hermione had told Alice how the headmaster had dropped Harry with his relatives, subsequently failing to check up on him. Alice's perpetually cheerful expression had hardened to near hatred when Hermione told her that Harry's first Hogwarts letter had been addressed to the cupboard under the stairs. The nature of Harry and Hermione's relationship, as well as some carefully phrased innuendo by the headmaster, could very well disrupt Hermione's life, though. At the same time, she was hardened by Harry's evaluation that they may be able to tell her parents the truth about the time traveling. Maybe. Life seemed to be very much up in the air right now. Still, it was a weak point in their defenses. To protect the Grangers from the burgeoning Death Eater threat, Stephen and Alice were moving behind the considerable wards of Rowan Hill. However, to protect them from the seemingly benign threat of the headmaster and his machinations, they were powerless. The only weapon they had against the headmaster was the truth. Fear kept that shaft in the quiver, though. Currently, Stephen and Alice were at their home packing for the extended stay at Rowan Hill. Stephen had even added his old typewriter to the pile to be brought to Wales. He was hoping to get some work done on the detective story that had been bouncing around his brain for the past 5 years. Alice was directing Dobby for the safe storage of their valuables. By the time the day was done, the Granger home in Kent was as empty as the day it was first built in 1736. Andy and Ted had returned home after heartfelt embraces. Life was starting back for them. The hospital beckoned to Andy while Ted's job at Gringotts, where he was a tax lawyer, demanded his presence. They had sat down with Sirius to discuss the ward schema at their home. The Tonks lived far out in Cornwall, near Bodmin Moor. This worked to their advantage and to their disadvantage. They had no close neighbors to whom they could flee or request help. At the same time, any attackers would have to walk across fairly open land once their home's defenses were breached. Harry provided each of the elder Tonks with a discreet necklace portkey to Rowan Hill to be used in case of emergency. Andromeda had looked at Harry with a puzzled expression before hooking the clasp about her neck. He didn't bother giving Dora a portkey, she already had one. Now it was time to return to Hogwarts. Harry and Hermione had received a few letters from Neville and Luna. They were the rambling, "Here's what's going on" letters one receives from friends when separated. Hermione had giggled through the first letter she'd received from Luna. Harry swore that his wife was more 14 now than she'd ever been the first time through. The four friends passed the time on the express in a heavily warded compartment. Harry slept a good part of the way while Hermione explained the basics of arithmancy to Luna. By the time Harry awoke as the train crossed Hadrian's Wall, Luna and Hermione were hip-deep in advanced calculus. Neville must have given up some time before, as he had his nose buried in a biography of a famous herbologist. Squeezing Hermione's thigh, he muttered, "Going to the toilet." Not pausing in her discussion with Luna, she flashed him a smile. Meandering through the car, Harry was struck by the carefree attitude displayed by the bulk of the students. In a strange way, he was grateful that 99% of the student body was completely unaware of the kick-starting of the Second Blood War. After washing his hands, Harry opened the door, only to immediately duck under the flash of a spell. Before he hit the ground, his wand was in his hand, a stunning spell being cast. As his bum bounced off the floor of the toilet, Harry's assailant crumpled to the ground, unconscious. Harry was shocked to see it was Alicia Spinnet. Disillusioning the stunned young woman, he levitated her into a nearby empty compartment. A few quick spells locked the doors and turned the windows opaque. Next, he trussed her up before waking her. Before the witch could react, Harry cast a series of compulsion charms. Taken individually, they were insignificant compared to the Imperious Curse. However, when an archmage casts 6 in rapid succession, the result is usually impressive. "Why did you try to kill me?" "The voice told me to," Alicia replied in a confused tone. She wasn't the mindless drone that is caused by Veritaserum, but she wasn't quite herself, either. "What did the voice say?" "I had to kill Harry Potter." Thinking quickly, Harry asked, "When did you first hear the voice?" "After we did some last-minute Christmas shopping in Diagon Alley." "Crap," Harry muttered. Imperious from the middle of a crowd. Sighing, he silently stunned his Quidditch teammate. A deft wand movement sent a message charm to Minerva, Alicia Spinnet under the Imperious Contact St. Mungo's so as to have a specialist standing by for our arrival. After laying Alicia out in a comfortable position, he locked the door before heading to find Hermione. Motioning to her from outside the compartment, she ended up following him back to Alicia. "Oh, no. What happened?" she asked as Harry opened the door to the compartment. After Harry explained, Hermione performed a few basic diagnostics which supported his conclusion. "Who's behind all this?" she asked as she sat heavily on the bench. "The Death Eater attacks and now this. Voldemort hasn't been resurrected yet," she trailed off, her face reflecting horror. "What?" Harry asked. "What if he's been resurrected already?" Fear coursed through him at the idea. Shaking her head, Hermione countered herself, "No. He's no reason to abandon the path he used last time. With the notification wards we erected over the last few weeks, Voldemort and Snape can't come closer than 20 kilometers to Little Hangleton before we know about it." She settled herself, hope riding high. When Harry didn't immediately agree, doubt crept into her hope, polluting and corrupting it. Eventually, she asked, "I'm right, aren't I?" Shaking his head, Harry replied, "I sure hope so." The feast was ashes in Harry's mouth as he contemplated Hermione's fear. "Have we fogged things up so badly that we've lost all control?" was the idea reverberating about his consciousness. This was closely followed by, "Dear God, don't let them all die again." They ate their meal in silence. All the students had been held on the train until Dumbledore, Minerva, Madame Pomfrey and a healer from St. Mungo's removed Alicia. "There are 3 courses of action to break the Imperious Curse on a person," Hermione had explained to him so many years from now. "The easiest way to break the curse is to kill the one who cast the spell. The second is a highly dangerous legilimency probing in which there's an even chance the victim could become a vegetable. The third option is an intensive course in potions and layered spell work that will eventually free the victim." "How long?" She had shrugged. "Few weeks. Few months. It depends on the victim and their will." At the other end of the Gryffindor table, Oliver was being the state of his Quidditch team. "We had it in the bag," crushed Slytherin. "The Puffs have no chaser line and the Claws have no seeker or keeper. We had it in the bag." Harry was sure the 7th-year Quidditch captain was going to be seeking a bottle later this evening. As soon as they could, the Potters escaped the Great Hall. With liberal use of warming charms, they huddled on their favorite bench by the lake. It was to be a long night. The next morning, they happened to bump into Professor Lupin on the way to breakfast. "Good morning, you two. I'd like to chat with you after breakfast if you have a minute." Nodding, they agreed. Sitting next to Fred and George, Harry piled his plate with a standard English breakfast. "How's Alicia?" Fred asked. Harry shrugged. "She was out of it on the train. Haven't heard anything since." "I'll ask Professor McGonagall," Hermione volunteered. Wiping her mouth, she headed to the front of the Great Hall. After a quick discussion, she headed back, her face covered in a frown. "Not good," Harry muttered to himself. "They expect a long recovery," Hermione told the twins. Apparently there was a compulsion-type potion on top of the Imperious. Thoroughly confused, Harry asked the question puzzling not only the students, but quite a few healers at St. Mungo's, how? They don't know. At this point, Remus headed toward the entry hall from the front table. He caught the Potter's gaze before giving a quick nod. Finishing up their meal, Harry and Hermione bid the twins a hasty farewell before taking a roundabout way to their defense professor's quarters. After closing the door and casting a privacy ward, Hermione asked, "What's going on?" Remus scrubbed his chin before he told them, "I talked with Sirius last night. Later, I caught up with Minerva. We're all of the opinion that it may be time for you two to leave Hogwarts." Harry was dumbfounded, but Hermione merely leaned back onto the sofa, nodding her head in understanding. "We're very exposed here and this resurgent Death Eater activity is bound to swarm to Harry." "Exactly. Based on the attack in Faversham, they've targeted your parents. Yesterday shows that they are now using your classmates to attack you. At Rowan Hill you'll be safe and we can venture out when we deem it necessary." "We?" Harry asked, his surprise evident. "Yes, we. The only reason I took this job was to help you in any way I could. At the time, I believed that I had to protect you from Sirius. Though that isn't still true, the point remains. If you're not here, I don't need to be here." Hermione frowned. "What about the students? The 5th and 7th years need you, Remus." You're the best defense teacher they've ever had. His face hardening, Remus replied, I understand that, but to be brutally honest, that's Albus' problem. Not mine. He's let this inanity regarding the defense professors to go on for far too long. If the position is cursed, which I find extremely unlikely, then he needs to prove that he's the most powerful wizard in the kingdom and do something about it. Otherwise, he ought to find a worthwhile instructor that he can hire long-term. He and I both knew that I would only be able to last a year. My lycanthropy is bound to get out eventually and then I get the sack. The room was quiet as all digested the news. Damn, Moony, Harry muttered. Thanks. Remus nodded at the sentiment. Neither Harry or Hermione came to an immediate conclusion on what they should do. The slacker part of Harry wanted to get the hell out of there as fast as humanly possible, blowing a raspberry at Dumbledore the whole way. The rest of him was divided. He realized that his presence at Hogwarts was a sham, neither Potter needed the education. At the same time, he was in a place to protect the youth of magical Britain, from themselves if needs be. That's not your problem, love. Not your responsibility, Hermione whispered from his side. Closing his eyes as he leaned on the couch, Harry could only smile. She knew him so well. Saving people thing, huh? She didn't reply, merely smiled sadly. Let me think on it, Moony. These kids here haven't done anything wrong. If Nut up in his tower continues on his path, we'll end up with Alecto and Amicus Carrow teaching here. Who'll protect the students then? Minerva. Shaking his head, Harry mused, she's only one person. I'm sure Phileas would jump into the fray as well, but to say they'd be outnumbered is a joke. I'll quote your lovely bride, it's not your problem or responsibility. Let me think on it. Clapping his hands while he wore an exaggerated expression of excitement, Harry squealed, we've an appointment to see the headmaster. Minerva strode down the headmaster's hallway, a witch with a purpose. At her side was Harry Potter. They were going to meet the sometimes selfless, sometimes self-interested, but always manipulative Albus Dumbledore. It was evident that Harry was running through all his occlumency exercises. His face was blank, his movement minimalistic, and there was no trace whatsoever of apprehension. Despite his resentment and protestations, she knew that Harry craved the acceptance and approval of the old headmaster. She also knew that he was unlikely to receive it. Albus Dumbledore was a very strong-willed wizard. That trait had served him well through the 30s and 40s in the Grindelwald War. It had also served him well in the First Blood War. In the trenches of the melee that is commonly called British magical politics, his indomitable will served him well, also. When dealing with others who had opinions or ideas that weren't exactly in line with his own views of the world, though, his strong will tended to more of a hindrance than a help. She had no idea how they were going to make it out of this meeting with their cover intact. I hope it doesn't backfire, not having Sirius here, Harry mused. After discussing the situation over the halls, the family decided it would be best for Sirius to not attend the meeting. His presence was bound to be provocative, which would definitely lead to a situation none desired. Harry was sure that Sirius was pacing in the entry hall as he waited back at Rowan Hill. Remus had relayed the conclusion of their, do we stay or do we go, discussion to Minerva, causing her to be even more proud of her children than she had been before. They were true Gryffindors, standing up for what was right, cost them what it may. Hopefully, this confrontation wouldn't cost too much. Hopefully. Approaching the gargoyle which led to the headmaster's office, Minerva muttered, licorice. Not bothering to halt her stride, she headed up the stairs. In her head, she found herself singing the Battle of the Braes. The old Scottish war song reminded her of what a few can do when united and strong. It steadied her nerves and steeled her resolve. Harry was doing his best to keep an open mind, yet every fiber of him screamed to attack before he was in turn attacked. After a deep breath, he followed Minerva into Albus' den. Come in, Minerva, Harry. It is so creepy when he does that, Harry muttered under his breath. Dumbledore chuckled, amused at Harry's comment. Shrugging while giving an embarrassed smile, Harry moved to the chair indicated, Minerva sitting next to him. Sorry. Not to worry, Harry. I'm glad you've the courage to speak your mind. There was a long pause as they all sat in quiet contemplation. Harry had decided that he would not succumb to the headmaster's standard tactic of using silence to force his students to say more than they had planned. Most people hated the uncomfortable silence, and would give in to the urge to say something, anything, to break the tension. Eventually, Dumbledore rumbled, "Harry, I've called you here today because I'm very worried about you." There was another bout of enforced quietude while Harry stared at Fawkes, who was snoozing in the corner. Eventually, Dumbledore continued, "You've had a hard lot so far, Harry, harder than most, and I know it. It's pained me over the years to be forced to sit back watching you suffer your trials." Gritting his teeth, Harry swallowed his rage. Very few knew the details of the abuse he'd suffered at the hands of the Dursleys. Hermione, of course, knew the whole story. Remus and Sirius knew pieces and parts of the story, and Minerva none at all. Based on the discussion he'd had with Stephen Granger, the male dentist, Granger and his better half had sussed out the substance, but not the details of the events of his childhood. He talked about it with no one. Now, Albus Dumbledore was all but admitting that he was aware of the abuse Harry had suffered at the hands of his relatives the entire time it was happening. No wonder his first Hogwarts letter had been addressed to the cupboard under the stairs. In a moment of clarity, Harry realized that life seemed to be repeating itself. Once again, Dumbledore was painting himself a victim of Harry's suffering. Just like the end of 5th year the first time through, the headmaster was pushing all Harry's buttons to achieve an end of his own making. Little did Albus realize that his game was known and thus the deception uncovered. The old headmaster sighed, taking Harry's tense frame for shame, not rage. "Harry, it's not your fault that your family has been so unpleasant. Headmaster, would you please get to the point? I'd rather not discuss my relatives. You've done nothing wrong, Harry." "I'm very aware of that, Professor. Please, get to the point." Dumbledore nodded. Sadly, his condescension palpable. Only Minerva's consoling hand on his arm kept Harry in his chair. "As I said, I'm concerned about your well-being. After your unpleasant upbringing, I'm not sure that Sirius is the best choice for a guardian. Your behavior has altered since he entered your life, and the changes haven't always been for the best." "Professor, I'm not sure how this is any of your business," Harry began. "True, it's none of my business," the old man interrupted. "But I was a close friend of your parents, and I'd like to think that we're close as well. I care, Harry, and that's why I'm telling you this. You never had a lot of friends, but you've become even more isolated." "Because I'm not friends with Ron Weasley anymore." Harry spat. Minerva's hand tightened on his forearm, causing Harry to subside. "Partly. You've withdrawn from those about you and don't reach out to your peers." Utterly confounded, Harry turned to Minerva, looking for some kind of sanity. Since coming back in time, Harry had reached out to more people in a short amount of time than he'd ever done in his life. Finding a bewildered expression on her face as well, Harry turned back to the headmaster, stunned. "Harry, I think it best for you to live away from your godfather. His anger towards me at the Longbottoms was shocking in its intensity. That isn't healthy. Are you ever afraid when with him? Has he ever hurt you?" "You're unbelievable," Harry whispered. Gaining strength, Harry told the old man, "I was whipped bloody at the Dursleys and you never intervened. Sirius is one of the best men I've ever known, and now you want to help me." "Headmaster, if this is all you've to talk about, I believe this discussion is over." Minerva freed Harry's arm, a silent agreement that it was time to leave. Before Harry could stand, Dumbledore rumbled, "We are not done, Harry. This is no light matter. I've already raised my concerns with the Child Protective Services at the Ministry. They are calling upon Sirius even now. In order for him to keep custody of you, he'll need to demonstrate his fitness." Harry began to growl. It was a deep rumbling organic voice born deep in his which spread through the room. The entire family had been wrong. There was a way that Dumbledore could affect Harry. Hermione was not his only weak spot. Sirius, Remus, Dora, Minerva, all the family, all those whom Harry loved were possible subjects to be targeted by those who wished to harm the boy who lived. Recognizing that Harry was on the verge of completely losing control, Minerva stood before shoving Harry toward the door of the office. "Leave. Now. Go to my office and await me there." When he didn't leave, but stood there glaring at the headmaster, she reiterated, "Now, Potter." After a minuscule nod, Harry departed. He stalked down the hallways to the offices of the head of Gryffindor House. There was one quick detour to the Gryffindor dormitories, however. Collecting 2 items, a half-Kneasel crossbreed and a person, was necessary. 20 20 minutes later, a red-faced Minerva McGonagall stormed into her office to find Harry and Hermione Potter waiting for her. The screaming match she'd just had with the headmaster had driven her direction to Harry out of her mind, so she was a tad surprised to find the two in her rooms. Silently beckoning them to her quarters, she strode through the door and headed directly to her liquor cabinet. 3 glasses were half filled with whiskey and finished before anyone said anything. Harry was still red-faced with anger. Hermione was pale, but Minerva could tell she was angry as well. "We're leaving. Between the mounting Death Eater attacks and that long-haired pinhead in his tower, we've had enough," Hermione announced. Indicating 2 scrolls on Minerva's writing desk, she added, "Those are our resignations from school. May we use your flow to leave the school grounds? He's not going to let you go. He'll tell the DMLE that you've been kidnapped or some such story." Harry smiled grimly. "We're headed to the DMLE first and then to the offices of the Daily Prophet. We're going to borrow a page from Sirius' book and use the press to our advantage." Minerva shook her head. "How did it get so bad?" she lamented. Hermione approached the older witch before embracing her. "The students need you here, Minerva. Take care of yourself. Please visit often. You know where to find us. Hi Mum. Hi Dad. Hermione. Why are you here? Are you hurt?" Seeing Harry come in the door behind her daughter, Alice rolled on with her questions. "Harry. Are you hurt, sweetie? What happened?" The Grangers had just sat down to a late lunch with Sirius and Dora when the teens slouched in the family dining room. Sirius sighed, making the connection quickly between the teens' arrival and the supposed outcome of the discussion with the headmaster. "Didn't go well, Harry was surprised to hear the question from Stephen Granger. With a glum expression, Harry silently shook his head. Hermione, though, was still furious. "Did the Child Protective Services come here?" she demanded of Sirius. With a smirk, Padfoot replied, "They tried. Bounced off the wards 3 times. An hour or so later, an owl swooped in with a note demanding that I admit them. I ignored it. They didn't seem to understand that I can't admit them, but I wasn't about to disclose that minor point. It's so much more fun this way." Harry rolled his eyes as he plopped down in his seat. Pouring a glass of ale, he took a long draught. It had been a busy morning. After leaving Minerva's office, they'd popped to the ministry atrium. Sending a note to Auror headquarters brought Dora out to see them. A quick exchange brought them to Rufus Scrimgeour's office. Harry didn't know the man from a hole in the wall, but didn't like the evaluative look the leonine old Auror gave him. "What can I do for you, Mr. Potter and Miss Granger?" he asked as Tonks let herself out of her boss's office. "This may be very odd, but we're here to let you know that we've withdrawn from Hogwarts of our own free will. We're under no coercion whatsoever." The Auror's eyebrows jumped to his hairline. That is odd." "Why?" Harry chuckled. "Why do we think we're that important?" When Scrimgeour nodded, Harry elaborated, "I've had a fairly unpleasant discussion with the headmaster and decided to take advantage of my godfather's permission to withdraw from Hogwarts in order to be tutored at home." Hermione chimed in, "I'll be studying with Harry. My parents gave written permission for me to withdraw as well." A slight grin formed on Rufus Scrimgeour's face. "I assume you'd like me to test you for the Imperious, compulsion charms and the like." Harry nodded, this time causing Scrimgeour to chuckle in his turn. "It's a pretty good alibi to have the head Auror be able to say you're on the up and up." Now Harry smiled, seeing that Scrimgeour would play along. 40 minutes later, they used Scrimgeour's flow to head to the Prophet's offices. Investigative reporter James Shanahan took enough notes during their 40-minute interview to cover 2.5 feet of parchment. Out of the corner of his eye, Harry could see Rita Skeeter 3 desks away. The Animagus Cum reporter was fuming because she was unable to eavesdrop due to Hermione's privacy ward, and it was obvious to all and sundry that something juicy was afoot. The boy who lived and his girlfriend didn't pop into the Prophet in the middle of the school day for the fun of it. Drifting out of his reverie, Harry asked, "I'm sorry, I was wool gathering." "What did you say?" Alice repeated herself. "What happened with the headmaster?" Hermione gave a quick synopsis of the discussion, leaving out Harry's conclusion regarding the headmaster's awareness and complicity in Harry's upbringing. She needn't have bothered with the omission. He knew, the hard voice of Stephen Granger announced. "He knew that your relatives mistreated you and he did nothing. That bastard." Not looking up from his plate, Harry nodded. Hermione wrapped her arm about Harry's shoulders while all at the table absorbed the monstrosity of Stephen's statement. "You'll never set foot in that castle again, Hermione Jane." This time it was Alice. Hermione nodded her agreement. Turning to Sirius, she scolded the pad-footed one. "You need to answer up to the Child Protective Service investigators. You can't ignore them. Eventually, you'll have a warrant issued for your arrest and you'll be back to square one." "Without the Dementors, though," Dora observed. "Fine, fine. I'll talk to the nice wizards and witches that want to take my godson away." Hermione rolled her eyes, huffed and resumed her meal. She didn't notice Harry and Sirius watching her antics with fond expressions. Later that night, Padfoot received an owl from Moony telling him that he'd given his 2-week notice. Dumbledore hadn't been pleased. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore didn't rant and rave when angered. He burned with a cold fire. His mannerisms became clipped and his tone formal. Remus had told them in his missive that, "You'd have thought I took his woman and his dog by the way he talked to me." From the security of Harry's arms, Hermione observed, "I'm sure to Dumbledore, Remus was involved in taking the next best thing to a wife and dog, his successor as the leader of the light. I'm sure there's a joke about country music in here somewhere, I just can't find it," Sirius muttered. "Hermione, do you have a second?" Alice asked. Beckoning her daughter out of the room, Alice led the way back to the Granger parents' rooms. Harry had Dobby set Stephen and Alice into one of the larger suites in the house that had its own sitting room, bedroom, luxury bath and even a small dining area. When the mother and daughter had settled in front of the fire in the sitting room, Alice turned to her daughter as she asked, "How long have you been sleeping with Harry?" Completely taken aback, Hermione floundered, We've taken naps together." Holding up her hand for Hermione to stop, Alice countered, "Daughter of mine, I know you too well. Show a little respect for me by not lying to me when I know full well that you're not telling the truth. Lest you also forget, I met your father when he and I were 10 years old. I never dated any boy or man other than Stephen Granger. I know what it's like to be 14 and completely in love with your chosen one." Her expression softened as Hermione picked at the hem of her blouse. Finally, the younger woman admitted, "It's wonderful. When it's with someone you love, it is wonderful." With a sad smile, Alice asked, "Are you being safe?" When Hermione nodded, Alice let loose a sigh of relief. By her expression, it was obvious an unpleasant thought had just occurred to her. "Harry didn't coerce you into his bed, did he?" Rolling her eyes at her mother's absurdity, Hermione chastised her parent, "Mother, please. When has anyone made me do something I didn't want to do?" "True." She sighed again before explaining, "It can be hard sometimes. One day it seems like just yesterday you were a newborn babe in my arms and here we are." After a long silence where they watched the pine log fire spit and crackle, Alice told her daughter, "I'm not going to insult you by telling you that because you're only 14 you aren't equipped to participate in an adult-loving relationship." She snorted softly, "You were more mature than most 40-year-olds when you were 4, so your maturity has never been an issue. At the same time, Pumpkin, you are only 14 and Harry is your first boyfriend. Despite your maturity, you do lack experience." Alice took a steadying breath before baldly stating, "I think you're making a mistake. Please consider slowing your relationship with Harry." Seeing the color flushing her daughter's face, Alice pushed on quickly, "I really like him, sweetie, and if you two end up married in quite a few years," they both chuckled at Alice's emphasis as it dispelled some of the tension in the room, "if you stay together, I'd be very happy to call Harry, son." Screwing up her face and slowly shaking her head, "But honey, Harry was abused as a boy and that breaks something in a person. He'll need to see a psychiatrist or counselor of some kind. He's not weak or insane, but he's hurt, honey, and he needs help to become well again." Leaning forward, her elbows on her thighs, Alice softly told her daughter, "You can't fix him, baby. He needs real help. Andromeda can set us up with someone he can talk to." Hermione interrupted her mother with a sad smile, "I know very well that I can't fix him, Mum. He knows it too. If you haven't figured it out yet, Harry's pretty stubborn so he doesn't adapt to big changes in his life very well. Let's give it some time living here with us, Sirius, Remus and Dora. He needs his family to solidify around him before he can begin to heal." Her open expression hardened for a moment, "But know this, Mum, Harry is my top priority over everything else. Alice was only slightly surprised by this declaration, expecting a statement along the lines of, "I love him forever." Or, "He needs me." Alice hadn't imagined such a mature, reasoned statement from her academically inclined daughter. Thinking on the impact of Harry being top priority, Alice cautioned, "Don't do anything rash, sweetheart. Knowing you and from what I know of Harry, neither of you are going to leap before you look." This caused Hermione to smile at the irony of her mother's statement, but, "Don't box yourself into a corner." Hermione was becoming more frustrated as the conversation progressed. She wanted to shout, "Harry and I have been married for almost 3 years." But that would disclose the secret. Looking at her behavior from her mum's perspective, and with her mum's knowledge, all of Alice's statements and exhortations were very wise, even restrained in their moderation. However, Alice Granger didn't have the full story. Not even close to the full story, and as a result, Hermione felt so torn that she wanted to cry in frustration. "We won't, Mum," Hermione replied to her mother's well-intentioned caution. "We'll be as mature about our relationship as we can be." Standing, she told her mum, "I've a letter to write to Luna, I'll see you at dinner." Boy Who lived hounded by Dumbledore. "That'll get another reaction," Sirius observed. "I'm thinking Fox'll be here by lunch, tea at the latest," Harry offered as he slathered marmalade on his toast. "We may even be graced with an attempted visit from the Supreme Mugwump himself." The roar of the fireplace in the entry hall caused Harry and Sirius to tense. The rest of the household was still asleep or gone. Dora had stumbled through the dining room 10 minutes before on her way to the flow. Harry and Sirius traded a glance. Neither said a thing, but both shifted forms before slinking out of the dining room. They ran into Remus in the hallway. He was carrying a valise and his pockets were bulging. "Albus. Decided that I needn't wait for my 2 weeks to leave." Sirius changed back to his human form, he was that angry. "You could say that," Moony replied as he headed for breakfast. Once they all settled into their meal, Remus cleared his throat. "Harry, I really appreciate you letting me stay here. Remus, if you start getting wonky about staying here rent-free, I'm going to curse your bollocks off. Your family, get that through your skull. You have a room or set of rooms in any Potter property until 5 minutes after you stop breathing." "Stop bringing this up." Harry's annoyance broke through his sarcasm. Swallowing his pride, Remus nodded. "So what's on the agenda for today?" "Runes. Dunno, let's ask the boss when she wakes up." After shoveling an enormous amount of porridge and honey in his mouth, Padfoot eventually swallowed it. With an exaggerated sense of excitement, he told his fellow marauders, "I'm going to play nice with the nice witches and wizards who want to take my godson away." His distaste was evident on his features. "After today's headlines, I hope they won't be as harsh as they could have been," Harry observed. Shrugging, Sirius scooped up another enormous spoonful of the sugary oaty goodness masquerading as a breakfast cereal. Just as he was about to shovel it into his mouth, the sticky mass disappeared. "Sirius Black, if you won't eat like a Christian, you won't eat at all." The 3 men turned simultaneously to see a sleep-addled Hermione standing in the doorway tapping her wand on her thigh. "What did you do with my porridge?" Sirius asked in a horrified whisper. Confused, Hermione replied, "I vanished it." His eyes wide as he stared at his empty spoon, Padfoot whispered, "You vanished my porridge." Remus chuckled as he forked some eggs. Padfoot's had a near reverence for porridge all the time I've known him. "Don't mess with his porridge." Sliding into the seat opposite Sirius and next to Harry, Hermione apologized, "Sorry, Sirius. I'll make a deal, you don't eat like Ron Weasley and I won't vanish your porridge." "You vanished my porridge." He was inspecting the underside of his spoon as if the porridge had slithered underneath the spoon to hide. "Sirius." His gaze slowly broke from the empty spoon. "Fine. But no more vanishing my porridge." "Fine," Hermione conceded with a sigh. "Fine," Sirius pouted. Rolling her eyes, Hermione turned to Harry, "Dad's birthday is next month. Let's go to Diagon to get him something." "Sure, we'll take the day off." Not looking up from his meal, Remus told the duo, "I'm coming with you." "Moony, we don't need bodyguards. I can kick your ass with one hand behind my back. What's Alistair say?" "Fine," Harry pouted, not bothering to shout, constant vigilance. "Fine," Remus rejoined with a smirk. How many roads must a man walk down, before you call him a man?" Harry looked up from the curio he was inspecting. Remus was singing under his breath with a poignancy and sadness he'd never heard from Moony. Harry had always known that Remus' affliction had set him apart from the rest of wizarding society, but had never seen the rejection from others with his own two eyes. Walking from shop to shop, he'd seen a few people who obviously knew of Remus' lycanthropy shy away from him, stubbornly refusing to meet his gaze. How many seas must the white dove sail, before she sleeps in the sand? A burning hatred boiled up from deep within the boy who lived. Remus Lupin was far and away the most decent human being he'd ever known, and society treated him like an animal. Remus deserved to be feted for his humanity and giving nature, yet he was shunned. The worst was the children. In a magical appliance shop, a lost young girl had engaged Remus, who had happily played with the tow-headed witch. The young girl's mother had hurried over and was on the verge of thanking Remus for watching over her daughter when she noticed the state of Remus' clothes and his scars. Given the capability of magical medicine, very few injuries leave such heinous marks. The scars, combined with the tatty nature of Remus' clothes, were a neon sign to most adult magicals, which screamed, "Werewolf." With a look of fear, the woman whispered in her daughter's ear. Remus closed his eyes in a long blink in order to avoid seeing the change in the girl's expression. For a moment, surprise held the friendly open expression on the girl's face before fear overshadowed all. Moments later, the girl was whisked away. Yes, and how many times must the cannonballs fly, before they're forever banned? The answer, my friend, is blowin' in the wind. The answer is blowin' in the wind. Harry watched Hermione sidle up to their friend. With a sad expression, she wrapped an arm around him before laying her head on his. "We love you, Moony." Remus sighed before returning the hug. "Thanks, Longtooth." Joining his family, Harry told the older man, "Fongham Moony. We got you and you got us." With a hint of a tear, Remus nodded in agreement. "What more do I need?" Hermione held up a never-ending teapot charmed for oolong tea, Stephen's favorite. Harry flipped her his money pouch as he and Moony moved outside. Quietly, they leaned on the wall of the shop, watching the sparse shoppers go about their business. A few of the more observant persons did a double take when they recognized Harry, but fortunately, those people also had manners and didn't flock to him. "How do you do it, Remus?" Knowing exactly what his pseudo-nephew was talking about, Moony shrugged. "It's been happening all my life. I suppose I'm used to it by now." His green eyes narrow, Harry countered, "Doesn't make it any easier, I expect." Softly, Remus agreed, "No. It doesn't." Turning to the werewolf, Harry felt his admiration for the man ratchet up a few more notches. Remus wasn't perfect by any means, but he was still the most decent, human and caring person Harry ever had or would know. Harry's praise was cut off by an explosion. Turning and crouching at the same time, Harry and Remus searched for the source of the detonation. 2 blocks up the alley, a cloud of dust obscured everything. Eyes narrowing, Harry searched for dark-robed targets. "Where are they?" Hermione asked from behind her husband. She'd just exited the shop when the blasting curse blew up the front of what turned out to be the Pear Tree Tea Shop. It was no coincidence that it was a Muggle-born owned and operated business. Hermione had already shrunken and stowed their present for Stephen. Drawing her wand, she stood next to Harry, who was flanked on the other side by Moony. "We should leave," Remus advised. Incredulous, Harry turned to his friend. "Harry, you're 13, Remus subtly reminded the boy who lived about underage magic laws. "And people are dying up there. I can't stand back when it's in my face, Moony." Hermione plucked at his sleeve. Turning back to her, he found himself branded by her. After a short moment, she pulled back. "Let's go," she told him. Harry turned back to Remus, who acquiesced with a shake of his head. Together they made their way up the alley, wands drawn. The dust and debris made target identification difficult. With their faces a smooth mask of determination, Harry took point heading into the murk, Hermione on his shoulder. Remus was rear guard, turning about every few steps to ensure no one was sneaking up behind them. A shape loomed in the dust directly in front of Harry. Instead of calling out, Harry trained his wand on the figure, waiting for his or her action to identify them. "Help," the figure coughed. To be safe, Harry incanted, "Stupefy." As the figure slumped to the cobbles, Hermione rushed forward to find an old man with a nasty head wound. A quick healing spell followed by touching the man's zip pull while muttering, "Portus," was the most she could do for the man. After the wizard portkeyed to St. Mungo's, she rejoined the male members of the fire team. Under her breath, she muttered, "Let's go." 2 more blasting curses flattened another building ahead of them, sending more dust and debris into the air. "This," Harry snarled. "Hominem revealo." He incanted, followed by, "Go." Hermione was ready. As each person was illuminated by the spell, she and Harry rapid-fire cast the stunning spell. This neutralized over a dozen people in front of them in 10 seconds or so. Their actions were observed, though. A spell screamed by Harry's cheek from behind. Instinct caused him to throw himself to the ground as he felt the curse coming. Remus wheeled 90 degrees as he cast a spread of reductor curses at knee level. He'd recognized the entrail-expelling curse that almost eviscerated Harry. The gloves were off and he was bringing the hammer. A scream heralded the success of his efforts. Aiming at the cries of pain, he cast 3 paralysis curses. The third cut off the essence screams. From his knees, Harry unleashed a spell that he privately called the chain gun. It was a curse that Hermione had created to deal with large numbers of opponents. With a deft swipe of his wand from left to right, he cast 50 piercing charms. Now the screams were coming fast and furious. Overhead, the glittering green of the dark mark leered down on the heroes. Hermione was incanting an old spell to create a strong wind which would blow away the obscuring cloud of dust and debris. Jabbing her wand to the north, she finished, Zephyr. Like the Greek god of the wind, the resulting blast scoured the alley clean of the dust, which had been obscuring their vision. Remus joined his young friends to see 8 Death Eaters and 2 unlucky shoppers on the ground in front of them, bleeding from a series of holes across their torsos. Harry saw that 4 of the fools were dead while he, Hermione and Remus moved to stabilize the innocent bystanders. Turning back, they found another Death Eater immobilized on the cobbles, his legs shattered below the knee. He was dead, most of his lifeblood pooled on the street. "We need to get out of here, now," Remus insisted. "Who is doing this? Who is coordinating these attacks?" Hermione whispered aloud. Shaking his head in confusion, Harry twisted as he apparated home. Hermione and Remus were a short second behind him. Death Eaters attack Diagon Alley screamed the headline of the Daily Prophet the next day. As usual, Sirius summarized for the other residents. They captured 4, 5 were killed by the unnamed heroic defenders of the alley, and they believe 3 others were able to escape. Scanning the article, he hummed aloud until he resumed, names of the captured, names of the killed, here we go. Captured were a Jugson, Antonin Dolahov's little sister, and I don't recognize the other 2. Killed were a bunch of people with French names, I don't recognize any of them. French? Hermione asked. Sirius nodded before drinking his coffee. Her bottom lip halfway in her mouth, Hermione was deep in thought when Harry asked, how did they figure 3 others? Spell residue. Of the 17 shoppers killed, there were 3 killed by someone not accounted for by the captured or killed Death Eaters. Harry shook his head, the death toll of the innocent was beginning to mount already. Remus and Hermione were whispering off to the side when Stephen asked the question that was bothering Moony and Longtooth, why the French? Snape, maybe. Alice postulated. Harry and Sirius furrowed their brows as Alice explained, he was seen in Bavaria near the New Year, right? So maybe he's recruiting other pureblood supremacists to come here and support the Death Eater cause. They have enough to do in their own countries, though. So why are they coming here? Sirius asked the room. Remus and Hermione must have come to a resolution, and an unpleasant one at that. She looked at the table with dread while Remus scrubbed his face. After a long moment, Moony replied to Sirius' unanswered question. Maybe Snape's offered them an incentive, a pale-faced Remus offered. Like what? Sirius rejoined. Voldemort's return, Hermione whispered. Dueling practice picked up at Rowan Hill. Remus warded one of the larger lumber rooms to be an indoor training room. A few space expansion charms and a host of runes to protect the surfaces of the room resulted in a room that covered an even acre of space in which they could train. Stephen and Alice attended the first sparring session. Sirius, Remus and Tonks were to melee against Harry and Hermione. Alice had protested the teaming until Sirius chuckled. We'll see how long we can last against them. I'm hoping for 2 minutes. The puzzled Grangers stepped behind the glowing spectator barrier and settled down to watch the show. The older warriors missed the mark as they only lasted 107 seconds until they were incapacitated. Harry had a bruised shoulder from Dora's bludgeoning hex, but Hermione was unmarked. Stunned by the display of combat prowess by the two teens, Alice asked, "How?" Harry shrugged as Hermione lied, "We've done a bit of practicing at school. With all the adventures that seem to pop up, we decided to practice a bit." Alice absently nodded her acceptance while Stephen watched his daughter, his frown deepening. He said nothing for a long moment before turning away. Harry looked to Hermione and found her expression to be troubled. Watching the retreating back of the eldest Granger, Harry couldn't help but wonder if they'd just given themselves away. "Come on, midnight. Round 2. Turning to Sirius, Harry nodded and drew his wand. Hermione was reading the latest letter from Luna over tea. One of the biggest regrets Hermione had regarding their early leaving of full-time education was being separated from her friend. In her initial letter to the girl, Hermione had expressed extreme regret for leaving her friend behind. Luna's reply had sent Hermione into a fit of giggles. The Ravenclaw had decided that Neville would be a suitable boyfriend, so he would have to pick up the free time that Hermione had opened by leaving. Harry's letter wasn't nearly so light-hearted. With a frown, he handed it to his wife. "What's Minerva have to say?" she asked lightly. "We may have a problem with the twins," Harry replied seriously. The smartest witch of the age frowned as she settled into the missive. By the end, her brow was furrowed and she was chewing her lip. Apparently, there had been a rash of violent incidents that all happened to revolve around children of prominent pureblood bigots. Most were also suspected to have been Death Eaters. Minerva had pulled Fred and George into her office, but the twins had successfully stonewalled her, admitting nothing. Turning to Harry, she told him, "Write to Fred and George, have them meet us in the Honeydukes tunnel tomorrow night. We've got to nip this in the bud." "What's up with your dad?" Harry asked. Stephen had been quiet the past few days. Since the sparring session, he'd been very reserved and introspective. When around his daughter and her boyfriend, he'd watched them like a hawk. "I don't know," she replied as they made their way up the tunnel toward school. "He's only quiet like this when he's upset or ill. I asked Mum and he's neither." With a quick flick of her wrist, Hermione created a floating orb of light which illuminated their section of tunnel. They settled down to wait for the twins as they pondered Stephen Granger. Harry had become quite attached to his father-in-law. The man was more father-like than serious and more emotionally available than Remus. There was a vague feeling of disapprobation from the man when he was around the teens lately, and it disturbed Harry. He didn't want to come between Hermione and her parents, but in the end would never step aside. Full well did Harry know what his life would become without his bushy-haired witch, and he would never go back to where he'd been for that desolate year in Cornwall years from now. As his musings ran their course, he heard the humpbacked witch grind open. Nudging Hermione, he stood and helped her to her feet. Moments later, the ginger-haired twins were revealed by Hermione's light. "Hey fellas," Harry greeted. Nods from the twins were accompanied by forced smiles and jocularity. After the third joke about Harry and Hermione having, the couple exchanged a glance. "Enough," Harry declared. Fred and George frowned while crossing their arms. "I'll get to the point," Harry began. "Are you two hunting the purebloods?" "McGonagall wrote you, did she?" Fred asked while scowling. "Doesn't matter, but yes, she did," Hermione replied. Snorting in derision, George countered, "If we are, it would be a bit hypocritical of you two to get on our tits about it, don't you think?" "It's entirely different," Hermione answered. "Really?" Fred scowled. "I'm sure it is." Harry rolled his eyes. "Look, we're on the same side, so ease up, It's just not right to be hurting and possibly killing these kids." "Like the Malfoys?" George asked as he sneered. "They earned their little spot in hell," Hermione answered. "Which is the whole point, but don't try to get us off topic. You don't know that these kids are guilty. You're lashing out because of what happened. Yeah, they killed our bloody parents, Granger. They killed Mum and Dad. We've a right to hit back." George was panting in his emotion. Fred placed a calming hand on his shoulder. "I understand, I really do," Harry told the twins. "Of anyone we know, I understand. But if you start hurting or even killing random people, you become just like the Death Eaters. You become the thing which killed Arthur and Molly. Do you think your mum would be proud of what you've done?" This caused both boys to collapse in on themselves. Fred slid down the wall he was leaning on while George stared into the dark of the tunnel. They knew Molly would be horrified at their actions. Randomly attacking Slytherins who were pure-blooded wouldn't be high on the hit parade of Arthur and Molly Weasley. We can't just sit back and do nothing, Fred whispered as he held his head in his hands. I'm not suggesting you do nothing. Harry paused for a second, contemplating. Finally, he asked, how's your occlumency? George shrugged, not sure. We practice most every day for an hour or so, but we've no one to test us. Drawing his wand, Harry pointed it at Fred as he incanted, Legilimens. Harry reached out to test his ginger-haired friend's shields. Slowly, he slithered about, looking for openings, fissures to exploit. Fred's shields felt like rough-hewn wood, serviceable but not sophisticated. Finding no entry points, he reared back and assaulted with brute force. Imagining a diamond-hard spike of energy, Harry drove forward against his friend's mental shields. Once, twice and yet a third time, he attempted to breach Fred's occlumatic shields. On the third run, Harry felt the shields begin to weaken, but they were good enough. He doubted anyone short of Snape or Voldemort would tie down the lads in order to lay a mental siege in order to breach Fred's defenses. Ending the spell, Harry's vision came into focus. Fred was pale and sweaty, but his expression was firm. Harry gave him a satisfied nod before turning his attention to George where he found similar results. Turning to Hermione, he told her, they're good enough. Nodding, she flicked her wand, creating 2 comfortable sofas. A few warming charms made the tunnel a bit more livable. Get comfortable lads, we've quite a story to tell you. Dear Lord. That has been most people's reaction, Hermione observed. Fred sat there silently as George muttered to himself. How did we die? George eventually asked. I don't know. I never asked your dad and no one offered to tell us. Fred finally leveled his gaze on the boy who lived and asked, what do we need to do to prevent all that from happening? Harry deferred to his better half when she told the twins, right now, we need you to be our eyes and ears in the castle. Voldemort has this unhealthy obsession with this school. Although, that could be because I've been here, Harry interjected with a smile. Rolling her eyes, Hermione got back on track, so we need you guys to keep an eye out for stuff that's really out of the ordinary. Watch the pureblood bigots kids. You know the ones we're talking about and not just the ones in Slytherin. But don't attack them, Hermione scowled. Fred regarded the Potters with a considering expression. Why not? We've been through this, Hermione complained. But you two could tell us who the legitimate targets are, Fred objected. Do you really think Dumbledore wouldn't act if his students started dying on his watch? Harry asked softly. He didn't do dick last year with the basilisk and all. George placed a calming hand on his twin's arm. Fred subsided a bit before muttering, Mum and Dad, to himself. Reminding himself of his moral compass seemed to reorient the fifth-year student. Fine, but we're not playing rounders anymore. This is full-on Quidditch with real bludgers. I'm not going to cast stunners when the bastards are casting unforgivables. Harry nodded, fair enough. But don't go hunting without talking to us first. Deal. George nodded, deal. Watch over Neville and Luna for us, will you boys? Hermione asked. Sure, Fred agreed as he dusted off his robes before they headed back to the school. Once they heard the humpbacked witch entry grind shut, Hermione asked her husband, do you think they'll keep on with the attacks? I hope not, Harry replied. Dumbledore has to be furious already. If it keeps on, he'll twig them eventually. And then he'll be on to us. Hey you two, Sirius greeted them when they returned to Rowan Hill. I need to talk to you. When Sirius shut the door of the Lord's study, he turned to the Potters, his expression downcast. What's up? Harry asked. The Child Protective Service people were more understanding of our situation given the article in the Prophet, but they still want to talk to you, he jerked his chin at Harry. About what? Me. They point blank told me that they have concerns regarding my mental stability in the aftermath of so many years around the Dementors. Harry waved off his godfather's fears, that's easy. I'll tell them that you're a model of mental health. You make me talk about everything, don't let me drink alcohol, make me go to church and forbid me from dating. Oh, you also make me eat my vegetables. Sirius was grinning at the end of Harry's litany. Ruffling Midnight's hair, he muttered, putz. Joking aside, if they are going to hinge any decision on my input, we're in the clear, Harry concluded. Maybe, Hermione corrected. What's with your, maybe, they're Longtooth? Sirius scowled. Honestly, she huffed. This is Albus Dumbledore we're talking about. He won't give up easily and he's not without supporters. We underestimate him at our peril. Great, Harry whinged. I've got a certified Dark Lord to kill all the while keeping the Light Lord at arm's distance. Joy. Shut up, Sirius scolded as he chucked a book at his godson. Wrapping her arm about Harry's, she looked lovingly at the two men while reassuring them, it'll be all right. We've got each other and in the end, that's all that matters. Right. Holy fawning fong. Hermione rolled her eyes and almost told Harry to go ahead and curse normally. Almost. They had been roaming over the grounds of Rowan Hill while in their animagus forms. It was freeing for the couple to run, leap and sprint through the woods as Longtooth and Midnight. The hardwood forest that ringed Snowdon provided ample scenes of beauty for them to marvel. They'd just stumbled upon one. It was a dell that opened to the west and the sea. At the base, there was a small spring, which fed a clear pool, which in turn bubbled over into a brook of the cleanest water. The small snow-white flowers that ringed the area scented the air with an aroma that for a moment, made the time-traveling teens think it was springtime and not the end of January. The hot spring kept the entire dell warm, creating an artificial springtime. The thick spongy moss was a carpet of green upon which Harry had just settled. Hermione shifted form before she curled up behind Harry, pulling him into her embrace. Despite the hot spring, the air had a bit of bite in it. Harry leaned back into her embrace and sighed. It had been a hard few weeks since they'd decided to forego full-time education, as Fred and George had once said. The interview with the Child Protective Services agent had been uncomfortable. Abiding his self-imposed rule that only family was allowed inside the wards of Rowan Hill, Harry and Sirius had used the flow to travel to the ministry offices. Despite being magical, the ministry was a bureaucracy which meant that there were endless offices in a labyrinthine passageway system that made Gringotts seem like an open field. Becoming frustrated, Sirius wrote a quick note to Eric McDonnell, the agent assigned to their case, before casting the Find Me charm on the note. Watching the paper fold itself, Harry wondered why there weren't any maps of the facility. Using the magical paper airplane like Ariadne's string, they followed it for 10 minutes until it landed on a nondescript desk in a warren of cubicles. A youngish man was buried under a mountain of parchment while he grumbled to himself. Clearing his throat, Sirius announced their presence. "Ah, my Lord Black and Mr. Potter," the man jovially greeted the duo. Glancing at his pocket watch, McDonnell mused, "Right on time." "Capital." Gesturing with his hand, he beckoned them, "We'll just adjourn to a conference room for some privacy." He tucked a thick stack of files and parchment under his arm before leading the way. When Harry closed the door behind him, McDonnell absently cast a series of privacy charms. "Just give me a minute," McDonnell asked as he arranged the forms and reports on the table provided. Satisfied, he smiled at the duo. "Gentlemen, with the disclosures that have been run in the newspaper, I think we all are aware of the motive behind the opening of this investigation. However," he looked apologetically to Sirius, "there is still sufficient cause for CPS to look into the situation." Harry's eyes narrowed a bit when McDonnell bluntly continued, 12 years of exposure to Dementors is enough to drive anyone mad, my lord. I've read through the reports of the 3 mind healers that you had interviews with and to be frank, I'm astounded." Lifting one report, the read aloud, "Despite a lingering adolescent immaturity, there appears to be no permanent damage to the subject by his exposure to Dementors. There are occasional episodes that the subject can escape without outside intervention. These episodes are severe in occurrence, but infrequent. Nevertheless, the occurrence indicates the need for therapy, but on the whole, the subject is fit for guardianship." Looking Sirius in the eye, McDonnell gushed, "How did you manage to stave off the effects, sir?" "Healthy living," Sirius quipped. Rolling his eyes, Harry nudged his godfather. "Fine," he grumbled, "I'm an animagus. When the Dementors were near, I shifted form. That and the fact that I was innocent helped me stay sane." McDonnell was scribbling notes furiously. After he finished, he told the dark-haired wizards across from him, "As far as your guardianship, Mr. Potter, the will of your parents can't be found. We've been checking and Gringotts is in an uproar. Now that you've assumed control of your inheritance, I'd ask you to check your family vaults to see if there's a copy there for safekeeping." Sirius frowned. "Did you check with Maturin, Tonks and Aubrey?" "They were James's solicitors." "We did. Apparently the file for James and Lily Potter did not contain the will in question." The investigating Auror personally checked after the paralegal reported the file empty. As such, he indicated an unspoken apology with his hands. There is no legal designated succession for guardianship of Mr. Potter. Personally, I believe you, my lord, when you tell me that you're Mr. Potter's godfather, but that isn't a legal document. Since the only blood relatives are Muggles. What are you talking about? Harry is my second cousin, Sirius interjected. This took McDonald by surprise. Flipping through the file, he eventually regarded Sirius with confusion. Harry's grandmother was Doria Potter, née Black. Doria Black was my father's older sister. Oh, McDonald replied lamely. And the Muggle relatives you referred to earlier have abdicated all guardianship responsibilities to me using all the correct Muggle forms. I also have the magical forms as well. He passed over a packet of papers that he'd picked up from the solicitors the day before. These are notarized copies, feel free to keep them. This complicates matters, McDonald muttered. Speaking for the first time, Harry asked, why is that? Well, you see, as far as I knew, this was a simple case of a minor with no designated guardian. The process is simple. Interested persons may apply for guardianship. There is a hearing where the parties press their claim, the minor in question can voice their preference and then a judge decides. This, he waved at the papers Sirius provided, complicate matters in that everything points to my Lord Black assuming your guardianship, but we are lacking a judge's order. Also, we have one other person who has already applied for guardianship of you. Tapping his chin for a moment, McDonald thought. Finally, he stood, I'm going to check on a few things, I should be back in a half hour. Would you like to stay here or return at a later date? We'd like to wrap this up if at all possible. We'll wait, Sirius told the man. When they were alone, Harry scowled. No will. No listing of our familial relation. No record of the Dursleys telling me to off. Some mystery person wanting to be my guardian. What the Padfoot? His eyes closed, Sirius rubbed the bridge of his nose. I sure as hell hope that the other person isn't Dumbledore. Opening his eyes, he gave his godson a significant look. We may have to go for broke if he is. Grimacing, Harry nodded his understanding. After 10 minutes of waiting, Harry conjured a pack of cards and a cribbage board. Sirius took to the game with a will and they'd just finished their third game by the time McDonald returned, an older man in tow. My lord, Mr. Potter, this is Wilfred Ellinger, he's the juvenile court judge who usually rules on custody and guardianship cases. When the greetings and handshakes had run their course, the four men sat while McDonald explained, I've explained to his lordship the twists and turns of the situation and he had graciously chosen to personally review the situation. Harry smirked internally. Sometimes it paid off being the boy who lived, godson of Sirius Black. Ellinger read through the papers Sirius had provided, grunting when he finished them. Harry interpreted it as a satisfied grunt, and not a why are you bothering me grunt. 10 years of living with Vernon Dursley did pay off from time to time. Finally, the older man leaned back in his chair while fixing Harry with a beady-eyed gaze. Lord Harry, the man began. How did you come to be in the custody of Mr. and Mrs. V. Dursley of Surrey? Out of the corner of his eye, Harry saw McDonald set up a transcription quill and parchment. I'm told that Headmaster Dumbledore arranged for my placement on their doorstep on midnight the night after my parents were slaughtered, my lord. Deputy Headmistress McGonagall was present that night. Despite her strong objections to my placement there, the headmaster overrode her and left me there. She told me that he left my relatives a note to explain my appearance. Stunned, Ellinger repeated, on the step with a note. Yes, my lord. Bewildered at the lunacy of Dumbledore's actions, Ellinger continued while McDonald took notes. Moses in the bulrushes. Would you prefer to live with your aunt and uncle or with my Lord Black? Harry outright laughed. My lord, I mean no disrespect, but my relatives tried to beat the magic out of me on more than one occasion. My back is covered with scars from the loving attentions of my aunt and uncle. On the other hand, my Lord Black has been most welcoming, accommodating and, dare I even say, loving in his bringing me into his household. I would much rather prefer to live with my Lord Black. McDonald and Ellinger gaped at Harry. Dumbledore placed you with these animals. Harry mutely nodded. Did he ever check up on you? I'm unaware if he did. I've just found out that he commissioned a squib to live in the area to watch over me. She lived 2 blocks away. Not looking up from the transcription quill, McDonald snorted at the ridiculousness of Mrs. Figg's location compared with her mission as a minder. Ellinger grumbled before announcing, "We can end this farce right now, but there will be a price. I can sign all the paperwork awarding my Lord Black custody and guardianship of you, Lord Harry, but you will have to make a fairly explicit statement regarding your treatment while you resided with your relatives and Albus Dumbledore's involvement therein. This statement will be part of the public record. I tell no secrets when I inform you that he has already applied for guardianship of you also, but it will be a cold day in hell when I let him have custody of you." Grimacing, Harry asked, "How explicit?" Understanding Harry's reticence, Ellinger replied, "Enough, Lord Harry, that anyone who reads the report will know exactly what happened for the instances you describe." Scrubbing his face, Harry swore under his breath. Sirius placed a steadying hand on his godson's shoulder. Resignedly, Harry nodded. "Where do I start? Longtooth, Midnight needs you. He's in his room." Remus and the Grangers watched Hermione hustle out of the drawing room before turning to Sirius for an explanation. The dark-haired wizard slowly meandered to the wet bar where he poured himself a generous tumbler of whiskey. In a low, dangerous voice, Sirius asked, "Did you know that Vernon Dursley tied Harry to the banister before flogging him with an authentic cat-o'-nine-tails? Harry was 5. Petunia threw him down the stairs, breaking his leg. He was 7. Dudley beat Harry under his parents' supervision so many times that Harry lost count, the neighborhood kids under Dudley's coercion. Dursley's sister and her dogs." By the end of Sirius' recitation, tears were coursing down Padfoot's face. A lone tear escaped the staggered expression of Remus Lupin while Alice Granger covered her mouth, tears springing from her eyes. Stephen stared at the wall, his expression set and grim. "If he didn't need me, I'd torture them to death. Azkaban be damned." The next few days, the household opened the paper with bated breath. Since Harry's statements were considered public record, any interested party could read the transcripts. The day after Sirius was awarded custody, the required 2-line announcement was published in the paper under the classified section. Awarded custody, Earl of Blackmore, S. Black, of the minor Earl of Richmond, H. Potter. With a snort, Harry had commented, "So that's what Lady Augusta was on about. I'll be an earl upon my majority. When you pass your owls," Sirius corrected as he finished off an enormous bowl of porridge that was leavened with diced peaches. "Whatever," Harry muttered as he tossed the paper on the table. Scrubbing his face, he turned to Hermione. "Any day, some Rita Skeeter wannabe is going to find that statement and then all hell will break loose." Hermione rubbed his arm in commiseration but said nothing. Not much could be said. Reductor. Cutting. Bone exploding. Decapitation. Blood boiling. Blinding. Curse after curse Harry cast at the training dummies that Remus had created for their dueling room. After 10 spells the first dummy burst into flames, the energy sumps had overflowed its container's construct. He didn't miss a beat. Turning to the opposite corner, Harry continued his barrage on the next dummy. Siege engine. Chain lightning. Detonation. Earth shaker. Still his rage mounted. Still his shame consumed him. Sweat poured off him in rivulets, darkening his shirt, slicking his hands and arms. Silently he destroyed target after target without pause, without remorse. Sometimes the target wore Vernon Dursley's face, sometimes it wore Lord Voldemort's face. Occasionally, it wore the long-bearded visage of Albus Dumbledore. At the doorway, Hermione Potter watched her husband attempt to vent his pain by pouring it out of him in violence and death. She knew him too well, she knew it wouldn't work. When he paused to catch his breath, she hurried to him. Not bothering with trivialities like speech, she wrapped him in her embrace, pulling him into her. For the first time since he was 5 years old, Harry Potter wept for his savage childhood. Hermione wept with him and for him. Tucking her face into his sodden hair, she whispered nothings to him, trying and failing to reassure him that she was there and all would be well in the end. "I love you, Harry. I love you," she repeated in a mantra. In the shadows of the door, Stephen Granger watched. It was 2 days later when the story broke. The headlines shrieked Harry's private humiliation while Dobby reported owls by the dozen bringing letters of condolence. It was at lunch that Fawkes appeared. Harry closed his eyes as the phoenix mournfully trilled his greeting to the boy who lived. Silently, Harry took the rolled parchment from Fawkes' extended leg before he opened the note. Without pause he read it, dropped the note on the table and walked out of the room. With a hint of trepidation, Hermione plucked the letter from the tabletop before reading aloud. Dear Harry, I was chagrined to read the paper this morning. Even more so was I shamed for my role in your suffering. No words can make right what I've done. No apology or even groveling can wipe the past for you. I wish there was something that I could do to right this wrong. It shall be my largest regret when I die that I've been instrumental in your agony. If there is anything that I can do by action or omission to assist you, please tell me. I am sorry, Harry. More sorry than I can express. Your obedient servant, A. Dumbledore. You know, I think he's sincere, Hermione observed softly. He's sorry, hissed Sirius. He's sorry. Throwing his hands in the air with sarcastic relief, Sirius howled, well thank the Maker. Albus is sorry. It's because of him that this is an issue at all. He scowled the last. Sirius had a bit of a complex about Harry's upbringing. He knew that if he'd had a cooler head about him that fateful day, he wouldn't have been sent to Azkaban and therefore raised his godson as he ought. At the same time, he also knew that he was only human. Alice Granger had told him that it was completely understandable that he'd lost his head and Sirius knew she was right. Harry agreed with her. Yet, standing, Sirius spun on his heel, leaving the family dining room at a near trot. Alice rubbed Hermione's arm as the young woman wondered what she could do for her husband. Just love him, dear, Alice advised. You can't do any more than that. Love him the best you can. Peeved a bit at her mother's unconscious condescension, Hermione nodded before leaving to find her man. I gotta do something to take my mind off this shit, Harry grumbled to his wife. Even surrounded by his family, Harry had never felt as alone as he felt this morning. Unbidden, flashes of his life in Surrey intruded on his consciousness. A very large part of him wanted to apparate to Privet Drive to wreak havoc, taking his vengeance in blood and pain. The saner, calmer part of him realized that violence against his relatives at this point would merely allow him to sink to their level. Just as his aunt and uncle abused a young boy who was helpless against them, he could abuse them who were helpless against him and his magic. Hermione was lying in his arms as they were ensconced in an ancient oak tree. She had found him rather easily. Becoming Longtooth, she found that Harry's scent was a track a mile wide. Eventually, she found his trail climbing a tree which overlooked a small lake deep in the forests of the estate. After scaling the tree, a few warming charms were the ticket to an enjoyable afternoon in Wales during January. From his, she smiled before offering, we could shag until you pass out. Snorting his laughter, Harry edged the crown of her head. Maybe tomorrow. Thanks, though. Remembering what Sirius had once told him, he wormed out from under her. Let's run, he challenged her. Transforming into midnight, the black jaguar sprinted down the tree branches as if he were on the ground. Seconds later, a lioness was in pursuit, soft growls accompanying her exertions. Thus they started their practice of running over the estate of Rowan Hill for a few hours every day. Usually in the morning they spent time with Remus working on runes at the Newt level and beyond. In the afternoons, they ran. It was good exercise as well as a way to work out demons. Sirius had told Harry that his emotions were simpler as Padfoot and that helped him stay sane while in Azkaban. As Midnight, Harry's emotions were simpler as well. This uncomplicatedness helped him sort the emotional wheat from the chaff. He sorted through his anger at Sirius for abandoning him to the Dursleys while in pursuit of vengeance against Peter. He dealt with his anger at Remus for not finding him during his childhood. It took him a while to come to a point where he could even contemplate Albus Dumbledore and maintain a semblance of equilibrium, but eventually he found a semblance of composure when the old man occupied his thoughts. It would be many long years before he could forgive the headmaster, though. He even addressed lingering anger at his parents for dying and leaving him alone to be hurt so badly. Weeks went by as he and Hermione ran, explored, hunted and purged the poison as best they could. There was also a lot of, not all of it the most pure of heart. Both of them knew that they needed each other in this physical, carnal way. They were there for each other. After finding the hot spring, they made it their outdoor hot tub. Hours were spent soaking in the warm water. Hours that he talked and she listened. Hours where she talked and he listened. Dobby cooked treacle tarts, one after the other. Sirius and Remus jeweled with the couple. Dora joked and laughed with them. Stephen and Alice were quietly supportive. Minerva dropped by as often as she could. The twins sent letters describing their new reign of terror now that they were certified Occlumens. Neville and Luna sent letters describing the day-to-day humdrum of Hogwarts. Life went on. There had been no Death Eater attacks since the setback in Diagon Alley to Voldemort's leaderless forces. There was much speculation in the papers wondering if the resurgent forces of the Dark Lord had been dealt a fatal blow. Harry, Remus, Hermione and Sirius had discussed it for a bit before reluctantly coming to a resolution. The S was coiling. It was merely a matter of time until another rampage was unleashed upon Britain. They may be waiting for their master, Remus offered. Shaking his head, Sirius declared, I'm going batshit. Let's get out of here. Mum, Dad, would you like to go on an outing with us? Hermione asked. Closing her book, Alice looked up at her daughter. Where to, dear? Sitting across from her mother, Hermione looked to her dad. Stephen was at his typewriter, a pencil in his mouth and his hair sticking up in all directions from running his hands through his hair. Harlech Castle looks interesting. It's a certified World Heritage Site and is one of the best preserved non-magical castles in Britain. Stephen frowned. Without looking up, he asked, is it safe? Sirius answered, it should be. It's not a magical site, so I doubt any Death Eaters or the like will be there, and as far as anyone else is concerned, we're a family on a day trip. Smiling, Alice stood. Let's go, then. It'll be good to get out. The wind was brisk, but the sun was uncharacteristically out and sunny. A few warming charms applied to gloves and shoes went a long way to keeping the family comfortable. The castle was right on the coast to the southeast of Rowan Hill. Its beautiful vista also exposed the visitors to the strong winds roiling in from the North Atlantic. Sirius was a kid in a candy store. He dogged Harry and Hermione up the northern turret to the top before he hounded Remus and Tonks into the dungeons. Alice and Stephen meandered through the remarkably preserved castle, hand in hand, just enjoying being out from their adopted home. Harry, once he escaped his godfather, took Hermione to the tallest battlement where they cuddled and enjoyed being alive. When the castle was built by Edward I, Harlech Castle was on the seashore. In the intervening 700 years, silt deposits had pushed the beach a good half-mile away. The scene was exactly the same as the one at home, though. Since they weren't at home, though, being out gave the visitors a freshening in their outlooks on life. Where the walls were beginning to press in on them the day before, today life was pretty good. We need to do that more often, Alice announced while the group hung up their coats. They found a small inn where they got dinner and a local beer. Stephen had nodded, allowing Hermione to have her first bitter. Sirius hadn't thought twice as he ordered one for Harry and one for himself. Tonks was snuggled up to Remus and enjoying the warm inn when she stiffened before sighing audibly. Communication charm, she grumbled. There's been another attack with the dark mark overhead. Frowning, Remus asked, where? Lancashire. Apparently Voldemort's fanboys attacked a Muggle farm, Dora grumbled as she gathered her hat and coat. After giving Moony a quick, but thorough, she waved to the rest of the family before heading out the door. The mood dampened considerably, the remaining family silently ate their meal. When they finished and were shrugging into their coats, Harry leaned into his wife, we probably need to make some more visits. Grim-faced, Hermione nodded her agreement. Behind the agreeable visage of a 14-year-old girl, the soldier began to plan. Fong, it's cold. Shut at midnight. Don't be such a girl. Fong, you, Padfoot. Would you two stop it? Come on, Hermione beckoned to the rest of the group. Dora, Remus and Minerva approached the rope they were using as a portkey. It was 1 a.m. and the family was kitted out in black. They were headed out to visit the home of Thorfinn Roll and his wife, Yggdra. When Harry saw a picture of Roll, he shuddered in recognition. Now he had a name to the face of the first man he'd intentionally killed. Once the 6 combatants were touching the rope, Hermione touched it with her wand, whispering the activation phrase, Justice. Only one word could accurately describe the Roll home, compound. The walls were 12 feet tall and topped with poisoned razor wire. Guard dogs patrolled the lawn while Midnight could hear something large in the woods away to the north. I think it's a troll, Remus whispered. Minerva changed back to her human form. Yes, it is. Scanning the landscape, she opined, this won't be easy to enter. Padfoot shifted to Sirius, who motioned to his godson and his wife to gather round. Once everyone was close and human, he cast a privacy charm. We can do this the easy way or the hard way. The hard way is to slink around for a few days probing for weaknesses all the while freezing our manly and womanly bits off. Hermione rolled her eyes before asking, and the easy way? Sirius smiled while Harry chuckled. Easy, my love. Harry answered for Sirius. Entry via Reductor Curse, followed by lots of running, hexing and then a bottle of Ogden's finest. Dora shrugged, I'm game. Minerva looked up and around. Pointing to a tall oak, she told the group, I'll get high in the tree to provide overwatch. Harry nodded before telling his former head of house, use your portkey when you see the flames. Looking each in the eye, she wished them, Godspeed my friends. And to you as well, Minerva, Sirius replied. Once the tabby cat had settled high in the tree, Sirius turned to his godson, will you do the honors my good man? I'd be delighted, sir. Hermione shook her head while muttering something that sounded similar to, morons. Once the 5-person assault team was ready, Remus flashed his open hand in Minerva's direction. Her feline night vision saw the streak of white that was the werewolf's palm, so she turned back to human form. With deliberate precision, she pointed her wand, breathed deeply before slowly letting it out. At the midpoint of her exhale, she incanted, Percutio. The invisible eldritch fire of the piercing charm lanced out, drilling a hole in the head of the closest guard dog. 2 more incantations resulted in 2 more dead dogs. Shifting back to her tabby cat form, Minerva let loose a yowl, Maroworo. Harry's only reply was, Karachis. The siege engine spell was a wonderful piece of magic. When Harry cast it, a 20-foot section of the wall surrounding the roll home exploded inward. Before the debris all landed, Remus was through the opening, Sirius and Dora on his heels. Harry and Hermione were last through, scanning left and right as their elders dashed for the house. Off to the left, they heard a scream. Turning they saw a man falling to the ground, one of his legs a twisted mass of bone, blood and gore. Minerva had used a bone-exploding curse to great effect. Surging forward, Remus cast a quick reductor curse at the main doors. The entryway was reduced to splinters as he sprinted in the house and up the stairs. Dora was right behind him as Sirius and the Potters split off to clear the downstairs. In the cinema it seems perfectly straightforward. The good guys run in the house, a few shots or spells in this case are fired, and then the good guys come out with a bloody shoulder or scalp. Everyone smiles at each other then goes off to have a beer or sometimes both. The cinema skips the pulse-pounding fear, the adrenaline-fueled heightened senses and the confusion. Harry heard shouts and spells from upstairs. Flashing through his mind was concern for Remus and Dora, concern for Hermione and Sirius, all the while being as focused as humanly possible on the room in front of him. Where are they? There. No. What was that? There. There was movement to his front left. Before he could think, his wand was up and a silent reductor curse sped toward the target. The unidentified man didn't even see his death coming, his torso exploded before he could focus on the inhabitants of the room. Harry didn't stop. Pushing Sirius out of the way, he led the way down the hall to the study. There were screams upstairs now. A huge blond man stepped out of the study when Harry was 15 feet away. The boy who lived recognized the target instantly. In a crazy déjà vu, Harry cast the cutting curse which decapitated Thorfinn Roll. Again, the huge Death Eater slowly began to topple, his headless corpse fountaining blood over Harry. Again, time slowed for the boy who lived. He was mentally transported to the future that wasn't. He remembered. He remembered why he was there that night and why he was here tonight. In a microsecond, Harry's reality crystallized for him. He was fighting for his love and his life. He was fighting for his family and other families so that they might not suffer as he had suffered. He didn't look back as Roll's corpse thumped on the hardwood floors. A quick cleaning spell cleared the blood from him as he headed toward the dining rooms where he could hear Sirius and Hermione exchanging spellfire with an opponent. Remus had a broken arm. Roll was either hosting a multi-day party or his home was a base camp for the rejuvenated Death Eaters. Either way, Moony and Tonks had ripped through the upstairs, he using the reductor curse, she the blasting spell. There has to be a dozen of them here. Tonks had shouted as they fought their way through the half-awake Death Eaters as they stumbled out of bed. He was tidying up one last room when a hiding Death Eater had burst from a closet swinging a beater's bat. The bat had broken Remus' wand arm, dropping Moony to the floor. The Death Eater was about to crush Remus' skull when Dora helped out her boyfriend. In a moment of hilarity, she vanished the bat from the man's hands. Not realizing he was now unarmed, he swung down at Remus, nothing in his hands. From behind him, Dora muttered, "Tisk, tisk, idiot." Her eyes narrowed when he dove toward her. Pushing hard with her magic, she incanted, "Obliviate." The Death Eater reeled away. Finally he slumped to the floor, drool starting to dribble from the side of his mouth. Ignoring the now harmless Death Eater who might remember how to talk, Dora moved to Remus, sighed, "You all right, love?" Groaning, he accepted her help to stand as he grabbed his wand. Muttering, "Farilla," he nodded when the magical splint finished forming. "That'll have to do for now. Come on, let's get out of here." Meeting up with Harry, Hermione and Sirius at the foot of the steps, Remus was happy to see that the rest of his family appeared unhurt. Looking closer, he saw a long cut on Harry's arm and Sirius was limping. "Let's get thee out of here," Sirius growled. "Do the duty, would you, love?" Harry asked his wife as he helped Sirius out the door. Turning back to the interior of the house, Hermione raised her wand before incanting, "Fiendfire." In the shadows of the roaring flames, the family portkeyed home. It was almost 4 a.m. when they were healed and able to crawl into bed. By then, Sirius' broken leg had been set and Skele-Gro forced down his throat. Harry's cut and Remus' arm had also been healed. Minerva left them all after a long look, as if she were trying to burn them into her consciousness, lest she forget them. Silently shaking her head, she headed to the entry hall fireplace to flow back to the castle. Hesitating, she turned back to her children. "Good night all. Get some sleep. You did good work out there tonight." Because of the family's raids, the Prophet coined a name for them, the Fiendfire Vigilantes. The targets all being suspected or exonerated, Death Eaters wasn't missed by the editorial staff of the newspaper. Even the wireless began discussing the raids. George Fisher was an extremely popular conservative talk show host who had a daily segment that played from 11:30 to noon. Since the magical community didn't have telephones, the show was essentially a half-hour of Mr. Fisher elucidating his beliefs. He tended to think of it as enlightening the masses. Nonetheless, George Fisher spent the entire show on the first Monday of February commending the Fiendfire Vigilantes. "I'm not saying that what they're doing is right. They're outside of the law and that's not on. However, they are doing what needs to be done, what our government is too afraid to do." The Daily Prophet for the first Tuesday of February showed a picture of the dark mark which had glittered over the gutted ruins of Fisher's home. Fisher himself hadn't been home, anticipating an attack or the like. Tuesday's show was one for the books. Hellfire and brimstone would have been an accurate description of Fisher's rant. The man took an enormous breath as the clock chimed 11:30, began talking and went for a half hour. Disgusting behavior. One would think these Death Eaters mental defectives. They act like children. "If you won't follow my rules, I'll take my ball and go home," is a perfect description of these fools. Unfortunately, their prey isn't always so lucky as to have alternate residences, as I have. Why isn't the government doing something? I guarantee that if half-bloods or muggleborns were acting like the Death Eaters, the minister and the Wizengamot would be screaming for blood. Harry chuckled at the last. Sirius had turned on the wireless to tune into Fisher's rant. The family had delayed lunch in order to hear Fisher's extolling of the virtues of the Fiendfire Vigilantes while damning the vices of the government. Midway through the show, Stephen had mused, "This fellow has a decided opinion, yeah." Without looking up from his book, Remus replied, "Unfortunately, he's spot on." "Harry, may I speak with you for a minute?" Harry looked up from his book to see a stern-faced Stephen Granger accompanied by his nervous daughter. Sliding a bookmark in the very frank biography of Gellert Grindelwald, Harry indicated the chair opposite him. Hermione slid into the open space next to Harry on the divan while Stephen settled in his chair. "Dobby," Harry called softly. When the house elf appeared, Harry asked, "Would you please bring tea and snacks?" Moments later the request was gleefully filled. Harry poured in silence while he wondered what had his wife so upset and her father so serious. Stephen's quietude and long looks had been increasing over the previous weeks until the man rarely spoke. Harry had given up trying to figure out the man, he had much bigger issues at hand. After the Roll House raid, the Death Eaters had struck out in force. Unfortunately, they had been striking out at non-magical targets. Over 24 families had been slaughtered in the previous 2 weeks. Stephen took a long sip from his cup before glancing out the window. You two don't know it, but the army paid my way through dental school. In return, I served for 4 years before school. I was in the parachute regiment. Harry closed his eyes in understanding. Stephen's long silences, the contemplative expressions while watching Harry and Hermione duel with the rest of the family, the aura of menace and his overall fitness was explained in those 6 words: I was in the parachute regiment. During the last year of my term, I went aboard ship and we went to a little-known archipelago in the southern Atlantic. Maybe you've heard of the Falkland Islands. Neither teen replied to the rhetorical question. Hermione's grip on her husband's hand tightened, though. He continued to stare out the window to the sea as he digressed. When you went off to that school, pumpkin, I was scared shitless. I wasn't able to protect you anymore and I didn't like it. I also was completely unaware as to what you were going to be exposed. I mean really, what the hell is transfiguration? Hermione started to answer her father but subsided at his glare. You know what I mean. The school does a piss-poor job of preparing the non-magical parents for their children's experiences. Anyway, we were less than pleased when the word of your petrifaction came to us in your 2nd year. Fortunately for your continued enrollment at Hogwarts, Minerva brought the word herself and had the solution of that draft in her hip pocket. I tell you, I was a slick minute from hauling you out of that school. The only thing that stayed my hand was the fact that you were happy. You had friends and I couldn't take that away from you. Nodding to Harry, he admitted, you've done something for my little girl that I couldn't and I'm eternally indebted to you, Harry. Turning back to his daughter, he continued, after last year, though, you really hadn't changed much. This year, though, he trailed off as he looked out the window again. I've seen war and death. I've visited it upon my fellow man. I've also seen professional soldiers who've been trained to the razor's edge. You two are bringers of death, just as I was in my youth. That doesn't happen in a few off hours of practice as you claimed. It's a result of long hours of training and experience. There's something going on and I don't like lies. Secrets. I understand, but we're family. Whatever you're hiding has crossed the line from a secret to outright lying and I don't like it. Turning back to the couple, he demanded, tell me the truth. Now. Harry gulped. Hermione paled. Sir, it's a very strange story. Nearly unbelievable, but it's true. It's also a long one. We should probably get Mrs. Granger so as to only tell the story once. Harry was severely annoyed with himself. He hadn't stuttered like this since he admitted to Hermione that he loved her. Quite a long time ago. Stephen regarded the teens for a long minute before nodding, you're right. I'll fetch Alice and meet back here in 10 minutes or so. Should you fetch Sirius and Remus? Wincing, Harry admitted, they already know, but I'll get them just the same. To save me from the dreaded wrath of the father-in-law. An annoyed snort escaped the former Staff Sergeant Granger as he rose to find his wife. He was displeased that he and his wife were the last to find out. 10 very short minutes later, the family was gathered to discuss the secret. Harry and Hermione were seated on a divan. She was so close to Harry that she was almost in his lap. There was nothing ual about it, though. She needed his presence and reassurance that all would be well. Despite her age, she loved her parents and feared their rejection. Sirius, Remus and Dora were also present. All 3 were uncharacteristically silent. Remus held Dora's hand, but other than that, they were in silent solidarity with the Potters. A roar from the entrance hall fireplace announced the last member of the party. Minerva strode in the drawing room to the surprise of the Grangers. The deputy head of Hogwarts was puffing from her obvious hurrying. I apologize for being late. I had to finish up the 6th years early. The Grangers were impressed that the professor thought this meeting important enough to cut short one of her classes. All present paused before turning to Harry and Hermione, expectation plain on their faces. Softly, Hermione told her parents, I want to start by apologizing. This surprised her parents and it was plain in their expressions. Since the beginning of the school year I've been holding back what we're going to disclose to you. Looking to her lap where her fingers were entwined with Harry's, she admitted, I was afraid I guess I was afraid you'd turn me away if you knew the truth. Neither Granger said anything, just nodded their understanding. Harry took a deep breath, we have the memories of our 27-year-old selves. When Alice and Stephen merely furrowed their brows, Harry continued, by the time we reached 27, Britain and the rest of Europe was in ruin. At the end of our 5th year, everything fell apart. Dumbledore was killed the day after Sirius died. Voldemort immediately overthrew the magical ministry, followed by the mundane a few years later. Hermione spoke up, we got you two out of the country before the wave broke. We stayed here to fight in the resistance while you two immigrated to St. Louis. It was bad here. Harry gently wrapped his arm about his wife's shoulder. Hermione and I married when we were 24. By that point, everyone we knew was dead, including everyone else in this room. Stephen's eyes bored in on the boy who lived while Alice mistily looked at the others in a new light. We were hiding in Cornwall when Hermione was killed, Harry told the assemblage. I went round the twist but eventually figured out a way to send my memories back in time to hopefully prevent losing her. I performed the ritual on Hermione's grave and we think that had some influence on bringing her back in time with me, but we're not sure. In the end, though, it doesn't matter how, she did come back with me. Now, Alice and Stephen were regarding their daughter with considering expressions. Hermione summoned her Gryffindor courage to look her parents in the eye. What she saw caused her to begin to silently cry. They were looking at her like they didn't know her at all. Pulling her tight to him, Harry murmured soothing words to her. Minerva cleared her throat, I'm sure you're having a difficult time believing all this, I know I did. I can assure you that they are telling the truth. Reaching into her cloak, she withdrew her shrunken pensieve. This is a device that allows persons to view memories of others. Since you are not magical, you cannot enter the memory like we can, but we can display the memory over the bowl so you can view it. She set the miniature pensieve on the table before returning it to its normal size. Stephen shook his head slightly, that's unnecessary, thank you for the offer though. His voice dwindled when he continued, this explains everything. But, Hermione croaked. Looking lost, Alice turned to Hermione. It's a bit much to take in. What happened to our daughter when you came back? Hermione closed her eyes, crushed. She's sitting right there, Sirius answered with some heat. She's still your daughter. Stephen stood, extending his hand to Alice. Helping her out of his seat, he told everyone, we should probably retire before we say anything else we will regret. Please give us some privacy to think on this. He looked at the floor when he made his pronouncement. When they left, Hermione began to sob. It seemed that all her fears had come to fruition. I've got you, honey. I've got you, Harry murmured to his wife as he wrapped her in his embrace. His attempts to console her fell flat as she was consumed in pain. Remus, Sirius, Minerva and Dora sat in the drawing room after the Grangers and Potters had retired to their rooms. Sirius was irate. He finally had the beginnings of a new family after the nightmare that the Black family had been as he grew up. Seeing Stephen and Alice piss it away infuriated him. Dora had crossed the room to go to Hermione when Remus had called, wait. Let her and Harry be for a bit. She'll want us later, but right now she needs him. I can't believe her mum said that, Dora groaned. She's her daughter for crying out loud. Remus pulled his girlfriend down next to him. They're hurt and confused. I'm sure that soon they'll be fine and be apologizing to our cubs. Minerva and Sirius were quiet as they sipped their tea. Sirius gave a low growl before he slammed his cup down. Scowling, he stalked out of the room. Remus and Minerva exchanged a glance before Remus followed his best friend. Dora and Minerva were quiet in their contemplation before the young witch broke the stillness. Softly, she told the older witch, you know, I've always respected you. Being a mistress of transfiguration, the deputy head and head of Gryffindor made you this larger-than-life person to me. You showed me that a witch could amount to more than a baby factory. Puzzled, Minerva replied, thank you for the nice words, but your mother is a healer. Laughing slightly, Dora countered, that's my mum. Of course she's Superwoman. Trailing off, she stared out the window. Minerva could plainly see that the woman was working up her nerve. Why? Confused, Minerva blinked before asking, why have I pushed myself so hard? Shaking her pink-topped head, Dora elaborated, why do you fight, when you have so much in your life to lose? Minerva's expression hardened. They took my man. A lot of women were widowed and they didn't or don't fight. The older witch cocked an eyebrow at Dora's impudence, but upon reflection shouldn't have been surprised. Andromeda Black had never been shy about speaking her mind, this trait had run true for her daughter. After a deep sigh, Minerva made a decision. Apparently, in the future that was, she'd told Harry and Hermione the details of the aftermath of Jamie's murder. Remus and Sirius knew the bald facts, but none of the details. Considering the situation, she felt that baring her soul could help young Dora Tonks. The young woman was at a crossroads of her life and she needed as firm a grounding in reality as possible if she were to be true to herself. It was late, nearly 11 o'clock when the Death Eaters came. Jamie was closing up the house while I was upstairs getting ready for bed. I heard the shouting, so I scooped up my wand and apparated to the parlor. That's where I found Jamie's headless corpse. Minerva closed her eyes and swallowed the tears that threatened. In her mind's eye, she could plainly see the mangled remains of her husband as if it were just yesterday and not 50 years ago. As I said, I was getting ready for bed, so I was in a state of undress. Shrugging with one shoulder, she conceded, that may not have made a difference, though. I killed 6 of them before they disarmed me. There were 5 of them that survived subduing me. They took turns raping me. Oh gods, Dora choked. As a female Auror, was a very real possibility as a victim and as an investigating officer. It was discussed frankly during training. To have it happen to a friend, though, made it seem more real and more horrifying. Her expression set, Minerva elaborated, I fight so that others never have to suffer what I suffered. I fight so that young women can become old women with their man beside them every night. I fight so that young women aren't plagued by fear, nightmares and pain for decades. I fight for those who can't, because I can. Minerva's steely gaze transfixed the pale-faced young witch. Because you can fight, because you can defend those who can't defend themselves, you too must stand against the darkness. You too, must do what you can to protect the innocent. Turning to the door by which Harry and Hermione had left, she continued, I made a serious error in judgment not too long ago. She nodded toward the doorway, warned me about young Malfoy and the others of his kind. I resisted doing what needed to be done. Part of me wanted to believe that young Draco was still a child and needn't trod the path his father had plowed. To my shame, I didn't trust their judgment. She hung her head for a long minute. Because of that, I allowed Ginny Weasley to be hurt in a very similar way to what I experienced. After what she suffered last year. Shaking off the morbid castigation, Minerva refocused, Harry and Hermione have given everything and still they fight. Despite their protests of not caring about the future of our society, they still fight. They may not work toward the reformation of our world, but they will save us all. I hope her parents appreciate it. Standing on top of a small hillock, Hermione had been watching her mother for 20 minutes. Alice was sitting in a charmed section of Rowan Hill's formal gardens. One of Harry's ancestors had charmed and warded the area so that it was always a comfortable 72 degrees and sunny regardless of the weather surrounding the patch of land. In one of the journals of his ancestor, Owain Potter, Harry found that it had been called Sin's Garth, Welsh for warm garden. Alice was sitting on one of the many benches in Sin's Garth, staring at the enormous rose bushes. Even from where Hermione watched, over a half-mile away, the sweet scent of the flowers tantalized. A crunching from her left distracted Hermione. Turning, she saw Midnight slinking toward her. Harry had wanted a quick run to burn off some excess energy. It had been 4 days since the reveal of the secret. Hermione had been devastated as her parents kept to their rooms, trying to sort out their feelings regarding their daughter's time travel. Sirius had raged for the first 2 days. He wanted to eviscerate Stephen and Alice for how they'd hurt Hermione by not immediately accepting her. In the end, Harry pulled him into his study. Sirius, I appreciate how upset you are for Hermione, but you've got to stop. Angry and confused, Sirius retorted, why? Sighing, Harry sunk into his chair, because you're making it worse for Hermione. Every time you rant about how ed up her parents are, it drives a spike into her heart. Oh, Sirius breathed, deflating. After a long minute, he nodded, I'll give it a rest. Wagging his finger at his godson, Sirius' face became stormy again, but so help me, if they kick her in the stones again, I'm going to skin them. So Sirius had calmed down, which in turn helped Hermione. Her pain level decreased from excruciating to awful. In years to come, she would tell Harry that his constant presence and support allowed her to come through this phase in one piece. He put her first, his own desires and needs ruthlessly shoved to the side. Hey, she greeted him as he changed back to his human form. Wordlessly, he wrapped his arms around her from behind. Grateful, she scooted into his embrace, relishing the protected feeling which washed over her. When he saw Alice in the distance, a split-second decision flashed through his mind. Nodding to himself, he urged his wife, Go. Go to her. I bet she's hurting as much as you. Reluctantly, Hermione slid from his embrace to shuffle down the hill. Turning back to him, she saw him standing on the crown of the hill, the sun shining behind him. It was a scene from a fairy tale. Harry was the hero, the last bastion of truth and justice. Nodding his reassurances to her, he whispered, Go to her. Turning back to the Sin's Guard, she squared her shoulders and strode off. Settling down on his haunches, Harry hoped he was right in reading the situation. When Hermione passed the ward line to enter the magical garden, it was as if she'd walked through a portal to another world. The gloomy cold day of midwinter Wales fell away, leaving her in a near-tropical setting. Shedding her coat and gloves, she hesitated. Closing her eyes while drawing a deep breath, Hermione summoned her courage. Pushing her fear aside, she silently approached her mother. Sliding onto the bench next to Alice, Hermione waited. For over 5 minutes the two women sat in the quiet, both staring ahead at the sights, neither seeing. Wrapped in their thoughts and feelings, it was a stormy moment for both as they each warred within themselves for differing reasons. Overcoming her fears, Alice reached out, silently taking her daughter's hand. The storm in Hermione broke as she began to sob in relief. Mutely, Alice wrapped her daughter in an embrace. Tightly she held the product of her love of Stephen, the flesh of her flesh. Unbidden, Alice, too, began to weep. Eventually, both women calmed a bit and the tears dried up. From her mother's embrace, Hermione whispered, I love you, Mum. I love you too, Pumpkin. I'm so sorry for what I said. Nodding, the smartest witch of the age accepted the apology. I understand. From the hillock a half-mile away, Harry Potter released the breath he'd been unknowingly holding. All was well or would be soon. Shifting to the Black Jaguar, he loped off to find his godfather. I'm sorry, Alice told her daughter. Confused, Hermione asked, for what? Looking at her entwined hands, Alice murmured, It's silly, I know. But I'm sorry that I've not been there for you for all those years. When Hermione began to object, Alice caught her daughter's gaze as she rode over her. As I said, it's silly, but I'm your mother. It's my job to take care of you, regardless of your age. In the fall when we sent you off to school, you were our 13-year-old young woman and now you're our 20-something-year-old married woman. Hermione warmed at Alice's use of "are" when describing her current state. Looking back to her lap, Alice finished, and I wasn't there for you during your trials. I know it's irrational and ridiculous, but I can't help feeling that I've failed you. Stunned, Hermione stared at her mother. But what about the time travel? Shrugging, Alice replied, not much we can do about it now. At first I admit that I was horrified, thinking that the older you must have destroyed the younger you or some such. Your father brought me around on that. He reminded me what Sirius said, you are my daughter, regardless of your memories. I've been sitting here wondering how I could have helped you. Shaking her head in remorse with regrets that she couldn't put in words, Alice Granger sighed deeply. Mum, thanks. Hermione squeezed her mother's hand. I understand, I think. I think you should know that when Harry and I convinced you and Dad to go to America, before, it was a huge relief to us. Knowing you were safe and out of their reach was immensely reassuring. Alice waggled her head in a so-so motion. Eventually Hermione internally conceded that she couldn't convince her mother she was wrong. With a grin, she admitted, now I know what Harry's always on about. With a smile, Alice asked, what's that? He's always whinging that I'm so stubborn that I wouldn't admit grass was green if I was convinced otherwise. Alice chuckled. Your dad also pointed out another upside to the whole thing. We don't have to deal with suitors or teenage angst. That's all done and settled. Hermione smiled. Dad's all right then. Pursing her lips, Alice replied, you need to talk to your father. I'm not going to get involved. That's between the two of you. Frowning, Hermione said, you can't do that, Mum. You can't leave me up in the air like that. Is he upset? Not per se. Talk to him, sweetheart. He loves you very much, as do I. Never doubt that. Patting her daughter's hand, she reiterated, talk to him. Stephen Granger was sitting on the balcony off the sitting room in the suite he shared with his wife when Hermione knocked on the door. Shuffling into the sitting room, he closed the French doors behind him as he called, "Come in." Hermione entered. As she turned her back to her father to shut the door, his expression tightened. Shaking his head, he moved to the fireplace with a grim expression. Indicating she should take the seat across from him, Stephen began. "Hermione, I shan't sport with your intelligence by telling you that everything is fine and dandy between us. It is not, and we both know that. I also want you to know that you are my daughter and I love you more than my own life." Hermione exhaled softly, the relief coursing through her like a living thing. "I'm most disappointed about your dishonesty. I understand your reticence and fear, but I don't think we've ever given you cause to think we'd reject you out of hand." 5 separate examples flew to the forefront of the smartest witch of the age's mind, but she held her tongue. Now was not the time to prove her father wrong. "Time will help, but I need your word that you won't lie to me again." "I don't want to know what you and Harry get up to." Stephen visibly shivered at the thought, "but tell me if you don't want to answer." "Don't lie to me." "I don't believe that is too much to ask for, do you?" "No, Dad. It's not." Hermione replied softly. "I promise I won't lie to you again. If there's a topic I'd rather not discuss, I'll tell you that, but I won't lie to you again." "Thank you, Pumpkin. I believe you." He stood before pulling his daughter out of her chair to give her an enveloping hug, a warm, "Dad" type of embrace that only he could do. After they resettled in their chairs, Stephen's expression became uncomfortable. "There's something else. Something I've not spoken about to your mother, and to be frank, I'm afraid to know the answer." Worried, Hermione's smile melted into a frown. Avoiding her gaze, he elaborated, "As I mentioned to you and Harry a few days ago, I was in 2 para and I've killed in service to the crown. You two are both soldiers of a kind, aren't you?" Slowly closing her eyes, Hermione saw where her father was going and dreaded having to answer the expected question, but plowed ahead in the new spirit of openness. "Yes, we are, Dad. And to answer your next question, yes, I have killed." Slowly, Stephen's eyes closed before his head dropped to his. "How many?" Narrowing her eyes at his extremely personal question, she answered in the way she could, "Too many." Softly, so softly that she wasn't sure she was supposed to hear, Stephen commented, "One is too many. I served so that you could live safely. The troubles were raging in the 70s and early 80s. I never wanted this for you." After a long moment in silence while he digested the unpalatable truth, he told his daughter, "Of course, I'll say nothing of this to your mother. It's your story to tell." Unsure, Hermione asked, "Should I tell her? Would it be better coming from you?" Chewing on his lip, Stephen muttered, "I don't like secrets. Yes, I think your mum should know this." Turning to his daughter, he made a peace offering, "I'll tell her if you'd like." "Thanks, Daddy, I'd appreciate that." He nodded, lost in thought before something occurred to him. "Are you and Harry married?" She shrugged, "We consider ourselves to be." The next question was on his lips before he pulled it back, muttering, "I really don't want to know." Hermione smiled sweetly, knowing what Stephen was thinking about. The mischievous expression she knew so well stole over his face before he told her, "That tosser never even asked my permission. Actually, Dad, he did. He wrote you and Mum a letter before he proposed. You said yes." "Damn." Pulling her dad out of his chair, she told him, "Now you have a son to knock about with, scratch unmentionable places while drinking vast quantities of beer and screaming at the telly." Brightening, he replied, "I do, don't I? And you can add Sirius and Remus. The lot of you can go to the pub to be rowdy, leaving us behind to enjoy the quiet." "I do, don't I? Harry, pass the peanuts, would you?" Without taking his eyes off the television, Harry shoved the peanuts across the table to his godfather. Stephen Granger, Padfoot, Midnight and Mooney were watching the first round of the World Cup qualifying matches at the local pub, the White Stag. Well, if you consider it 20 kilometers, local. The Stag was the closest pub to Rowan Hill, though. Mooney and Padfoot had exchanged wistful glances after seeing the sign. Finally they headed in to find seats in the moderately busy establishment. Stephen had raised his eyebrows to his son-in-law in an unspoken question. "My dad became a stag," he explained with a meaningful look. At Stephen's wordless understanding, Harry finished, "His nickname was Prawns." Clapping Harry on the shoulder, Stephen murmured, "You're a good lad, Harry. I'm sure your dad is proud of you." Forcibly changing his expression, he motioned to the door, Come on, I've a fiver with Sirius that Uganda is going to flatten. Ireland. Shaking his head, Harry told his father-in-law, barking, "You are. The Irish are going to slaughter Uganda." With playfully narrowed eyes, Stephen challenged, "And how sure of that assessment are you, Lord Harry?" Rolling his eyes, Harry dug into his pocket. Pulling out a £10 note, he shoved it into Stephen's hand. "That's sure. You're on, boyo." An hour later, Uganda was up on the boys from Era, 2-0. "What the bloody hell are they on about?" Sirius demanded as he waved his hand at the telly. Remus leaned back in his chair, smiling. After a deep drink of his stout, he poked his friend in the ribs, nodding toward the door. Two old women toddled in, one leaning heavily on a cane. Remus was gentleman enough to want to curtail his friend's language in front of the women. The old ladies sat at the table next to the party from Rowan Hill, eyes glued on the television. The wizened old woman leaned over to Sirius to ask, "Have the bloody Irish got their head out of their asses yet, or are the Ugandans still kicking them about?" The floored Sirius couldn't respond as Harry and Remus broke up with laughter. Stephen replied for the horrified Padfoot, "Still 2-0, ma'am." "Humph. Plonkers," she muttered as she waved her hand to the publican. Her attitude seemed to be permission for the lads to be a bit rowdy. Soon, the table was covered with empty pint glasses. Harry and Sirius cheered loudly as Ireland quickly scored twice in succession. The stag was mostly full of football enthusiasts who were cheering for Ireland. Harry had limited himself to 2 beers. He didn't want to get potted in public. A 13-year-old young man wasn't usually allowed to drink too much. Sirius and Remus, though, were completely sodded. At one point, Remus had thrown his arm over Sirius' shoulder as they began to sing a bawdy tune. Harry couldn't make out all the words, but it seemed to be about a wizard's staff having a knob at the end and him taking it in hand. The crowd thought it to be allegorical, so they laughed along with the marauders. Harry wasn't so sure, but laughed too. In the end, it was a 3-2 Irish win, causing many hands to be thrown into the air in celebration. Stephen handed Harry his £10 note before paying off Sirius with a fiver. "The Africans are coming up. Don't be surprised to see them competing for the cup in the next decade or so." Harry and Stephen screamed Padfoot and Mooney as they surreptitiously cast sobriety charms on themselves. The men ambled out of the pub behind the 2 old Welshwomen who were conversing in their native language. As Harry made to pass them on the sidewalk, the older of the 2 grabbed his arm. "Hold on a moment, young man," she told Harry in her lilting voice. "Are you a Potter?" Taken aback, Harry dumbly nodded. Unknown to him, Sirius and Remus both inconspicuously drew their wands. Shaking her head, the mostly toothless woman laughed. "Your father would have been James, then." "Yes, ma'am." Evaluating him through rheumy eyes, she eventually smiled. "Good to have a Potter back in Gwynedd." "Good day, my lord." With a warm feeling spreading in his, Harry turned to the rest of his family. "Let's go home." Snarling softly, midnight prowled the edge of the wards guarding the McNair house. On the far side of the ravine, Longtooth padded softly toward her mate, the short mane about her neck standing on end. Bumping her lover in the shoulder, Longtooth indicated toward the rendezvous point. With one last glare at the hostile wards, Midnight followed the lioness down the darkened path. Meeting up with Padfoot, the 3 animagi transformed back to their human shapes before Hermione pulled a short rope from her pocket. When the others were touching it, she whispered, "Home." Moments later, they arrived outside the front doors of Rowan Hill. Harry casually transfigured their clothes from black fatigues to jeans and sweatshirts. Hurrying in the mansion, Harry muttered, "Fawning wards were crazy. There was something about them that made me upset and angry. I couldn't think straight," Sirius offered. Heading toward the library, Hermione summed up, "Hostile confusion wards. They're like muggle-repelling wards which distract unwelcome muggles. This ward tampered with our reasoning and made us angry. Give me a day or so to puzzle it out." She turned into the library without looking back. Sirius and Harry meandered through the house, ending up in Harry's study. They found Remus and Dora there, dancing to soft music from the wireless. Harry smiled at the sight. Dora was tucked into Remus' arms, her head under his chin. "Ah, now isn't this cute?" Sirius drawled from behind his godson. Not opening his eyes nor breaking rhythm, Remus replied, "Off, Padfoot." Sirius snorted as he moved to the sofa. Flopping down, He waved his wand at the wireless, silencing it. The wards were insane. Longtooth says they're hostile confusion wards. The dancing couple broke apart with Dora frowning. The file didn't say anything about special wards. Ever since the Azkaban assault, Dora had been their unofficial intelligence officer. Her access to the MLE files of known and suspected Death Eaters had been invaluable. After a quick duplication spell, the family had an extensive intelligence file on their target. Harry and Hermione identified the who to attack. Dora had supplied the where and the how. So far, their intelligence had been perfect. The MLE file on the McNair residence had no listing for hostile confusion wards, though. Confusion wards are very complex, Remus mused as he moved to the window. Looking out into the nighttime sky, he wondered, who cast them? The why was obvious. 6 Death Eater homes had been torched on top of the destruction of Azkaban. Only a moron wouldn't realize that someone was hunting the jackal followers of the Dark Lord. Muttering, he started listing. Rookwood. No, he's dead. Malfoy, dead. Snape. Maybe. Severus is very capable, but he's not in Britain. The Lestranges are all dead. Turning to the others, Remus asked, who has the money to contract the upgrades? Not waiting for an answer, he asked Harry, how much did the upgrades here cost? Furrowing his brow, Harry answered, I don't remember the exact amount, but it was well over 50,000 galleons. While Dora whistled at the amount, Remus scratched his chin. After shooting an enquiring glance at his best friend, Sirius replied, McNair has the cash to do it. Roll didn't. Not definitely does, so too does Ariadne Zabini. All those husbands of hers add up to a hefty inheritance. Tapping his fingers as he thought, Sirius muttered to himself. Standing, he told the group, I'll be back. A few minutes after leaving the study, they heard the fireplace roar as Sirius used the flow to leave. Dora left to help Hermione in the library. Remus and Harry tried to pass the time by playing cribbage, but Remus was a poor player and gave up soon after they started. Stephen Granger ambled into the room wearing sweatpants and a thick sweater. Seeing the anxious expressions on Remus and Harry, he asked, What's the trouble? Harry explained, the op tonight didn't go as planned. The wards were far more extensive and capable than we planned. With a concerned frown, Stephen moved to the secretary desk in the corner while holding out his hand to Harry. The boy who lived opened a magical safe, withdrawing the file they had assembled on the McNair house. Stephen read through it twice before he began to make notes. 15 minutes later, he asked, Could I see the file for one of your successful ops? Harry handed his father-in-law the file for the Malfoy home. Harry and Remus watched Stephen read both files, comparing the contents while taking more notes. Finally, he set his pencil down, sighed and turned to Harry, Your intel source is compromised. What? Remus and Harry chorused. Pointing to the McNair file, he elaborated, the McNair house file doesn't have this special section that the Malfoy house does have. In the Malfoy file, this paralysis ward is listed along with the Confundus ward. The entire section is missing from the McNair file. It's also missing the magical creatures section. Harry edged as he plopped into his chair. It could be mere sloppiness on the MLE's part, Stephen offered, but given the thoroughness and professionalism of the rest of the file, I doubt it. Remus wordlessly beckoned for the files. Reading through them both, he eventually dropped them on the floor. He's right. Do you think they've targeted Dora? Harry asked. If they'd done that, you'd have people knocking on your door, boyo. No, I think they're trying to flush the game by omitting the information, Stephen replied. Who? Sirius asked as he entered the study, 2 thick books under his arms. Remus explained Stephen's hypothesis to his friend, causing Sirius to frown before dropping the dusty tomes on the floor. I don't know who, per se, Stephen offered. But I know where they'll be tomorrow night. Surprised, Harry asked, Where? Pointing to the file, Stephen replied, At McNair's house, waiting for you. The entire family suited up for the next visit to the McNair house in Staffordshire. It was the first time Harry had ever seen Minerva wearing trousers and he couldn't help but stare. Dora and Remus both wore grim expressions. The metamorph had taken the news regarding the Hinky files well, but was very keen on finding out the person or persons who were investigating them. Sirius was casting a quick spell to keep his bootlaces tied snugly. He had been quiet all day. The night before, he He'd gone to the Black Manor at Grimmauld Place to find some resources on the old families. He'd not spoken of the trip to anyone other than to tell Remus and Harry where he'd gone. Based on his expression, Harry was fairly sure that Kreacher hadn't survived the visit. Hermione was reviewing a tome which explained how to counter the confusion wards. The process was highly illegal, causing Harry to smile at the changes in his wife. Their first time through 1994, Hermione would have been aghast at the thought of breaking the law. Now she was actively learning forbidden magics so as to assault a home and subsequently kill the inhabitants. The clock struck midnight when Stephen ambled into the entry hall, Alice right behind him. Her eyes were red, but her expression cheerful. Hermione frowned slightly. Obviously, her father had filled her mother in on Harry and Hermione's lethal activities. There was nothing for it, now. Stephen glanced over the group before nodding to himself. I wish I could help, but my time for jumping out of perfectly good airplanes is over. Godspeed, my friends and family. The family nodded at his sentiments as they reached for their portkey. Harry cheekily grinned. See you soon, Dad. A faint smile graced Stephen and Alice's faces. See you soon, son, Alice replied. Their entire plan had changed. Instead of assaulting the McNair house, they were hunting their hunter. With 4 of their number being animagi, they were going to exploit the fact. Upon arriving at their jump-off point, Harry, Hermione, Sirius and Minerva transformed before bolting off to their prearranged sectors. Remus had proposed that in trying to capture their quarry, they reverse the trap he or she had set for the family. The information in the altered file drives is to assault the house from the northwest. It's the most vulnerable section of the house, as listed here. He jabbed his thumb at the file. Our investigator will be watching for us to attack from the northwest, then. I propose, we find him while he waits for us. So far, we've always gone between 2 and 3 in the morning. We'll go earlier and arrive farther away from the house. Unfurling the map of the area, he quickly drew with his wand. We'll divide up the area into these sectors. Harry and Hermione, being the fastest, had the sectors farthest from their jump-off point. Running through the trees, Harry gave a toothy smile. All the time spent running over Rowan Hill was paying off as he wasn't even winded. Slowing as he heard Longtooth peel off behind him heading to her sector, Harry concentrated on hearing and smell. They'd discussed that the animagi would most likely scent or hear their prey long before seeing him or her. Nothing. No deer, rabbits, witches, wizards, trolls or bugbears. Nothing. Narrowing his eyes in suspicion, midnight began creeping through the forest. 5 minutes later, he knew that their prey must be near. The forest is never completely quiet or free from nightlife. There's always something scurrying here or there. The only thing that would bring on this artificial calm was man. The absence of prey announced the presence of an invisible person. A rustling to his left caused midnight to freeze. The noise hadn't been too close, but neither was it far away. In complete silence, the black jaguar turned before slinking into a overlarge holly bush. Harry let his animal instincts take over as he waited for his prey. Completely still and breathing shallowly, Midnight saw a ripple in the air 10 feet to his front. The same distortion caused by a disillusionment charm or a billowing invisibility cloak. The wind shifted, bringing a familiar scent to his twitching nose. Midnight closed his eyes, focusing his attention on his hearing and scent. Sure enough, the target was moving right toward him. He began to coil his legs for a leaping attack when the target appeared. It was Alistair Moody and he was a few feet from the holly bush. He tossed his invisibility cloak on a nearby branch before reaching for the buttons on his trousers. Oh no. Just as Moody began to relieve himself on the holly bush, and Midnight inside it, Padfoot leapt on the old Auror from behind, bearing him to the ground. Harry quickly shifted back to his human form before stunning the old man. Padfoot flowed into Sirius, who wore a manically grinning expression. I'm never going to live this down, Harry groaned. So let me get this right, Dora asked for the 3rd time, Moody pissed on you. Not bothering to reply, Harry ran the towel through his freshly showered hair. 3 cleansing charms followed by a shower allowed Harry to feel mostly clean. He'd already burned his clothes and he'd probably shower again before going to bed. Hermione intervened. What are we going to do with Mad Eye? Remus and Sirius were especially silly as their only reply was subsumed in giggles. Minerva glared at the surviving marauders before replying, he fought with us before. Maybe he will again. This sobered all present. Hermione and Harry both frowned as they considered the idea. Alastor Moody had never been one for rules. His main rule was to survive long enough to kill the enemy. The secondary rule was to never let the bastards get an edge on you. Harry smiled at the self-recrimination and language Alastor was most likely going to use when they revived him. Sirius nodded at Minerva's idea. If it doesn't work, Midnight can. Memory charm him. They turned to the unconscious man who was tied to a chair in the corner of the room. Hold on, Hermione urged. A few flicks of her wand summoned 2 spare wands, 5 vials of potion, 3 knives and a shrunken broadsword. Okay, go ahead. Minerva rolled her eyes at her old friend's paranoia before casting the reviving spell. The wily old Auror didn't move, not even to open his remaining eye. The magical eye, though, spun like a top. We know you're awake, Alastor. Stop playing possum, Harry ordered. Holding up his grizzled head, the retired Master Auror opened his remaining eye as he scowled at the time-traveling teen. Before he could say anything, Harry scolded, "Don't you start on constant vigilance with me, Alastor. We nailed you with your old man in the wind. And pissing on you," Sirius whispered. Minerva silenced the peanut gallery with a glare. Conjuring a chair, she turned to the old Auror. "Alastor, we've a story to tell you and then you have to make a choice." "What's the choice?" he growled. "You can help us or we cast a memory charm on you before we return you to your house." Scowling, he ordered, "Tell your story." That has to be the most ridiculous story I've ever heard. It must be true, Moody proclaimed at the end of Minerva's recitation. Narrowing his eyes, he turned to Harry, "Swear on your magic the story is true." Expecting something of the like, Harry drew his wand, grasping it midway to give his oath. The story told to Alastor Moody by Minerva McGonagall is true in substance and fact. The bright white flash sealed the oath. Moody opened his mouth but Harry beat him to the punch by casting the lighting charm. Satisfied. "For now," growled Moody. He was silent for a full minute before he told Minerva, "Untie me." "I'll fight with you." "And Albus?" Hermione asked. Pursing the remains of his lips, Mad Eye told her, "I don't like it, but I have to agree. Albus would get all goody-goody on us and we'd get nothing done." Remus smiled while shaking his head. Sirius openly laughed. Winking his good eye at Minerva, he told her, "Come on, gorgeous. Let me out." Minerva remembered a much younger Alastor Moody who'd been a third-year Hufflepuff when she was sorted. He'd been a bit of a rake in his younger days. Time and experience had mostly snuffed that out of him, but with old friends, a bit of Al Moody would poke through on occasion. "Jamie would have your pelt if he heard you say that, Alastor," she chided as she ended the binding spell. Moody extended his hand to Harry. "Let's get this vow over with so we can get to work." 10 minutes later, they were all sitting about a table in the study, a sleepy Stephen Granger joining them. "How'd you twig us?" Harry asked the veteran. Shrugging, Moody replied, "Didn't. Just seemed too easy. Every hit you made, the wards weren't ripped down. There was no sign of fighting outside the house, which meant you caught each of them by surprise. To top it off was the guards at Azkaban. While most of the others were confounded by Moody's statement, Dora groaned. "Share with the class, cousin," Harry teased. With narrowed eyes at the boy who lived, Dora told them, "The only people who can make a portkey into and out of Azkaban are the director of the MLE and the head Auror. Even the warden can't enchant a portkey out of there." Since the guards were portkeyed out, he knew it had to be someone with access in the MLE. If they had access in the MLE, then they could have been using MLE intel files. Smiling his scary smile, Moody told her, "Well done, Tonks. Keep it up and in a few years you might be good enough to write an after-action report." "Hey," she countered, before Minerva waved her off. "It's his way. Pay him no mind." "So, are the active duty Aurors on our tail?" Remus asked. Shaking his head, Moody replied, "Most of those snot-nosed twats couldn't find their ass with both hands and a map to guide them. Shacklebolt made some noise right after Azkaban burned, but to tell the truth, most of them cheered when the place burned. If, or rather, when Voldemort is resurrected, we all knew he'd spring those bastards." Turning to Harry, he asked, "Why Fiendfire?" Shrugging, Harry replied, "It was easiest and the most thorough." "Let's talk about McNair, then," Moody began with a smile. Alice Granger eyed the disfigured and beaten retired Auror who sat across the breakfast table from her. "What's he doing?" she whispered to Hermione. The smartest witch of the age smiled as she watched Mad Eye cast a series of detection charms over his food. Reaching into a pouch on his belt, he sprinkled a reactive agent on the eggs, followed by a directed spell at the bacon. The coup de grace was when he cast Scarpin's reveal spell over the tea. Chuckling, she told her mother, "He's being Mad Eye." Alistair narrowed his good eye at Hermione. "Laugh as you will, Missy. Just remember that I'm the only member of my Auror class still alive." "That's because you're old," Alistair replied, Sirius from behind the paper. "They all died peacefully in their sleep of old age. You're too stubborn to die. Death himself can't sneak up on you." Harry staggered into the room, his hair wet from his 5th shower in the last 12 hours. As Stephen poured for Alice, the male Granger asked Harry, "So, do you make it a habit to have people urinate on you? Is this a fetish that Hermione?" "Daddy." Chuckling to himself, Stephen set the teapot back on the table. "Just funning with the lad, Pumpkin." Ignoring the ribbing, Harry plonked into his chair before reaching for the coffee. He drank down 2 cups before he even spoke. "We going back tonight?" Moody replied without looking up from his porridge. I'm going back to check a few things. Your wife is on the right track for the wards." Watching Hermione with his good eye while his magical eye spun like a top, he told her, "We'll bust that ward. This time, I think we'll have to go for brute force. It'll take too much time to finesse the wards. Knock 'em down, get in, hit 'em, get out." Eyeing the severely maimed man, Stephen observed, "You sound like you intend to go in with the rest of them." Barking a disturbing laugh, Mad Eye replied, "Haven't you heard of a broom?" "Oh. There was a reek on the wind that made Harry uncomfortable. He was perched in a tree high on the hill that overlooked the McNair house. As midnight, he scanned and rescanned the area, trying to pinpoint the source of the smell. Walking death, he thought to himself. That's what it smells like. Off to his right, he heard Mad Eye sideslip on his broom. Moody's old oak shaft was a steady, reliable broom that filled the bill for the crippled Auror. Disillusioned and flying slowly allowed Alistair to move nearly invisibly. Softly, the communication charm sounded in Harry's ear, "Anything. Growl if you've heard something, if nothing, remain quiet." Debating whether to say anything, he decided to follow Alistair's motto. Growling softly, he heard a wand flick. A tap on his head signified Moody disillusioning him. After transforming back, Harry whispered, "There's something out there." He gestured toward the house. "I don't see it, but I smell it." Black said it smelled like death. "Yeah, I've never smelled anything like it before." Turning to where he thought Moody was hovering, he asked, "Do we aboard?" "I don't like it. It's the last clear night we'll have for a while. Storm front rolling in tomorrow and the weather will be shit for at least a week after that. I say we go. Meet at the insertion point in 10 minutes. Transforming back to midnight, Harry hurried down the tree. Finding Hermione and Sirius waiting for him, he transformed back before canceling Alistair's charm. Shortly, Dora, Remus, Minerva and finally Mad Eye joined them. "Minerva, you'll be going in with the troops. That smell bothers me and we'll need all the muscle we can get." "Fine, but you're the Overwatch then. You'll need to be at 50 feet at least to act as lookout and sniper." Grunting, Moody fussed with his robes to stick them out of the way of his wand arm. Harry turned to Hermione, "You ready to knock down this ward?" Hermione glanced about, got nods of readiness from the others before turning back to her work. For the last 3 hours, she'd been eroding this section of the wards to the point where a massive magical discharge would cascade the ward scheme. She would be incapacitated after the magical dump, but the plan called for her to be immediately portkeyed back to Rowan Hill while the rest assaulted the house. "Love you," she murmured to Harry, reaching for his hand. Taking her slim hand in his own, he squeezed, "Love you too, babe. See you in a bit." She nodded before freeing her hand and closing her eyes. Raising her hands, she began to chant. It was an invocation from the cradle of life in the world. Deep in the back of the Potter library had been a book that contained this spell of the Indus Valley. The spell was originally designed to facilitate healing, but what it did was bring the magic of Witcher Wizard fully to hand. Her eyes flashed open, glowing an iridescent blue-white. Power arced from her hands to the ground. Raising her arms in a gesture of defiance, Hermione braced herself. A guttural scream preceded an explosion of magic from the witch. As Hermione collapsed and Harry slapped the portkey on her, the wards surrounding McNair House flashed yellow then fell as the ward stone detonated. Harry tapped the portkey with his wand, sending Hermione back to their bedroom where she should sleep off the effects of bringing down the wards. Sirius sprinted for the house, scanning left and right. Remus and Dora flanked him. Minerva was on Sirius' heels, moving quickly for an older witch. Harry transformed to Midnight, sprinting to catch up to the group. As he raced over the lawn, the smell of death filled his nostrils. Shaking his head to clear the smell, he almost missed the first vampire. A formless shadow streaked in from the right, slamming into Sirius. Instinctively, he transformed into Padfoot. Snarling and snapping, the Grim ripped and tore at his opponent. As per the plan, Remus, Dora and Minerva continued to the house. Harry and the invisible Alistair headed to help Sirius. It's never wise to engage a vampire at grappling range. Their preternatural speed and strength allows them to overwhelm most any opponent. Padfoot was not a normal opponent, though. Most people seeing Padfoot assume he's a huge Bernese mountain dog or even a dark-colored Great Pyrenees. He's actually a Grim, with the capabilities and resistances that entails. The Grim is a harbinger of death, not just a death omen, but an actual bringer of death, himself. Rapid healing, incredible strength and a fierceness to overcome any opponent are the most prominent attributes of the Grim. The vampire tore at Padfoot's back with his indestructible nails, blood spurting from the cursed wound. Padfoot didn't make a noise, merely turned like a striking S and bit the offending hand. Clamping down with his jaws, he bit his undead attacker's hand off cleanly at the wrist. The vampire shrieked. It was the last thing he did. Moody used the levitation charm to lift the wounded and screaming being into the air. Suspended in midair, it couldn't use its spectacular abilities, so it was nearly helpless. Harry transformed back to his human self. Not even bothering to draw 11 inches of holly and phoenix feather, he pointed his open hand at the wounded vampire. With narrowed eyes, he incanted, Incendio. 2 seconds later, the immolated vampire's ashes dispersed in the breeze. Just in time for the next 2 vampires to arrive. Harry was bowled over as the female vampire literally ran over him. Shaking his head to clear the instant muddle-headedness, a section of his mind recognized the mental fog as the side effect of a concussion. Harry flicked his wand to the left and the right. Sharp pain shot up and down his left arm at the gesture. His left wrist and forearm had been crushed in the grip of the vampire. A quick numbing charm allowed him to function as slabs of stone jumped out of the ground, forming a protective wall around the boy who lived. As Harry got his bearings, he heard a hiss from above. Diving to his left to avoid the leaping attack, he dispelled the summoned barriers. Tucking his wounded arm into his side, Harry rolled thrice. A thump from behind indicated the vampiress had landed where Harry had been. Jumping to his feet, a swipe of his wand sent a waist-high arc of energy in the direction he thought the vampiress was. Off to his left, he heard shouts and spell fire while screams were heard further off. The area effect cutting curse missed the intended prey, as the vampiress leapt over the spell. In a flash, she was moving toward him, arms outstretched, distended fangs gleaming in the half-moonlight. Harry hadn't survived for so long because he was so good-looking. There was more than a bit of truth in the stories about the combat prowess of the boy who lived. In a second, his wand flashed the detonation curse. Half a heartbeat later, the beautiful creature of the night exploded like a bomb. Without pause for breath, Harry turned to find Sirius and Moony standing near the smoldering remains of another vampire. Sirius was bleeding freely from the wound in his back, while Mad Eye appeared to be unhurt. "Let's get going," he ordered the other 2. Moody swung his now visible leg over his oak shaft while Sirius started toward the house. The former prisoner of Azkaban got 2 steps before stumbling to his knees. When Harry got closer, he saw that the back of Sirius' robes were soaked with blood. He muttered. Tapping the necklace about his godfather's neck, he activated the portkey back to Rowan Hill. After Sirius disappeared, he turned to Mad Eye, telling the old Auror, "Go fetch Andromeda Tonks, she and Ted live in Cornwall. Tell her that she's needed at the house. She and Ted have their own portkeys. Have her tend to Sirius." Eyeing the old paranoid law enforcement officer, he told him, "She's one of the good guys, Alistair. Don't go overboard." Not bothering to wait for a reply, he sprinted to the house casting what healing charms he knew on his damaged arm. He still heard spell fire and screams from the house. What a goat rope. Remus stood over a wounded Dora, Minerva at his back. Around them half a dozen Death Eaters pounded the reduced assault team with spells of the darkest nature. Minerva was conjuring barriers with a deftness not seen since Albus Dumbledore defeated his lover in 1945. 7 Death Eaters were dead, while 3 more would be within the hour. Unforgivables lanced through the air, crossing and recrossing the large banquet hall. On the whole, Death Eaters are thugs who have no compunction casting the killing curse. That doesn't mean that they're great warriors. On the contrary, most Death Eaters are far too arrogant to bother with anything as mundane as target practice. Therefore, most can't hit the broadside of a barn with a bass fiddle. Remus Lupin, on the other hand, spent 15 minutes a day, every day, casting at targets slightly larger than a pea. At 10 meters, while they were moving, Dora had been taken down by a bludgeoning curse from a disillusioned Death Eater, fixing Remus to her location. Despite overwhelming odds, Remus and Minerva had still halved the opposition with a focused fierceness that was disturbing to the surviving combatants. When Harry ran into the room and saw Dora on the floor, he shouted, "Get her out of here." Now, fluidly squatting, Remus took advantage of the Death Eater's distraction by Harry's appearance by tapping Dora's portkey with his wand, sending her back to Rowan Hill in safety. With a fury Harry and Minerva had never seen, Remus systematically began to kill every Death Eater in the room. Dodging under a sloppily aimed Cruciatus curse, Remus snapped off a Reductor curse, which popped a masked Voldemort fanboy's head like an overripe melon. Spinning, he caught 2 with an area effect cutting curse. Both were cut in half. The combination of the blinding curse and piercing charm down to 4th. The 5th was killed by a massively overpowered bludgeoning curse. It hit the female Death Eater in the, fracturing the woman's sternum and driving splinters of bone through her black heart. "Wait," Harry called. He stunned the last Death Eater before binding and casting the paralysis curse on him. Checking the man still had a pulse, he turned to the panting Remus and Minerva. Answering Mooney's unasked question, he told his pseudo-uncle, Hermione wanted to question one. Gesturing to the immobile prisoner, he told Minerva, "Take this trash back to the house. Dobby knows where to put him." Nodding to Remus he told him, "I asked Alistair to fetch Andy. She should be tending to Sirius and Dora when you get back. I'll finish up here." After the other 2 vanished under the pull of their portkey, Harry headed to the front lawn. Moving stealthily, in case there were other surprises still waiting for him, Harry was able to dodge behind a large oak tree when he heard the distinctive pop of multiple apparitions. "Fan out. No idea what's happening here, but be on your toes." The distinctive voice of Rufus Scrimgeour called to what was obviously an aura response team. A little frustrated at not being able to finish their ritualistic destruction of the McNair house, Harry vanished as he silently apparated home. Quote exclamation mark quote. He snapped. Stumbling upon landing in the entry hall, he was unpleasantly made aware that the numbing charm he'd cast on his shattered arm had worn off. His eyes watering with the pain, he staggered toward the sound of raised voices. "Remus, go get a quart of Skelligro, 15 vials of Meshuggah's pain relief potion, a full gallon of blood replenishing potion and another quart of strengthening solution. Go goddammit." Andromeda Tonks was in full casualty healer mode. When Harry stumbled in the room, she glanced at him, noticed his purpling arm, which was hanging at an odd angle before turning back to the departing Remus. "Make it 2 quarts of Skelligro." Without looking at Harry, she asked, "Just your arm?" Not waiting for an answer, she began waving her wand over the unconscious Sirius. Minerva was working on his wounded back. Apparently, the wound the vampire inflicted on Padfoot was cursed as both witches were having a hard time healing it. "Concussion, too. Sit. Stay awake. I'll get to you in a bit." 10 full minutes she and Minerva worked desperately on Sirius. After the first 2, Harry began to worry. Tugging on Ted Tonks' sleeve, he nodded questioningly at his godfather. It was touch and go when he first came in. He'd lost a lot of blood. "Andy stopped swearing a few minutes before you came in, so I think he'll be alright." Exhaling loudly, he looked around, but didn't find the object of his search. He did see Stephen Granger watching the makeshift triage with a somber expression. Trying to stand made the world tilt topsy-turvy, so Harry waved his father-in-law over to his side. "Where's Hermione?" Harry asked. "Sleeping in your bed. Alice checked her over and she seems fine, just exhausted. Alistair is up there now, checking her for Andy. At that moment, Mad Eye returned to the stripped sitting room. How is she, Mad Eye? Magically exhausted, but her core is already recharging. She'll be fine by lunch tomorrow. Her mum is sitting with her. She'll call if anything happens. No matter what happened to Harry, losing Hermione was and always would be his greatest fear. He sighed in relief at Alistair's news. Dora, pretty ugly bludgeoner to the back of the head. She'll be fine in the morning, but have a wicked headache. Smiling, he added, she did all right the way Lupin tells it. Eyeing Harry with a critical eye, he continued, so did you. I was leery of your story but you did good out there lad. Extending his hand, he shook Harry's. I'd fight with you at my side again. Harry gaped. There was no higher praise from Alistair Moody. Before he could respond, Andy barged her way through the men surrounding the boy who lived. Bugger off, I've a patient that needs attending. A quick diagnostic charm by Andy confirmed Harry's gut feeling, a level 2 concussion combined with a crushed left forearm and wrist. Frowning, she cast a numbing charm. I'll have to vanish the bones in your arm. They're too far gone for rapid healing. Vanishing and regrowth via Skella Grow is the fastest and best way. When Remus gets back with the potions, we'll do the arm. Harry grimaced. Joy. Digging through a black bag, Andromeda ended up shoving her arm in all the way to the shoulder. Harry heard numerous vials clinking in the bag before she softly exclaimed, "Ha!" Handing Harry a light brown vial, she ordered, "Drink it." Frowning, Harry asked, "What is it?" As Alistair nodded approvingly, Andromeda scowled, "It's a bloody concussion potion, now drink it young man." Surprised at her vehemence, Harry cocked an eyebrow. Ted softly laid his hand on his wife's forearm. He caught Harry's eye before he nodded to the conjured cot on which Dora was sleeping. Nodding his understanding, Harry popped the vial open before downing the goop in one go. After involuntarily shuddering, Harry murmured, "I'm sorry about Dora. She'll be all right." Nearly shouting, Andy replied, "Yes she will. No thanks to you. Andromeda, that's enough," Minerva scolded. She was wiping her hands on a rag as she walked over to the small party. Sirius was on his stomach, apparently sleeping. Dora's injuries aren't Harry's fault, so don't take all your fears on the lad. In a low undertone, Andromeda declared to the room, "There is something going on here and I demand to know what it is." She paused before tearfully choking out, "My daughter could very well have brain damage from that spell. Someone better start talking and do it right now." Sighing, Harry sat back in his chair. Rubbing his eyes with his good hand, he told the upset witch, "Tomorrow. After lunch we'll have a sit down." Surprised that Harry answered her, it took a moment before she regrouped. "Harry," she began ominously. "Goddammit Andromeda, would you grow up? Your daughter will be fine. Your cousin will be fine. Both of them will be fine," as a matter of fact, Harry added with a scowl. "So back the off. We've just been in a fight for our lives so your desires fall to the back of the bus, all right. Give it a rest." He let his glasses drop back to his nose so he could properly glare at the outraged witch. Stiffly, Andromeda replied, "Very well. We'll wait until tomorrow." Fortunately, at that moment, Remus returned with a sack full of potions. Without preamble, Andromeda vanished the crushed bones in Harry's arm. Just like during second year, his arm became a floppy useless thing. "Crap," he muttered. Turning to the calmer Andy, he asked, "Could I take this in my bedroom? It's going to be hard enough to sleep with this." He gestured to the distinctive bottle of Skella Grow, "Working on me. Might as well be in my own bed." "That'll be fine. How much do you weigh?" 60 kilos. She measured out 10 ounces of the noxious potion, handing it to Harry. "Apparently you know the drill. I'd recommend walking to your room before taking it. I can't give you a pain relief potion, I'm sorry. It would interfere with growing the new bones," she added with an expression of real regret. Andromeda wasn't a bad woman, far from it. She was a scared mother and there are few beings on the planet who are more passionate. Unfortunately, there wasn't anything anyone could say to her to assuage her fears until she had all the facts and could then decide for herself. Nodding, Harry slowly moved to the door. Alistair whispered to him, "Stun yourself. It's always got me through the worst of it." "Thanks, Alistair. I think I will." Harry swam to the surface of consciousness around 2 in the afternoon. Blindly reaching out with his left hand, he winced at the residual pain, but was heartened by his ability to control the arm with its regrown bones. He was heartened further at Hermione's reply to his hand. Good to see you're awake, lazybones. I'll have you know that I'm a warrior recuperating from an intensive battle last night. Bollocks. You're a lazy bum. Now fetch me tea. Snorting at what passed for humor in his wife when she was just awakened, Harry called, Dobby. When the major domo of Rowan Hill appeared, Harry asked, could you please bring tea for Hermione and coffee for me? Moments later, the house elf returned with the appropriate beverages. Smacking his lips at the revolting taste in his mouth, Harry cast a breath-freshening charm. How are you feeling? Hermione asked. Well enough. The arm is still a little tingly but my head is clear. Turning to his wife, he asked, you? A little tired, but fine otherwise. Andy was a tad upset last night. She obviously knows something is up. With Dora taking one in the noggin, she was furious and wanted to know the story. Wincing, Hermione muttered, not again, in reference to their encounter with Neville when they captured Wormtail. I'm not really comfortable telling her, even with a vow, Harry admitted. Especially with a vow. She could die. I don't know. We don't know her well enough to want to tell her the truth. Everyone else has been integral to our family either, before, or currently, Hermione summed up. Harry's silent nod indicated his agreement. Heaving himself out of bed, he tentatively started toward the bathroom. When he wasn't dizzy or showing any other signs of a lingering concussion, Harry strode into the bathroom to clean up for the day. He needed to talk to Sirius. It's up to you two. I think she's trustworthy, but you're right, the probability a secret stays a secret is inversely proportional to the number of people you tell. And we've told a lot of people, Hermione finished for Sirius. Nodding, the 12th Earl of Blackmore lay back on his pillows. The wound inflicted by the vampire was healed, his blood loss replaced via potion and all the aches and pains dealt with via medicine, but Sirius was still weak. Andromeda had told him to expect to be at less than full capability for a week or so. Padfoot, Midnight and Longtooth were conferring in Sirius' bedroom. Moony had left a few minutes before to check on his girlfriend. Minerva had left first thing in the morning to return to school in time for classes. Dora still hadn't woken and the house was becoming worried. Remus had summed up the problem at hand thusly, if we tell her we're the Fiendfire vigilantes, she'll go crazy unless we tell her about the time travel. Without that little nugget, we're no better than the Death Eaters. It comes down to whether you trust them enough with your secret. Do you? Harry had asked. Shrugging, Remus gave a half smile. They were, or will be my in-laws. My perspective is skewed. I trust your opinion, Remus, Hermione had told him. Andy and Ted are good people. I believe that, with a vow, you can trust them. They won't work against you or us. Harry realized what he'd been doing. He had tried to have Sirius and Remus make the decision for him when it was his and Hermione's to make. Turning to his bride, he asked her, what do you think? Slowly, she told him, I think, we should trust our family. Let's tell them. Sighing, he nodded his head. All right then. Wake up, arsehole. The frigid water thrown in the man's face completed what the awakening spell had started. The captured Death Eater, whose name was Alan Teague, shook his head before blinking at the bright light in his face. I know it's a cliché, but I had to have a bright light to interrogate the bad guy, even if you're a worthless sod. They'd vote me out of the Union otherwise. Wah! Teague muttered before Sirius punched him in the stomach. Since he was tied to the chair, Teague couldn't lean over to retch, so he opened his mouth choking and coughing. Smiling, Sirius poured the correct dosage of Veritaserum in the man's mouth before pinching his nose shut while holding his mouth closed. From behind the bound and seated Death Eater, Hermione told her godfather-in-law, he doesn't have to swallow it. It'll be absorbed through the tissues in his mouth. Don't kill my buzz. This is fun, Sirius panted. When Teague went slack, indicating the potion taking effect, Sirius slumped into a chair, worn out from the minor exertions. From behind the captive, Hermione asked, who is your leader? McNair. Frowning, she turned to Harry who amplified the question, who is leading all the Death Eaters? What is McNair's role? Don't know. McNair leads our cell. Muttered oaths and other swearing filled the room. When did you join the Death Eaters? How were you recruited? A month ago. McNair approached me at work. He told me the master was returning soon. We could put the Mudbloods and Blood Traitors in their place. Did McNair say how Voldemort was going to return? He said Snape was going to do it. We needed to be ready. A cold pall fell over the cognizant occupants of the room. Did he say when Voldemort was returning? No, just soon. The previously silent Alistair Moody interrupted. List all the Death Eaters and their headquarters of which you are aware. Harry glanced at the dictate quill and watched it transcribe the listing. He wasn't listening to the man. One thing reverberated through his thoughts. Soon. Harry snorted as he remembered Alistair's last question to the drugged Death Eater. What don't you want the Fiendfire vigilantes to know about Death Eaters and their operations? It was a stroke of genius that he'd never considered. Veritaserum compelled the affected person to be truthful, but not necessarily forthcoming or even expansive. Moody's question bypassed that drawback. Dora was finally awake and Mad Eye had been right, she had a pisser of a headache. Andy and Remus were with her. Ted had to run into the bank to take a leave of absence. Sirius had already contacted Scrimgeour to inform him of Dora's injury, falling down the stairs. With the Metamorph's clumsiness already legendary in the DMLE, no one had questioned the story. Mad Eye had returned to his day job. Coordinating the search for Severus Snape was a nightmare of bureaucracy. Holding Hermione's hand, they drifted into the family sitting room. Remus was standing by the newly stoked fire, warming his hands. Dora was spread out on a fainting couch, a warm blanket in her lap. The rest of the family was littered about the room. Stephen was reading, Alice was occupied writing a letter to her aunt. Sirius and Ted were playing chess while Andromeda looked out the window, watching the midwinter rain. Harry headed to the tea service, pouring for himself and Hermione. Handing over her drink, Harry sat next to her. When Harry's saucer and cup clinked on the table, Andromeda rounded on everyone. Right, let's have a discussion where you all tell me what the hell is going on here. Sirius. Rolling his eyes, Sirius lounged back in his chair. Andy, first off calm down. We won't have this discussion if you're biting off heads. We're the good guys. I understand you're worried about Dora, but she's fine. Calm down. Ted silently moved to his wife's side. Steering her to a couch, he gently pulled her down next to him. Laying a soft hand on her arm, he whispered in her ear. A look of resignation crossed Andromeda's features before she acquiesced. Sorry everyone. Been a bit high-strung. Sirius nodded, accepting the apology for everyone. Before we begin, we'll need an unbreakable vow from both you and Ted that you won't willingly disclose any of the secrets we're about to reveal. One of the many things Harry, Hermione and Sirius had discussed was that Sirius should take the lead in the discussion with Andromeda and Ted. The Tonks didn't know about the teens' time traveling, so would look to Sirius or Remus to explain the situation. They'd most likely dismiss Harry and Hermione. Dora jumped in before her parents could comment. Mom, Dad, I'm under a vow as well. It's the same wording that Sirius just described. The serious expression on their daughter's face threw the elder Tonks for a loop. I'd highly suggest you do as they ask. The facts are important enough to warrant an unbreakable vow, and on top of it, we're all family here. Poking Remus in the side, Dora added, or will be soon enough. Everyone smiled briefly at the witticism before turning to the Tonks with an expectant expression. I don't like it, Andromeda declared. I don't like being asked sight unseen to commit our lives to protect your secrets. Sirius shrugged nonchalantly before turning back to the chessboard. Then you don't get to learn the secrets. You brought this up, not us. Silence blanketed the room for a full minute. 60 seconds doesn't seem like a long time, but it was an eternity, for different reasons, to all present. Alice and Stephen sympathized with Andromeda and, to a lesser extent, Ted. They too had been kept away from the secret until demanding to be told. Their lack of magic was the only reason a vow hadn't been required from them. Both Grangers reflected that they would have agreed to the magical commitment, if they'd had the ability. Sirius wished Andy would get off her high horse. She'd done this throughout her life, get all worked up and outraged over stupid shit before settling down, usually at Ted's prompting. Dora was annoyed. She knew her parents both had a hard time seeing and treating her as an adult, but this was too much. Mother, get over it and agree to the vow. Nymphadora. Damn it, Mother. The shout from her daughter caused Andy to first gape. Slack-jawed, before shutting her mouth with an audible click. I am an adult, an Auror, and know far more about this than you ever will. Would you listen to me for once in your life? Not wanting to air his family's dirty laundry in public, but wanting to finish his wife's tantrum, Ted told his wife and daughter, "Enough." Turning to his spouse, he told her, "Andy, I'm willing to commit to a vow like Sirius outlined." Giving his cousin-in-law a mischievous grin, "Of course, the solicitor and me will want to debate the wording. We lose nothing by agreeing to keep their secrets." In an undertone, the sane black sister replied, "But what if the secret's horrible? Do you really think our family could be horrible?" She sighed, deflating. "You're right." Facing Sirius, she told him, "I'll agree to a vow." Sirius turned to Harry, "Your show midnight." Confused, Andy and Ted turned to the 13-year-old wizard. Crossing the room, Harry extended his hand to enact the vow with first Ted then Andromeda. Settling back in his seat, Harry began the story. "Hermione and I have the memories of our 27-year-old selves. Dear Lord, you're the third person to have that reaction to our story," Harry joked. When he got no response to his jibe, he subsided with a slight frown. Minerva had been struck dumb for a long moment, but quickly accepted the truth when told the story. Sirius and Remus both readily accepted it. Dora had been revolted by the future that was, but accepted the truth of the story. Fred and George had accepted the truth without question. Alice and Stephen had been disturbed by the implications of the time travel, but had never disputed the truth of the story. Harry didn't like that the most recent hearer of the secret appeared to disbelieve. Harry glanced at his wife. She had a slight frown and furrowing of her brow as she watched the Tonks' assimilation of the facts. It's a bit much to believe," Ted declared. Frowns now ringed the room. Sirius jumped into the fray. "You don't believe?" "Well." Rolling his eyes, Sirius snarked, "Do you really think we'd go to all the trouble of shoving an unbreakable vow down your throat so we could prank you?" "No, not really," Ted replied lamely. A tad angry, Harry stood. "Believe or disbelieve, it makes no matter to me. You demanded the truth, now you have it. Remember your vow." Striding from the room in a huff, the boy who lived headed for the indoor pool. He needed to work off some stress and 50 laps sounded like a good way to accomplish that goal. 30 minutes later, Hermione slipped into the pool with Harry. She was wearing a one-piece suit that was much more practical for exercise than a bikini was. With her hair under a cap, she swam 20-odd laps before pausing to rest. Harry was waiting for her, sitting on the end of the pool, his legs dangling in the water. "All right?" he asked, a bit disappointed. "I'd hoped they'd be as enthusiastic as the rest when we told the story." "Me, too. It could be that the combination of a dystopic future, time travel and the big reveal that we're the Fiendfire vigilantes could have thrown them," she observed. "True," he grumbled. As she spoke, Hermione puzzled through the Tonks' reactions. "They're just people, love. Normal everyday people. Andy is a healer and Ted's a solicitor. They aren't involved with the shaping and breaking of the pillars of society." Harry snorted, "And we are. Actually, yes, we are. You're the chosen one and I'm your wife. Your godfather is the Earl of Blackmore and in a few years we'll be the Earl and Countess of Richmond. Minerva is the deputy head of the most prestigious magical school in Europe if not the world. We are involved in the shaping and breaking of the pillars of society. Maybe, but how, then, do you explain Arthur Weasley?" Looking into his wife's bemused face, he told her, "Arthur Weasley was a good man, but just an everyday man. He loved his family, listened to Quidditch on the wireless and worked his job the best he could, just like 90% of society does." Staring off out the windows at the setting sun, he mused. Something inside him said, "No more," causing him to stand up and be counted. He had everything to lose, and did lose in the end, yet he still stood against the tide of evil. Prophecy isn't the decider for a man or a woman. Do you really think that if Muriel Weasley hit Voldemort in the neck with a cutting curse it wouldn't kill him? That old goat Dumbledore was right back in second year. Our decisions are what matter. Minerva is another example alongside Arthur. They chose to do what was right, regardless of the cost. It's the same decision in front of Andy and Ted. In front of all of magical Britain, really. It's the same decision they had when Fudge and Umbridge tried to silence me. They chose to do what was easy. Gently, Hermione took his hand as she pulled herself out of the pool. "Love, Arthur was and Minerva as extraordinary persons. You, Sirius, Remus, Dora and even me, we're all out of the ordinary in that we feel very strongly about doing what is right. Why do you think we have such a close-knit family? If my dad was able, he'd strap up with us for any of our ops. Andy and Ted, well, they're just people. They're not bad, just not extraordinary so that they'll suit up when the bad guys come calling. Scowling at his hands as they lay in his lap, Harry affirmed, okay, I see that. However, I won't fix them, the rest of magical Britain. It's just like when Voldemort resurrected himself after the third task. The vast majority of people couldn't be arsed to get off top dead center long enough to give a shit. It's not my job to save our society and I won't get in the middle of it. The bigotry, the oppression of those not pureblood, I won't do it. Someone else needs to pick up the pieces of our society. I'll kill Voldemort, him and his worst followers, but the rest of Britain can themselves. Voldemort didn't invent pureblood bigotry. He didn't make the laws or institutionalize racism. British wizards and witches did that for the last millennia. He just took advantage of their narrow-mindedness. Turning to his wife with his eyes ablaze, he declared, I'll save them, but they must save themselves, too. He was toppled backward as Hermione catapulted herself on top of him. Harry was a bit stunned when she tugged on his swimmers, pulling them down. That was so hot, she groaned in his ear. Smiling to himself, he was always amused that Hermione was turned on when he used his brain to take a moral stand. While ing her, he apparated them to the master bedroom. At 2 in the morning, one of the fireplaces in the atrium for the Ministry of Magic burned green. Alan Teague spewed out of the fireplace. The night watchman, George McPherson, ran over to the man who was laying prone on the marble floor. Rolling the unmoving man over onto his back, George looked into the blank face of a man who'd had his entire life erased by a massive memory charm. The next morning, Harry and Hermione meandered down to breakfast. Sitting next to Sirius, they muttered their good mornings. As Harry poured Hermione's tea, dash of milk, no sugar, Sirius told them, Andy and Ted left last night. They committed to keeping the secret, but didn't feel comfortable staying. Harry sighed, deflating a bit. Turning to Hermione, he saw he shrug in helplessness. He asked his godfather, did we do the right thing telling them the truth? Deliberately, Sirius folded the paper before setting it next to his plate. Yes, we did our part by them. We were honest and upfront with them and family can ask for nothing more. The fact that they didn't like the truth is on them, not us. Fixing Harry with the most solemn expression Padfoot had ever had, Sirius told him, we did the right thing. Read this. Harry picked up the book Sirius had just tossed in his lap. Reading the cover, he saw that it was Transfiguration Mastery. Furrowing his brow, Harry looked to his godfather for an explanation. The way you told it, you and Hermione had a haphazard self-taught curriculum after your owls, right? When Harry nodded, Sirius told him, that book is the most comprehensive Newt level and beyond Transfiguration book that's for sale. I talked with Minerva about your course of study. She recommended it for you and Hermione to take your skills to the next level. Thanks, Harry replied. But why? I've watched you and Longtooth on our raids. You guys are very charm-heavy in your spellcasting. Do you know why Remus, Minerva and Dora survived the McNair house raid? 'Cause Minerva is a freakin' genius with Transfiguration, that's why. Moony told me that she had that bloody house attacking the Death Eaters all the while she was creating defenses around the 3 of them. You two have power to spare, so the magical drain caused by massive repeated transfiguration shouldn't be a problem. Pointing to the book, he added, I'd be a poor godfather indeed if I didn't tell you that you and your wife need to take your spellcasting up a notch. Quote. Screwing up his face in consideration, Harry pondered the problem. The only time that he or Hermione had been wounded since coming to the past was when a vampire had hit Harry with a sneak attack. They'd been very successful in their efforts. At the same time, they hadn't faced any capable opponents either or in large numbers of opposition. Flipping through the book, he saw a series of topics that might as well have been written in Russian, as he'd no idea what the book was saying. Standing, Harry nodded to his godfather, we'll get on this today. Thanks. I gave Hermione a copy, too. If you need any help, give a shout. I'm not too bad at Transfiguration. Right. Thanks again. They were in the library studying after dinner when it happened. Harry groaned before he leaned back in his chair, rubbing his forehead. With controlled desperation, Hermione fearfully asked, Harry, what is it? Having seen him suffer far too many times from his connection to Voldemort, she recognized and dreaded what was most likely happening. Without warning, Harry loosed a scream of fury. He stood, his body taut and tense. Jumping from her chair, she ran around the table they were using. He was pummeling his fists on the table in rage as a scene unfolded in his mind. Tears ran down his face as blood seeped from his scar. "Oh, God," Hermione murmured as she approached him. Suddenly, he collapsed. Crumpling to a ball on the floor, he panted in pain, falling unconscious. "Sirius!" Hermione screamed. Should we call Andromeda?" Alice asked. They were in the master suite watching Harry, who'd been unconscious for the last 3 hours. Hermione was under the covers with her husband, curled up at his side. Sirius, Remus, Alice and Stephen sat in chairs waiting for the boy who lived to awaken. When Hermione didn't respond to her mother's question, Sirius demurred, "We could, but from what Hermione says, he'll be all right shortly." But he never passed out before, the visions always just hurt him. One time he was sick during 5th year because of a vision, but he never passed out, Hermione observed. Her tone was detached, as if she wasn't involved. This scared the others more than Harry's fit. Tentatively, Alice slid onto the bed next to her daughter. The silk sheets rustled a bit, but neither Hermione nor Harry flinched. Gently Alice placed her hand on Hermione's unresponsive shoulder. "Sweetie, he'll be all right. And you know this how, Mother?" Taken aback at the quiet vehemence in her daughter's tone, Alice was quiet for a long moment. "He will," she reaffirmed. Ignoring her mother, Hermione gathered Harry deeper into her embrace. 5 very long minutes later, she told the rest of her family. "I've got a hint of what Harry went through when I died. I don't want to go on if he won't wake up. Nothing else matters." Stephen and Alice exchanged a worried glance as Remus rose from his chair. He recognized the situation for what it was. Taken by itself, this issue, with Harry falling unconscious, wouldn't have bothered Hermione so badly. However, with the ever-looming threat of Voldemort combined with the fact that this was the first vision Harry had had in this timeline, Remus admitted to himself that Hermione's panic must be at near crippling level. Squatting down on his haunches, he placed himself in Hermione's sightline. Unsure as to whether she was seeing him at all or looking through him, he asked her, "Do you trust me, Longtooth?" Her response was adrift on the breeze, "Yes. Trust me that he'll be well in time." Minerva entered the room. Seeing the positions of the others, she quietly conjured a chair. Taking a seat, she and the others continued their vigil. It was to be a long night. Hermione's gaze alternated like a metronome. For 2 seconds she would watch the unconscious face of her husband. The next 2 seconds she'd watch the clock. Face. Clock. Face. His breathing was as regular as a man asleep. Is he merely sleeping or unconscious? Shaking her head to clear the distracting thoughts, she refocused on her man. It was 4:22 in the morning when Harry woke. He muttered. A small tear of relief escaped the corner of her left eye. Softly, she told him, "Language, my love." A fleeting smile flitted across his face before melting. "Sorry," he whispered. "Are you all right?" Without opening his eyes, he reached for her. Pulling her to his, he told her, "We'll talk in the morning. Things like what happened have more power in the dark. Just love me." So she did. Holding him to her, she loved him with all her might. "If the sun refused to shine, I would still be loving you. Mountains crumble to the sea, there would still be you and me." She recognized his words as the lyrics to a song, but the name escaped her. The swelling of her heart threatened to overtake her senses. Gratitude, love, affection, all these focused on the man in whose arms she rested. Without him, all was ashes in her mouth. Without him, the sun was dark on the brightest of days while the chill froze the marrow of her bones on a summer's day. "I love you, Harry James. As I love you, Hermione Jane." Breakfast in bed was a necessity this morning, not a luxury. While alert, Harry was still weak from the powerful vision the day before. One by one, the family drifted into the master suite. When Sirius pulled up a chair to the table Minerva had conjured, Harry had to smile despite what had happened. Sirius' hair was standing straight out from the left side of his head. His hair combined with the dopey expression, Padfoot was the epitome of the lazy lord, come to table. Amongst the clink and clatter of a large family breakfast, Harry watched his clan. They weren't kinfolk, but they were his family. When Hermione shoved a bowl of porridge under his nose followed by a mug of tea, he succumbed to her will. Shoveling a large spoonful of the Odin goodness in his mouth, he thanked the divine for his family. Eventually, everyone had fed. Minerva took a fortifying sip of tea before asking, "What happened, Harry?" Deciding to rip the bandage off, Harry told them, "Voldemort is in a homunculus form. Last night Snape and 2 other wizards performed the ritual." Minerva closed her eyes in dread. Sirius dropped his head into his hands while Remus slumped into his chair, despair creeping over the surviving marauders like a cloak. Dora soundlessly shook her head, trying to negate the tide of news. Alice and Stephen sat in stunned silence. Alistair was quiet, trying to digest the news, but failing. Only Hermione was strong. Squeezing Harry's hand, she let him know that she was there for him. "What does that mean for the situation, son?" Stephen asked in a low, even tone. "It's the first step for him towards his resurrection." Finding comfort in procedure, Mad Eye spoke up, his tone professional and brisk. "Tell us what happened. No detail is too slight." Closing his eyes, the boy who lived swallowed thickly. They had set up in a clearing in a pine forest. There were stars, but I couldn't make out any constellations in the sky. I could see no landmarks to identify where they were. A huge bonfire was roaring off to the side, but it seemed to be for heat and light more than anything. They had a baby boy, he couldn't have been more than a year old. He was cute. Gesturing to the top of his head, Harry absently remarked, had a little shock of red hair on his head. He was in a ritual circle when they forced a series of potions down his throat. Alice and Remus began to silently weep. He screamed in his little voice. Harry continued in a detached tone. Winces bounced about the room. I could feel Voldemort's excitement. It wasn't just anticipation for this first step to his restoration, he was excited by the magic. It was nearly UAL for him. Dear God, Minerva sighed, disgusted beyond belief. After 5 potions, they levitated a woman, the baby's mother if her hair color, weeping and wailing was any indication, they levitated her overtop the boy. The shade of Voldemort slid into place between the boy and his mother just as they slit her throat with a stone knife. As her blood splashed over the baby, Riddle's shade merged into the baby. Snape then gutted the woman. As the balance of the blood and gore in her body splashed over her son, the baby's screams were horrible. He began to change to a humanoid thing that was vaguely reptilian with black and dark red scales. By the time she died, the transformation was complete. The last thing I remember is his inhuman glare at the world. The silence was heavy and thick about the room. Dora was noticeably controlling her gag reflex before she bolted from the room to be sick. Even Alistair was grimacing. Finally, the old Auror asked, "What potions did they use?" Absently shaking his head, Harry replied, "Don't know. The vials were all opaque." Before Alistair could ask further, Harry added, "The other 2 wizards, or at least I assume they were wizards based on their height, were cloaked and hooded. I never saw their faces." More silence. "What do we do?" a newly washed Dora asked. "We kill his scaly ass," Harry declared. His face, set and grim, he met the eye of each person in the room. In their own way, each was a warrior for their crusade. Instead of battling to Jerusalem, this crusade was fighting on the ramparts of the Tower of London. "Agreed," replied Minerva dryly, "but for more practical and immediate purposes, what do we do?" The support that shone from Alice's wet face bolstered Harry's spirits more than he knew. He hadn't told them of Voldemort's exultation in the success of the ritual. The Dark Lord's thoughts were unclear, Harry's occlumency worked against him in that matter, but the attitude were clear, malevolence. Whatever thoughts were running through the Dark Lord's mind, they weren't very kind. "I'll inform Amelia," Alistair quietly announced. "I'll just tell her I can't reveal the source. She trusts me." "What can she do?" Hermione whispered. "Quite a bit, actually. So long as that pompous sack of shit Fudge doesn't get in the way. Or his blood-purest lackey Bint, Umbridge." With real venom, Harry asked, "Is she a Death Eater?" Shrugging, Alistair hedged, "I don't think so. Check her arm the next time you see her," Hermione directed. "That creepy eye of yours should be put to some good use," she finished with a smile. "We need a plan," Harry announced. "We need a plan to pull Voldemort out so we can chop off his head. It'll all be over then." Glancing to Alistair, he asked, "Did you pass the other information to Amelia?" "Yeah. She damn near wet her knickers when she started to read it. 4 days from now she's planning on a massive sweep-up. The information gleaned from their captured Death Eater had been extensive. Apparently, Walden McNair had liked to brag in front of his Death Eaters. Alan Teague had been a treasure trove of Death Eater meeting places, supply depots and member identities. Alistair, Minerva began. Where is Snape? You've been leading the task force trying to find him. We still have no idea where that Snape is, but now they'll be coming home soon. When Alice furrowed her brow, Sirius answered the unspoken question for the old Auror. In an undertone of one who has accepted the inevitable pain and death to follow, Sirius told the room, Voldemort wants to kill us all. He and Snape will be here soon enough. Harry sat in Sin's Garth, enjoying the magically warm weather while a heavy rainstorm pelted the surrounding landscape with cold rain and sleet. He was confused, conflicted, scared and angry. Confusion was simple to identify. He had no clue what Voldemort was up to and there were no paths immediately presenting themselves so that he could investigate or uncover the truth. God, I wish I had a Dumbledore chocolate frog card. For this one, he groused under his breath. Deciding he could do nothing but be patient and trust Mad Eye's plan of co-opting the DMLE to do the legwork for them, Harry ruthlessly shoved his confusion aside. Resolving to deal with the situation as the facts became clearer, he moved on to his internal conflict. Ever since Harry had awakened from his unwanted vision, a disturbing idea had been rattling around in his brainpan. None of the family was students of Tom Riddle aka Lord Voldemort. They couldn't put themselves in his shoes in an attempt to project his behaviors, thoughts or intentions. The foremost person in the world who could claim to truly know T.M. Riddle was a man that none of them trusted. He was a man of immense magical strength and true genius who also had a will of steel to match his capabilities. Harry was conflicted because he wanted to bring Albus Dumbledore into his confidences. Not about the time travel, nor their clandestine activities as the Fiendfire vigilantes. No, that level of disclosure, that course of action, would be unwise. The vision of Voldemort gaining an homunculus form, their beliefs that the wizard was very close to regaining human form was urging Harry to consult with the ancient wizard. The only one that the Dark Lord ever feared, was a mighty title indeed, yet Voldemort hadn't feared Dumbledore only for his magical and martial might. He had feared his old Transfiguration professor for his mind as well. "Ity," he sang in a sarcastic voice. Running his hands through his extraordinarily unruly hair, the boy who lived cast about for the metaphorical path to trod. "Language, dearest." Smiling affectionately, Harry slowly turned to see his wife standing behind him, her hands on her hips with a mock scowl on her face. The scowl shortly melted to an affectionate smile as she slid into place next to him. Soundly ing him, she asked, "What's the bother?" After a frustrated sigh, he told her, "I have this recurring, nagging and very unwelcome hunch that we should bring Dumbledore into the whole Voldemort is coming back thing." Curling her left arm about his right, she leaned on him as she chewed her lip and thought. Recognizing the symptoms of very deep cogitation and consideration from his wife, Harry let her be while he moved on to his fear. The assault on the McNair house wards had left Hermione magically drained. Their plan had accounted for that occurrence, so she was exposed for less than 4 seconds before the portkey had whisked her home. His intellectual understanding of her safety had allowed Harry to function in the melee that followed. However, her unknown status afterwards had nearly driven him mad. His fear of losing her again was mounting. He knew that they were both placing their lives at risk every time they geared up for a raid. He, also, knew that she was a more than competent warrior who could pummel to dust over 95% of Voldemort's minions. He knew these things, yet his terror of losing her had only grown since returning to the past. Returning to her. It was the only reason he came back. Sure, saving the world was a good and noble cause, but he was back to save the one that he loved. He was back to save her. Losing her again would destroy him utterly. This led to his anger. It was summed up in one word: Voldemort. The stupid prick just wouldn't stay dead. He'd lost back in 81, yet he wouldn't give up. Snorting in derision, Harry could somewhat empathize with his nemesis. Harry had lost it all in the late O, but he came back because he wouldn't give up. "You, Tom," Harry snarled to himself. "I don't like it," Hermione opined. Shaking his head to pick up the thread, he realized she was probably talking about bringing Dumbledore into the problem. Why not? he asked. Because he'll try to take over instead of being an expert advisor. Yet, he's the only true Voldemort expert that's out there. We don't have time to do all the research necessary to come up to speed, he countered. He would endanger everything we've worked, fought and bled to accomplish. His arrogant holier-than-thou attitude would be so counterproductive as to completely overshadow any contributions he might be able to make, she declared with an arrow shot to the heart that would have made Artemis proud. I thought you hated him. Hermione challenged. Hate is a very strong word, Harry sighed. I dislike his machinations very strongly, but I don't hate him. After a long pause, he regarded his wife, and you. Me what? She countered. Her evasive ploy was obvious even to Harry. Do you hate Albus? There was barely a heartbeat before she spat. He hurt you. Systematically, deliberately and thoroughly hurt you. What would you do or feel about someone who did that to me? Harry stiffened in a momentarily silent rage. The magic pouring off him suspended the wards that kept Sin's guard warm and dry, allowing a few raindrops to wet their hair. Closing his eyes, he regained control of himself, causing the artificial good weather to return. I'd kill them all, which, I guess, is answer enough. After a brief consideration, he asked, deliberately. You believe Dumbledore maliciously set out to have me hurt by the Dursleys and later Voldemort? Her scowl crumpled into a mask of confusion. I don't know about deliberately, she admitted in a low tone. But it was either deliberate, or he's the most oblivious, arrogant, unfeeling bastard to ever lift a wand. Slowly, he reached over to her, covering her hand with his own. He can't hurt me anymore. No one can hurt me like that ever again. Sighing, she absently nodded. Without words, they intertwined their bodies, curling up on the bench. I don't have a very objective perspective on Albus, he admitted. Me either, she agreed. They exchanged a humorous look. Talk to Moony, they both asked simultaneously before laughing. Standing, Harry scooped his wife to her feet before bracing himself to leave the pleasant Sin's guard. Remus stroked his chin as he leaned back in his chair. The Potters had found the erstwhile academic in the library surrounded by a pile of books. Remus was dressed in an old tweed jacket, tan trousers and a white button-down shirt. The only thing that was missing from his professor ensemble was a pipe stuffed full of Captain Black. Distancing him from us would be best. If we could hold him at bay, he can't interfere with our activities. In the end, though, I believe you're right. Albus is the most knowledgeable person about Voldemort of whom I'm aware. It would be awkward for you to directly talk to Albus. Remus began to pace as he thought aloud. Harry snorted at the obviousness of the statement. Hermione absently smacked him on the shoulder before asking, what about Minerva? That's an interesting idea. Sirius is out, as am I. Dora is a non-entity as far as Albus is concerned. In fact, her addressing Albus would cause more problems than we hope to solve. He'd want to know how she got involved and it would degrade from there. Tapping his fingers on the back of his chair as he leaned on it, Remus thought through the options. He met Hermione's eye before he prompted the time-traveling witch. You do realize there will be repercussions if Minerva were to discuss this with Albus. Her status as a trusted part of our family would be known to the old man, Hermione replied without missing a beat. Alistair, Harry mused. Before the other two could reply, he dismissed the idea. He'd be a bigger cipher than Dora. Dumbledore would be rabid to find out how his old friend became involved with us. At least Minerva has a pre-existing connection to us. We'll need to ask her if she's all right with this. It's her life that he would make miserable, Hermione observed. The conversation dwindled into gossip from there. Harry began teasing Remus about his intentions for Dora. So when are you going to make my cousin an honest woman, Remus? Not you too, Remus muttered as he stood. I'm off to get a snack. You'll contact Minerva? He asked. Hermione nodded as she leaned on Harry, who watched Moony leave. The boy who lived in turn leaned back on the leather couch, allowing the couple to lounge a bit. Things had been moving so fast lately, that Harry's head had been metaphorically spinning. He pulled Hermione closer as he sighed. I've no idea what to do. I remember the plan. Free Sirius, kill Voldemort, tell the rest to bugger off. It's just the how that's bollocksed up right now. She was twirling a lock of his hair absently when she told him, whenever I get lost, I remember the beginning. Smiling, Harry teased, I assume you're being smart now. Completely distracted from his earlier point, he squeezed her tightly. With a serious expression, she sat up, straddling his lap. Gently grasping his cheeks, she looked deep in his eyes. You are my alpha and omega. When things are confusing, desperate or difficult, I always return to you. Your little sojourn into the land of Nod reminded me that I can no longer be fully me without you. As there is no me without you, he choked out. Nodding, she gently edged her man. Laying her forehead on his, she shut her eyes as she affirmed herself. I love you. I want you. I am you as you are me. You're my best friend, my love and my lover. I never want to be parted from you or part from you in turn. Pulling back a bit so they could focus on each other, she finished, I love you. A flick of his wrist allowed Harry to lock the door and silence the room. Slowly, tenderly and deliberately he made love to his wife in the deepening shadows of a late winter day. With heart, mind and body they renewed their vows of love. Fortunately, the following weekend was a Hogsmeade weekend, so Minerva had a valid excuse for a lunchtime rendezvous with the glamoured Potters. No one blinked when the deputy head sat down to lunch with a middle-aged couple. How are you, Minerva? Harry asked. Cocking an eyebrow, the severe-looking professor glared at the male member of her party before snapping open her menu. I'm annoyed. You? Oh, I'm grand, Harry replied absently. When the waiter had taken their order and departed, Hermione surreptitiously raised a privacy ward. Now what? Minerva muttered when she saw Hermione finish the hastily raised ward. Joking aside, what's bothering you? Harry pressed. Sipping her tea, Minerva sighed through her nose. I become more intolerant of Albus and his ways as the days go by. I have to bite my tongue or leave the room before I lash out at him. I've already had 2 shouting matches with him this year, which is 2 more than I've had in all the years before. Sagging into her seat, she whispered, I may end up leaving Hogwarts. This is driving me mad. Frowning, Hermione reached across the table, taking Minerva's hand in her own. What is so intolerable? It's the duplicity, the lies. She hissed acidly. He has a few faces, the doddering eccentric grandfather and the powerful light wizard are the 2 most prominent. Both hide what he did to you, she nodded to Harry. What he did to so many. Sirius suffered so much but Albus could have done right by him with a few offhand remarks. A dozen years in Azkaban because Albus chose, she trailed off in disgusted disillusionment. To do what was easy as opposed to what was right, Harry finished for her. Yes. They were all quiet as they contemplated Minerva's revelation. Finally, she broke the silence. This is the first time I've said it aloud, so I've no idea what I'm to do, but I needed to say it. The waiter brought their food and drink. Harry paid the man before he left. A hefty tip ensured the man would give them their privacy. There was no talk as the group dug into their meals. The Golden Cauldron was an excellent restaurant that catered to the adult wizarding world. On rare occasions, 7th-year students might come in on a date, but usually the prices and atmosphere kept the students away. Sporadic small talk popped up and wilted away through the meal. School gossip was a big topic. Apparently, the Slytherins had come to heel with the removal of their protective head of house combined with the disappearance of many of the most vocal blood purists in society. In a backwards way, their activities as the Fiendfire vigilantes were already paying dividends. As they sipped their after-meal tea, Harry began, Minerva, we've a problem. With Voldemort on the march, we're at a loss regarding planning. Talking with Remus and Sirius, as well as Stephen and Alice, we all agree that we need to consult with Albus about the problem. A cocked eyebrow was the Transfiguration Mistress' only reply. Let's be a little clearer, Hermione interjected. We all reluctantly agree that we ought to consult with Albus. That's more believable, Minerva muttered. After another fortifying sip of her tea, she asked, I assume that you would like me to be your intermediary. Hermione took the lead. Only if you're willing. It will reveal to Albus that your role in Harry's life is much more than just a former school-time head of house. He may make your life more difficult. Waving away the smartest witch of the age, Minerva declared, he has to be aware of that already. My own behavior has been out of the ordinary this year and it all revolves around you, she admitted with a small nod to Harry. Thank you, Harry told her in an undertone. With real emotion in her eyes, Minerva reached across the table, taking the Potter's hands in her own. As I told you in September, I could do no less for my own children. That was bloody brilliant, Stephen exclaimed as he and Sirius apparated into the entry hall. Harry and Remus arrived a second later. "Who's the best Quidditch team in Britain?" Sirius asked. His tone was light with the undercurrents of an expected answer. "Puddlemere United, Sahib," Harry joked. In the drawing room, Hermione caught her mother's attention so she could have an audience as she rolled her eyes. The men had been at the Puddlemere vs. Tuchel match for the last 12 hours. As the gabble of voices moved toward the drawing room, Hermione set her book aside and steeled herself to at least 1 hour of non-stop Quidditch talk. Jones was totally blatching. "Bugger off," he was not. "You're both out." Deciding that silence was the best course of action for her at this time, Hermione grabbed her book to begin reading again. "Hey love," an exuberant Harry shouted when he came in the room. Bouncing over to her, he placed a smacking on her before flopping on the couch. "Whatcha reading?" Rolling her eyes, she showed him the cover of Transfiguration Mastery. "Is it any good?" "Actually, it's fantastic." "Huh, I'm too wound up to read. Want to go for a walk?" Glancing at the clock, she drolly countered, "Harry, it's 10 in the evening." Wagging his eyebrows, he teased, "We won't walk far." Giving him a playful shove, she stood. "Good night, Harry." From the entry hall a loud crack of apparition sounded. All conversation ceased as the witches and wizards drew their wands. As a unit, they turned to face the door. Harry and Hermione silently slid in front of Alice and Stephen. Clackety-clack sounded the shoes of the person striding down the marble hall. The person was walking at a fast pace if the staccato tattoo of the heels was any indication. Minerva McGonagall rounded into the drawing room, her face pale with anger. Dismissing the drawn wands of the family, she headed for the wet bar in the corner of the room. "We keep this up, we'll turn Minerva into a drunk," Sirius quipped. As he settled on the settee, Remus poured tea for everyone before he asked, "Did your discussion with Albus go poorly?" "Actually, it went far better than I expected," she replied through gritted teeth. Frowning, Harry asked, "Then why?" He trailed off as he gestured to the glass of whiskey in his mother figure's hand. "Because I'm sick and bloody tired of his sanctimonious condescension." Ah. The room was quiet for a full minute as the rest of the family settled down, all thoughts of the Quidditch match forgotten. "I met with him earlier tonight, after dinner. After explaining the substance of your dream, he first asked me why I was delivering the news." Sirius rolled his eyes at Dumbledore's machinations before he snorted in annoyance. "Yes, quite," Minerva acknowledged before continuing. "I told him that Harry didn't trust him and as such, had asked me to approach him with the news." He nodded, a sad expression on his face. It was as if he'd done nothing wrong and was put upon. She clenched her jaw as she shut her eyes in an attempt to rein in her emotions. Most people thought that Minerva McGonagall was an emotionless person. The truth was that she was one of the most passionate persons most would ever meet. She loved, cared and hated with a fiery exuberance that could be overwhelming. Her usually impassive mien had been cultivated by endless self-discipline. For it to be slipping was shocking to those who had known her for years. He asked a series of questions. For some I had answers, others I did not. Withdrawing a small parchment from her pocket, she tossed it on the coffee table in front of Harry. "When you have time, would you see if you could answer any of his questions?" Harry nodded before Minerva finished. "He didn't insist, but he very much desires you to come to the school. He'd like to examine your memory in his pensieve to see if he can pick up any details you missed." She scowled again. "He, very reluctantly, acknowledged that Severus could have accomplished the ritual you described." "Astounding," Sirius commented dryly. There was a watchful silence as Harry leaned back on the sofa. Absently pulling Hermione to him, he pondered the situation. To go or not to go? That is the question, he mused aloud. Remus cleared his throat, grabbing everyone's attention and derailing the conversation. "I've been doing a lot of thinking about Albus in the past few months. I admit that I don't have an unbiased opinion of the man as he's helped me in ways that no one in Wizarding Britain ever had or could." Everyone nodded, acknowledging that the old wizard had given Remus an incredible gift by allowing him to attend Hogwarts despite his lycanthropy. Staring into his cup of tea, Remus told them, "Albus has made innumerable mistakes. Deadly mistakes. I am fairly certain that Benji Fenwick and the Pruitt brothers are dead because of mistakes by Albus. Sirius' imprisonment and Harry's incarceration with the Dursleys are actions for which he is also responsible. I don't want to debate whether he intentionally set you two up to be hurt or not. I don't think we'll ever know for sure, but the point remains that Albus is culpable. I also don't think he's been malicious. I don't believe that he's set out to hurt a person. That's much more in line with Voldemort than Albus. Given Albus' position and the importance that we give him, his mistakes are magnified to the point where he shatters lives when he makes a mistake that would merely require an apology when the rest of us make a similar mistake. Hold on, Sirius interrupted hotly. What the bloody hell do you mean, we give him importance? Shrugging, Remus explained, look, he's the headmaster of Hogwarts and the chief warlock of the Wizengamot. Turning to Stephen, he asked, who is the current head of your secondary school and who's the leader of the House of Commons? Taken aback, Stephen thought for a minute before sheepishly replying, I've no idea on either counts. That's my point, Remus explained. Albus is a hero for what he did in the Grindelwald conflict and in the First Blood War with Voldemort. But in the end, he's only the head teacher with an important role in government. True, he's inserted himself in situations which are none of his business, he indicated to Harry with a wave of his hand. He had no business interfering with Harry's guardianship. With a sigh, Hermione summed up, he's an old man who's done great things and we look to him to not only continue to save the world, but to solve all our problems. The quiet was so complete, Harry heard the waves crashing on the beach. He's not the devil. He's not responsible for all our ills either. Stunned, the rest of the party looked at Sirius, who'd just spoken. What? Just because I joke a lot doesn't mean I'm stupid. But, he put you in Azkaban, Harry began, but stopped at his godfather's head shake. No, Midnight. Barty Crouch put me in Azkaban without a trial. Albus' mistake, he nodded toward Remus, was to not make a fuss about it in the paper. No one else did, though, either. Not Bagnold, not Fudge, not Remus, not Minerva, not anyone. The others flinched, but Sirius went on, I've come to the point where I have to forgive any and all for that or I'll go mad. I'm past it. Turning to Harry, the former prisoner of Azkaban declared, but for what Albus did to you, I don't forgive. Wait, are you implying that we've been using Dumbledore as a scapegoat for what's wrong? Alice asked with a hint of disbelief in her tone. In a calm, almost disinterested tone, Remus rejoined, to an extent, yes. He let the thought sink in before adding, I do believe that Albus has made some rather enormous and even monstrous errors in judgment. Benji, the Pruitts, Harry and Sirius are just the tip of the iceberg. Hiding the Philosopher's Stone in the school, while knowing that Voldemort was pursuing it during the first year of The Boy Who Lived as borderline insane. If I'd known about the Chamber of Secrets situation where students were being petrified and he insisted upon keeping the school open, I believe I would have camped out in Albus' office the night of a full moon. Be that as it may. The group snickered at the visual of Remus in a pup tent changing to Moony amidst the devices, books and portraits of the head's office at Hogwarts. The point is that I don't believe Albus to be evil. He's extremely human, but some of the impact of his mistakes falls in our own lap. At the same time, his arrogance and reluctance to confide in others, much less heed their advice or input, is a large defect in his own character. Chiming in, Hermione observed, in the end, Voldemort is responsible for much of the evil we face. Many contributed to the fall of Tom Riddle, but in the end, Tom Marvolo Riddle made his choices and fell into darkness of his own accord. Any and all acts perpetrated by Voldemort and the Death Eaters are the responsibility of those people. Nodding, Remus agreed, yes. With a hard expression, Hermione zeroed in on Remus, so, too, is Albus. He put Harry with the Dursleys despite Minerva's protests. He made many choices where he hurt people. Great responsibility is within his grasp, he knows this and yet he repeatedly failed. Allowing Snape full reign to terrorize the school, hiding the stone in the castle, letting the students stay at school despite the chamber, Sirius's imprisonment, the corruption in the Wizengamot, Fudge's excesses, the list goes on for quite a while. Albus has failed far more than he's succeeded. Nodding again, Remus concurred, it's not an easy matter. The situation is hardly black and white by any means. The pain he's visited upon others is significant. Standing, Harry announced, I need a run. I've got to think about all this. Turning to the Scot, he told her, thank you for talking to him. I appreciate it. The noticeably subdued woman nodded her head, acknowledging his thanks. Turning to his wife, Harry asked, you want to come with? Standing, she silently changed to Longtooth before padding to the front door, the black Jaguar on her heels. Dobby appeared just in time to open the door to the night, allowing the great predators to run. When the youngest members of the family had left, Sirius asked all in the room a speculative question: I wonder if we get so mad at Albus for what he's done, for what we've done, or a bit of both. They sat in their hot springs, silent and overwhelmed. Hermione was directly across from her husband, watching him as he lay back against the marble sides. They'd conjured weeks ago. Harry had his eyes closed as he tried to meditate on the issue at hand. It's not about whether Albus is the big bad, she'd counseled her husband. The question at hand is whether or not to approach him for advice and insight. Yeah, all things considered, though, I'd rather tell him to fawn off. Sighing, he slid around to Hermione's side of the springs. Pulling her into his lap, he nuzzled her damp hair. She mischievously wiggled in his lap, causing him to smile. As his hands wandered, he asked, "What do you think?" "I think that I'm aghast that you want to talk about a 150-year-old wizard while your wet wife is wiggling on your lap." His smile blossomed to laughter. After languidly eyeing her, he sighed, "You're right. Thinking is overrated." Cocking his head to one side, he asked, "Are you trying to distract me with your wet body? Is it working?" "Yes." "Well, then, yes I am." Mad-Eye tromped down the hall of Rowan Hill, scowling at all and sundry. So intimidating was his glare, most of the portraits fled from him. As he stalked into the master's study, Harry called out, "Hello, Alistair. Why are you stomping about like a 4-year-old? What the bloody hell did you do to Albus?" Looking up from the monthly accounts of the estate, Harry frowned. "I just made an appointment to see him." Rolling his good eye, the old Auror barked, "I know that, you moron. I mean, what else did you do?" Ignoring the insult, Harry replied, "Nothing." "Then why is he almost literally breaking down my door to have me investigate you?" "'Cause he's a controlling, manipulative git." Mad-Eye wasn't amused. "If I know," Harry admitted. When Alistair continued to glare, Harry raised his hands in a surrendering motion, "I really don't know." Hermione spoke up from the couch where she was reading, "Alistair, you know how Albus can't handle not knowing what's going on. He's completely in receive mode here and he must hate it. He's just trying to find out what the what is." Turning the page of her book, her disinterest in the topic made clear the amount of energy she was willing to expend on the topic of Albus Dumbledore and his foibles. Grunting, Mad-Eye pulled out his flask, knocking back a slug. Feeling bold, Harry asked, "You know, I've always wondered what you have in that flask." "Keep wondering. It's good for your complexion." Rolling his eyes, Harry pressed, "Come on, Alistair. Is it whiskey?" "You." "Alistair, language," Hermione reproved without looking up from her book while reading on the couch. The old man surreptitiously flipped Hermione the bird. Meanwhile, Harry had slipped out of his seat before slinking over to the distracted Auror. Unfortunately, Harry had forgotten the first rule of Mad-Eye. Never, ever, sneak up on the most paranoid man in the Northern Hemisphere. When Harry leaned in to sniff at the open flask, he startled the old man. Whirling about, Mad-Eye began hurling hexes and curses in random directions. The fireplace became a duck, the desk burst into flame, the doors to the study began singing a version of My Favorite Things from The Sound of Music, while the andirons in the other fireplace became mice, which immediately perished from the flames. "Mad-Eye, you stupid bastard. Stop it." Harry had dived to the side, rolling behind a bookcase. Growling, the old man stalked from the room in the general direction of the kitchens. "He's mad," Harry groaned as he stood. After a small pause, he muttered, "Of course he is. It's Alistair." Hermione hadn't moved during the entire exchange. While Harry was flopping about the room, she'd calmly drawn her wand, cast the advanced shield spell and waited for Mad-Eye's fit to pass. Since she already had wand out, Hermione casually began reversing Mad-Eye's spells. She cancelled everything except the singing door. It had finished My Favorite Things and had moved into a rousing rendition of The Lonely Goatherd. Raising his eyebrows, Harry turned to his wife. Shrugging, she picked up her book. "It's doing a good job and I've always loved the sound of music." "At least it isn't dancing," Harry muttered as he moved back to his desk. After resettling, she asked, So what? What was in the flask?" "I dunno. It wasn't alcohol, that's for sure. I recognize the scent but can't place it. It makes me think of Uncle Vernon's mother." Hermione silently furrowed her brows in a silent query. Nodding, He answered, yeah, she's as unpleasant as he was. She had this bowel problem which made her cranky. The stunned expression of realization on the boy who lived quickly dissolved into raucous laughter. His howls of amusement caused his wife to shift from querying to annoyed. Between laughs, he squeaked out, prune juice. He's drinking prune juice. Hermione's giggles complemented Harry's mirth for the next 10 minutes. She watched him from the path. It was after dinner when he'd excused himself to head out of doors. His expression told her all she needed to know to figure out his destination. She'd followed him the first time he'd gone. Something told her that he'd need her, so she followed. The same hunch prodded her again this evening. Padding along as Longtooth, she followed her husband as he wound through the trees. When he opened the creaking iron gate, she slowed. Shifting back to her human form, she watched him kneel at the foot of his parents' graves. "Hi Mum, Dad." He picked up a few scattered leaves from overtop James's and Lily's graves before sitting on his haunches. "I'm going to see Dumbledore tomorrow and I'm not too sure about how to feel." Grabbing a stick, he began to peel the bark off as he mused. "I mean, a big part of me wants to punch him on the nose. He put me there and could have easily arranged for a trial for Sirius. That's enough to put him in the unthinking bastard column. At the same time, I really think we'll need him if we're going to stop Voldemort." Rubbing the now bare stick between his palms, he was silent for a bit. "Sirius and Remus are great. So too are Alice and Stephen, but I really wish you were here. I need some advice from my parents." A great heaving sigh from Harry pulled Hermione forward. Sliding through the open gate, she moved to his side. She gently placed her small hand on his shoulder before sitting next to him. Extending her arm, she wrapped it around her husband, pulling him close. "I love you, Hermione. And I you." Turning to her, his eyes were alight with love and devotion. "I'm going to give you the life you deserve. We're going to live here for the next 70 years, raising our children, hosting the family and just loving each other. I'll buy you every book in the country, expanding the library to fit them all. I'll feed you bonbons when you're pregnant with our children and run with you and the kids as we play in the garden. I'll love you forever." She knew he was promising the future that his parents had been unable to realize. Promising all that James and Lily had been denied because of a psychopathic lunatic with a delusion of grandeur. A single tear fell from her eye as she raised her hand to his cheek. "I'm so very lucky to have you, Harry." "No, we're lucky to have each other." Nodding, she leaned into her man ever so gently. "Come on, you need your rest. We've a big day tomorrow." The fireplace in Minerva McGonagall's quarters flared green before disgorging 4 people. Remus, Sirius and Hermione stood, brushing the ash and soot from Harry. As usual, Harry had tumbled out of the fireplace with a distinct lack of grace. Flow travel seemed to be the antithesis of his agility on a broom. When they were all clean, the 5 members of the family headed to the headmaster's office. Minerva's face was its usual impassive mien of professional detachment. Only those closest to her would have been able to notice the hints of distress and worry she bore for the upcoming meeting. Remus, observations the other day about Albus had shaken her. From the extreme of being an Albus Dumbledore supplicant to hating him, she'd experienced severe emotional whiplash in the last few months. Now she was coming to a middle ground where she disliked the man and didn't trust him, but didn't hate him as she had. Sirius wore a mask of jocularity as he rattled off stories of the Marauders' exploits for Harry's amusement. Remus was silent at Padfoot's side, occasionally offering a brief smile in remembrance of one of his old friend's anecdotes. Both Marauders were concerned that the upcoming meeting would hurt Harry. As he'd already demonstrated, Albus had the authority and influence that allowed him to disturb Harry's life most severely. Neither man had any concern for themselves, only the son of Prongs. Hermione stood tall next to her man. She held his hand as they strode through the empty halls of the school. They'd timed their arrival so that classes were being conducted and the bulk of the students in the classrooms. After their emotional moment in the family graveyard the evening before, Hermione had been tempted to beg Harry to run away with her. Tahiti, the Seychelles, Bora Bora, Alaska, Tasmania, anywhere they could hide from Voldemort to leave all the mess behind. Her Gryffindor pride and spirit rebelled, though. Even though her fear shrieked in her ears that they should flee, neither Hermione nor Harry would run. They'd run once when the world had been savaged. Never again. The evening before, she had fallen asleep in the arms of the man she loved. Even though he wasn't quite 14, Harry was more a man than any other male she'd met. The forthcoming meeting really held no apprehension for her. Deep in herself she knew that Harry could handle anything so long as he had his family. The meeting was a stepping stone to the final solution of the problem that was personified in the person who had named himself Lord Voldemort. She trusted Harry, herself and their family, they would prevail. Harry was slightly apprehensive, but not fearful. The time for debate and consideration was past. The time for action was present, and Harry Potter excelled at action like no other. They stopped in front of the guardian statue of the headmaster's doorway. Without rehearsal, they all met the other's gaze, reaffirming their commitment to each other, to their purpose. Acid pops. Welcome everyone, the aged headmaster greeted the group with a smile as he rose from behind his desk. It was times like this when Harry had a split second of doubt. How could he ever think that this genial old man could be so duplicitous or conniving? Unbidden, the nightmare of Hermione's sightless eyes as he held her corpse rose before his vision. He could feel the remembered rain on his face as the memory of the seeping cold from the mud in the ditch chilled his legs. Blinking away the recollection, Harry admitted to himself that he knew quite well why he needed to be on his guard. There was far too much at stake to fail. "Professor," Hermione replied to the man's greeting. Steeling himself, Harry concentrated on staying in the present. Dumbledore was a wily man who would take advantage of any opening offered. He'd do his best to avoid offering any fissures in his behavior. The group moved to the sitting area in the oversized office. An elf popped in with a tea service and snacks before silently withdrawing. The practiced host, Dumbledore poured for everyone while keeping up a light chatter about current events. As they all settled into their seats, Harry decided to seize control of the situation by speaking first. "Professor, as Professor McGonagall has related to you, I had a happening of the most disturbing kind recently." Beetling his brows, Dumbledore replaced his cup on the saucer before replying, "Yes, she did. Would you mind relating the substance of the dream?" Suppressing a shudder of horror, Harry demurred, "Actually, Professor, I'd like to forget that it ever happened. I would much prefer to offer you a memory of the scene that you can watch in your pensieve." Dumbledore didn't move for a long moment before he asked, "How did you know I have a pensieve, Harry?" With the hint of a glare, Harry snapped, "Professor McGonagall mentioned it to me when she related the discussion the two of you had. Would you like the memory or not, sir?" He was outwardly passive, but inwardly seething. Why is he chasing this goddamn hare when we're talking about the resurrection of Voldemort? "Yes, of course. Let me fetch it." The old man stood before striding to the cabinet on the interior wall of his office. Returning with the large stone bowl, Albus placed it on the low table around which they were seated. "You just need to take your wand," Dumbledore began before tailing off as Harry had already withdrawn the memory from his temple. Dropping the silvery substance in the bowl, the boy who lived mentioned, "I read a book on pensieves, very interesting devices. Would any of you care to accompany me?" Dumbledore offered before immersing himself in the memory. Silently, the rest of the family nodded. As one, they all reached for the shimmering memory, dipping their index finger into the fluid. Harry watched them all flow into the bowl, but declined to look into the bowl itself. He didn't want to see the poor mother slaughtered again, nor the little boy who was tortured as his body was consumed and transformed. The mere thought of watching it again made him ill. He closed his eyes in an attempt to meditate for a bit, hoping to regain his emotional equilibrium. Breathing deeply, he reached out with his senses while releasing the tension, anger, fear and aggression that clouded his mind. Off to his right, he felt a soothing presence that could only be one thing. Opening his eyes, he smiled at Fawkes who was watching him. "Lo Fawkes. Hope you're well," Harry greeted in an undertone. A soft trill was the only reply from the immortal creature of light. His spirits unaccountably lifted, Harry resumed his meditation. 10 minutes later, he heard his companions begin to stir. Opening his eyes, he saw that they were all pale. Sirius held his head in his hands while Remus was struggling to control his breathing. Hermione had soundless tears tracking down her face while Minerva had a hand clamped over her mouth as if to force down the overwhelming emotion. Turning to the vanquisher of Grindelwald, Harry was shocked at his appearance. He'd never seen Albus Dumbledore appear so old. His expression haggard, the headmaster was staring blindly out the window. Gently breaking the silence with hopes of getting the meeting on track, Harry mentioned, "It's rather unpleasant. It was disgusting and an abomination. True evil walks again. They should all be executed." The minor Earl of Richmond was stunned that Dumbledore made such a vicious condemnation with such heat. "No second chances for old Severus," Sirius sardonically observed. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment where he seemed to fold in on himself. Softly, the old man answered, "No. No second chances. He's beyond human redemption." The group was silent as they all digested the old man's pronouncement. Finally, Dumbledore sighed, "I shall grieve later. For now, we have a problem." Remus snorted at the understatement. "Yes, quite. None of us are experts in necromancy, so we hoped that you would either be aware of the process that he's trying to use for his resurrection or knew of someone with the expertise." Leaning back in his chair, Dumbledore stroked his beard while deep in thought. Finally, he admitted, "I am unaware of the process Tom is using for his resurrection, though I admit that I only have a passing acquaintance with necromancy. I know of a few people who are better versed. I shall contact them for their opinion." Internally rolling her eyes at the old man's dissimulation, Hermione asked, "And who would those persons be, sir?" When Dumbledore hesitated, Sirius pounced. "Albus, let's get something straight. You're not in charge here. You'll be upfront and honest with us or this is the last time we see each other. That division will probably allow Voldemort to win in the end. We all know the prophecy." All eyes swiveled to the impassive Harry, "So get over yourself, you can't win. Only Harry can. You need us far more than we need you." The family had talked beforehand where Sirius had insisted upon being the antagonist to the headmaster for the family. After the New Year's party at the Longbottoms, he's well aware that I don't think too highly of him. No need to tip our hand any further. Harry later told Hermione that he thought old Padfoot was secretly looking forward to yelling at the old wizard. It looked like Sirius was getting his wish. "You are at the top of a list of very exclusive people, Albus," Sirius coldly told the quiescent old man. "You are near the top of people I hate with a red-hot passion." Dumbledore's face reflected shock before he reassumed his impassive expression. "Don't with us or you'll regret it." Harry internally flinched at Sirius' threat. Dumbledore had stared down Voldemort, Grindelwald and probably much more. A threat from Sirius Black had to be nearly laughable in that context. Harry was surprised that the headmaster didn't either chuckle or yawn in response to Sirius' threats. "I'm very sorry that you feel that way toward me, Sirius. If we could, later we might meet so that you could air your grievances against me." Returning to the point at hand, Minerva interrupted. "Harry has related the substance of this vision to Amelia Bones at the DMLE, but neither she nor we have the insight into Tom Riddle that you do, Albus. We'd like your estimation of his purpose and next moves." Snorting to himself, Albus countered, "His purpose is restoration to a physical body, Minerva, and world domination from there. But you already know that." He steepled his fingers as he ordered his thoughts. "He'll want to establish a safe place where he and his immediate supporters can reside. He's vulnerable in this form. Tom Riddle despises all weakness, so I expect him to attempt to accelerate the next stage or stages required for his restoration to a body." Tapping his long forefinger on the side of his crooked nose, Albus mused, Where would he go? Britain. Abroad. Family. Shaking his head to clear the extraneous thoughts, he decided, we can discuss the where later, as that will most likely be tied to his method for revival. So, he'll look for a safe house followed by restoration to his body. His impatience combined with his massive ego won't allow him to maintain this ineffectual and humiliating form for long. Based on what Minerva related regarding the emotions you could sense from him, the old man fixed his thoughtful expression on Harry. I doubt he will tolerate any dissent from his followers. He's waited a long 12 years for this resurrection. Tom Riddle won't allow for any unnecessary delay. Staring off to the distance, he elaborated, the man's genius was unbounded. No topic was unmastered. I'm sure if he so chose, he could obtain masteries in all our core courses with no revision beforehand. I do not expect him to go the easy route. He will want to maximize the event. I expect not only a resurrection, but a maneuvering of events so that he can strike a blow to his enemies. Fixing his gaze on Harry again, he counseled, you must be vigilant, Harry. You and I are his prime targets. He will come for us first. Harry nodded seriously. As you must be as well, Headmaster. You are a beacon of hope to Britain." A gracious nod of his head preceded his summation. He will attempt to strike a blow while maintaining his anonymity. These fiendfire vigilantes have severely decimated Tom's pre-existing supporters. He will need time to amass support, both financial and manpower. Alone he is a dangerous wizard. With support, he is the leader of his revolution. Gesturing with his hand, Dumbledore asked, "May I keep this memory, Harry? I'm sure that my necromantic experts will want to watch the proceedings," he finished with evident distaste. Harry nodded absently, deep in thought. Hermione asked, "Just a quick follow-up, sir. Who will you be calling in to evaluate the necromancy?" With an amused grin, the old headmaster replied, "I shall first contact Christian Duval. He's a Frenchman who's the foremost necromancer in Europe. If he is unavailable or ignorant as to Tom's designs, I shall ask Chit Sang of China, followed by Xin Fu of Hong Kong. Both men owe me large favors and can be trusted to keep a secret." "An unbreakable vow ensures their secrecy," Harry observed. Dumbledore's raised eyebrows were all the expression of protest that was needed. "Let me rephrase," Harry began. "I will have to insist that you bind your consultants by using an unbreakable vow. My parents should have done so with Peter when they made him their secret keeper. I don't intend to repeat the mistakes of the past." With a gentle nod of his head, Dumbledore acquiesced to Harry's request. A long break of silence settled over the group. Finally, Hermione glanced around the room in a silent poll. Turning to the old man, she announced, "Thank you for your time, Headmaster. We'll be in touch." So was that the most anticlimactic meeting you've ever been involved with, or what? Sirius asked the room when they got back to Rowan Hill. "No kidding. I went in there for a battle and we got a semi-reasoned discourse with Albus. He only got stupid the one time. And you smacked him like a puppy," Hermione told her husband as she curled into his side. Blushing slightly, Harry wrapped an arm about Hermione's shoulders. "Well." There was a pregnant pause before Sirius put voice to the question they were all pondering, "What now?" "I have absolutely no idea," Harry replied. "DMLE arrests 47 in wide area sweep. Amelia did well," Sirius commented as he read parts of the paper to the family while they ate their breakfast. "Apparently some of the oldest of the pureblood families," he snorted in derision as he quoted, "believe that this is a systematic attempt to destroy Wizarding Britain by eliminating its leaders." Sirius was nearly growling as he wadded up the paper before throwing it into the fire. "Let's all conveniently forget that the 47 people she arrested were the airtight cases for criminal behavior. I'm sure there were another 100 or so for whom she had some evidence, just not enough for an airtight conviction." Standing, he stomped to the sideboard to plate up his breakfast. Spinning about, he held up a serving spoon, pointing it at Harry. Obviously, he was just warming up his tirade. "Let's also forget that Amelia is a pureblood as well." Savagely digging into the porridge he snapped, "Morons." Mixing strawberries and the rest of the peaches into his gruel, he stomped back to the table. Alice Granger sat back in her chair, her eyes unfocused. With a hint of mirth, Stephen muttered, "Oh, here it comes. Everyone run." Alice's eyes focused again, only to narrow at her chuckling husband. "Do you prefer the couch, husband mine?" "No dear. That's what I thought." Smiling at the playful banter, Harry asked, "What's on your mind, Mum?" Alice smiled brightly at Harry's calling her Mum. They'd had a long talk when she'd pulled him into his study before politely telling Hermione, "Why don't you find somewhere else to be, Pumpkin? I need to have a talk with your husband." As she settled on the couch, he threw another log on the fire. Stoking it to a crackling blaze, he joined her. "How can I help you, Mrs. Granger?" Absently, she took his hand, running her fingers over the small scars on the back. "How did you get these?" she asked in delay while she stoked the fires of her courage. Surprised at the question, Harry replied without engaging the usual filter he imposed on his thoughts. "Gardening for Aunt Petunia. She likes roses but hates weeds, so I had to crawl into the bushes to pull the weeds in the middle." Closing her eyes to hide away her upset, Alice murmured, "I assume she never treated your cuts or wounds in any way." Harry's shrug told her volumes. After a moment of quiet where she continued to hold his hand, she told him, "I've been thinking about this for a while now, ever since you and Hermione told us the truth about everything." She trailed off as she stared out the window, marshalling her courage. "I am not your mother, nor will I ever be. From what Sirius and Remus have told me, Lily Potter was an extraordinary woman. People like that can never be replaced, only remembered. You and I've joked about it, but I would like for you to call me Mum, if you're comfortable with it, that is." With a hint of impish humor, she added, "I am your mother-in-law after all." Choked up, Harry croaked, "I'd like that. I'd like that very much." A second later, she took him in her arms. It was the first real hug from a mother he'd ever experienced. Oh, he'd had numerous hugs from Molly Weasley, but in the back of his mind, he knew that the red-headed matron was not his mother. That nagging thought was absent as he fell into Alice Granger's embrace. Harry returned to the present when Alice observed, "I was thinking that Sirius is not only a pureblood, but the head of an ancient and noble house. I think that he could lead a counter in the press about this nonsense." She waved her hand at the ashes of the paper as they crumbled in the fireplace. "I'm also a well-known blood traitor." Stephen thoughtfully rubbed his chin as he thought aloud, "I defer to your knowledge in the wizarding world, Sirius, but the vast majority of people are ignorant about most of what they read in the paper. No matter what you say, you'll never convince those pureblood elitist twits." He gestured toward the fireplace and the burnt paper. "But you'll sway the masses who are ignorant. You're a well-known, popular figure. With your exoneration and wrongful imprisonment, most will see you as a sympathetic figure. It's worth considering." His sober expression indicated Padfoot seriously considering the idea. Eventually, he hedged, "I'll do an interview. We'll go from there." Tossing his napkin on the table, he murmured, "They'll want to talk about midnight the entire time, I expect." Rising from the chair, made his way out before calling over his shoulder, "Moony, get a hold of that Shanahan chap you know at the Prophet to set things up, will you?" When Sirius had cleared the doorway and was no longer in sight, Alice sighed as she asked, "Is he always so contrary?" "Yes," Remus answered as he forked some eggs. Not." The voice of Padfoot the Invincible shouted from the hallway. The breakfast room broke into laughter as the Earl of Blackmore stomped to the pool for his morning physical therapy laps. Harry and Hermione were in the practice room with a scattering of junk littering the floor. Hermione watched her husband calm himself, take a deep breath and close his eyes. After a moment of meditation, he lifted his wand as he opened his eyes. With a deft motion of his wand, he mass transfigured the contents of the room into saw blades. Another motion caused the blades to hover in the air as they rotated at high speed. The smartest witch of the age narrowed her eyes before conjuring 7 mannequins, which immediately began to run about the room in random patterns. Taking the hint, Harry cast a last spell that evenly divided the transfigured blades into groups, which then attacked the dummies. When there was naught but sawdust and chunks of wood lying about, he ended the charm before casting the finishing spell, allowing the saw blades to resume their original form. Harry frowned. "That didn't go as I expected." Nodding, Hermione asked the leading question, "Why? Too many spells. I used 3 instead of just the one mass transfiguration and animating spell we read about yesterday." "Why?" she repeated. Shrugging, he replied, "I'm not too confident in it yet." Nodding her understanding, Hermione smiled at an idea that popped into her head. "No, until you cast it, then. He could pull off any spell when under pressure and they both knew it." He turned to her with playful horror on his features. Bowing in a pseudo-Quasimodo fashion, he whimpered, "Yes, mistress." When she laughed, he turned back to the room, took a deep breath and centered himself before casting. The various items leapt into the air, morphing into spinning saw blades as they moved. After Hermione repeated her conjuration of mannequins, the blades automatically separated into groups before attacking their targets. With a light-heartedly smug smile, he asked, "Good enough?" An indecisive expression on her face, she wagged her head in a so-so manner. "I don't know." Taking her in his arms, he eyed her deeply. After a good 20 seconds, he pulled back. "You were saying," with a dazed expression, she asked, "I don't know. What was I saying?" "That you love me desperately and lust after my body." Nodding, she pulled him close beforeing him with as much enthusiasm as he displayed before. When she pulled back, he asked, "What were we doing?" Without answering him, she turned toward the door. Pulling him along, she told him, "We were heading to our room." Quickly. As they were eating lunch, Dobby popped in holding a silver salver with a letter on it. "This arrived for you, Master Harry." Grumbling, Harry muttered, "Stop calling me Master, Dobby." Knowing his words were wasted, he grabbed the letter. "It's from the headmaster," he announced, reading the return sender. Breaking the seal, he unfolded the parchment. He got a reply from that Dumbledore character and offers an appointment tomorrow to discuss the findings. Sirius frowned. "What time?" "2. I'll be there," Harry's godfather replied before digging into his lunch. Hermione turned to her parents. "Would you like to come with us to see the castle?" Surprised, Stephen asked, "Can we? I thought there were spells that kept us non-magical people out." "There are, but we'll go in via the flow, which bypasses all those wards." Nodding, Stephen turned to Alice. When she nodded, he told his daughter, "That would be great. We'd love to go." The next day, the family tromped to the entry hall fireplace of Rowan Hill. Sirius led the procession, calling out, "Hogwarts, Transfiguration Office." Eventually, the entire family was through the fireplace, standing in Minerva's common room. Minerva blinked at Stephen and Alice's presence, but said nothing. With a curt, "Well, come on then," she led the mob to the headmaster's office. Eventually, they made their way to the oversized Oval Office. They found Dumbledore behind his desk chatting with an older man. Rising, the headmaster greeted the visitors. "Welcome back all. Mr. and Mrs. Granger, I presume?" He asked the non-magical parents. When they nodded, he smiled warmly. "I'm very pleased to meet you. Your daughter is a credit to the both of you. A wonderful young woman, if I dare say." "Thank you, Headmaster," Alice replied in a slightly confused tone. Nodding to the rest, Dumbledore half turned to the older wizard in the room. "Everyone, this is M. Christian Dumbledore, my friend who is an expert in the art of necromancy." The old man had long greasy iron-gray hair. His yellow eyes were clouded, as if with cataracts, and he stank. He did not offer his dirty long-nailed hands in greeting. As Dumbledore introduced the group to the necromancer, the Frenchman's disturbing gaze seemed to linger on Harry. When they were all seated, Dumbledore cut to the chase. "I have viewed the memory provided by Albus. We have discussed many of the incidents of note regarding your enemy and I have drawn a few conclusions." Just like Dumbledore, the man seemed to have an affectation for the dramatic. He paused, regarding each of the visitors with a most serious expression, obviously attempting to increase the tension in the room. When Sirius rolled his eyes and asked, "And?" the necromancer got to the point. "There are many rituals which can be undertaken to slow the aging process. The blackest of arts can even cause a cessation of aging, but the costs are very high indeed. Given the state of your enemy prior to his banishment in 1981 and his appearance today, I believe I can draw some tentative conclusions. First, it is most likely that he did undergo the rite of ascension, which is the culminating ceremony in a series of magics. The rite of ascension process stops aging altogether, forestalling all questions." He held up his hand. "Do not ask how it is accomplished, for it is a most vile process." Sighing, he extended a long finger as if counting. "Rite of ascension, the immersion of Hercules for strength." Another finger ticked off. "The eye of Horus for vision." Again, "Do not ask." Over the next few minutes, he discussed a series of rituals and procedures that he deduced Voldemort had undergone. In the end, his body before banishment barely resembled his birth form. As such, that is why, I believe, he did not perish that fateful night. He gestured to Harry. "The killing curse is a most strange bit of magic. It forces the soul to depart this plane of existence. Even so, once the soul has vacated its human form, it cannot return. We have no way of knowing, but I believe that the reflected killing curse cast by your enemy that night was not at full potency. It is reasonable to assume that there was a significant energy loss due to the reflection of the spell. The weakened spell forced the soul from your enemy's reinforced body, but did not have enough power to overcome the augmentations he had performed on his body and, therefore, to force the soul of your enemy from this plane of existence. Therefore, his soul resided in this plane of existence as a specter of sorts." Eyes were wide as the group contemplated this revelation. Eventually, Hermione concluded, "Then, when he is resurrected, he can be killed." Nodding, Dumbledore held up a dirty finger, turning his rheumy gaze on the smartest witch of the age. He leered, "It will be most difficult, though. I have no doubt he has already arranged for a series of rituals so that he can regain his lost strength." "How can he restore himself to a body?" Remus asked. "What will he need?" "Blood of an enemy is a most common ingredient. The homunculus that he has taken as a transitory form is very flexible. I know of 3 rites he can undergo for restoration based on this form." Harry groaned. They thought they'd set a trap at the graveyard for little Hangleton by corralling the nascent Dark Lord into their finely woven kill sack. Now, they find out that Riddle had more options. With a roll of parchment on a conjured lap desk, Remus asked, "Would you please describe the other methods? We'll need to prepare." "So this is the infamous potions classroom," Alice remarked as they stood outside the door. The foursome dodged the stream of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff 5th years that were letting out just then. "I loved chemistry in secondary school." Raising her eyebrows, she nodded to the doorway. "May we?" "I don't see why not," Hermione answered. Harry and Hermione were 5 steps in the doorway when Stephen began laughing. "Cauldrons. Really? Where's the Eye of Newt?" With a half-smile, Hermione replied, "On that shelf." Stephen followed his daughter's indication to its destination. His complexion paled a bit when he noticed some of the more revolting items that were preserved alongside the Eye of Newt. "Yuck. Indeed, sir. Many of our ingredients leave a bit to be desired in their appearance, but their qualities, well, are incredible." The family turned to see a rotund man with a walrus mustache standing behind them. When the quickly identified Professor Slughorn noticed Harry, his beady eyes lit up like a cracker. "My lord." "Ah, Fong," Harry muttered. "How are you, Professor?" Hermione greeted. In an amusing battle between manners and greed, Slughorn's eyes focused on Harry, then Hermione, back to Harry before finally settling on the smartest witch of the age. "Miss Granger, it's very good to see you and Lord Harry well. When you departed school after winter break, I feared the worst." Rolling his eyes, Harry suppressed a groan. Stephen couldn't help himself, his mischievous nature had been curbed while living with the 2 living marauders. In a prank war, he was significantly undergunned against Padfoot and Mooney. With affected suspense, the dentist asked, "And what would the worst have been, sir?" "Why, that they had withdrawn from school, sir," Slughorn replied as if the answer was as obvious as the day was long. "We did withdraw," Harry grated. "Oh." Frowning, the potion professor looked at the teens as if trying to resolve their presence in his classroom while they were no longer students after all. "We had other business in the castle today, so Harry and Hermione were kind enough to give us a tour," Alice explained. "Of course. Such wonderful persons," Slughorn smarmed. "I've no doubt they've given you the best of tours." Minerva and Phileas sing their praises. "Alas, I only had the privilege of teaching them for a month or so." Resisting the urge to check his ass for love bites, Harry took Hermione's hand. "Good to see you, sir. We must be off to the Quidditch pitch. Mr. Granger is anxious to see the school pitch after seeing Nelson Field." "Oh, let me accompany you. I'm well acquainted with many professional." "That's unnecessary, sir. Thank you very much." The last was shouted as Harry had pulled Hermione out the door and halfway up the stairs in his rush to escape. Once out the doors of the castle, the little family tucked up against the chilly wind. "What was his name?" Alice asked. "Collins." Hermione chuckled at the Austen allusion. "Close. Slughorn. Who in the world names these people?" Stephen groused. Most of these ingredients can be found anywhere," Sirius winced as he glared at the list Remus had transcribed from the creepy necromancer. Remus and Minerva had gathered in her office while Harry and Hermione gave Stephen and Alice their tour. "And for the rarer ingredients, I'm sure Severus has a private supplier available who will sell the necessary, no questions asked," grumbled Remus. "If the price is right," finished Minerva. "True," Remus agreed before sipping his tea. "The only truly unique need for any of these rituals is the bone of the father, which we've disposed of, warded the area and routinely checked to see if the area has been disturbed. The rest is just very rare and expensive." Remus was very annoyed. He'd hoped that the extremely disturbing necromancer would have concrete leads upon which they could act. Instead, they found themselves amongst swirling vapor once again, grasping at metaphorical ghosts. "Damn it, we don't have enough people to track down all these leads," Sirius growled as he waved a hand at the list. "We don't have enough time." All 3 were at war with themselves. They'd known that Voldemort was going to attempt to reconstitute himself sooner rather than later. They'd known it for a while, yet hadn't been able to accomplish much to prevent the resurrection. Removing the mortal remains of Tom Riddle Sr. and his parents had been the extent of the preventative measures available to the family, yet they were still very frustrated with themselves. "We don't have enough time," Sirius mused to himself as he sat back in his chair. With a wide smile, he barked his signature laugh while slapping Remus on the shoulder. The devious expression on Sirius' face caused Remus to groan. With a hint of trepidation, Minerva asked, "What? Does Longtooth still have that time-turner?" "You want to do what?" Hermione asked, her tone and expression accurately portraying her disbelief. Rolling his eyes, Sirius repeated himself. "I want to use the time-turner to start tracking down some of these wacko ingredients." Sirius waved the parchment in the air as he did so. "If we can narrow down what Snape and Voldemort are, or are not going to do, we might be able to funnel them to where we want them." The family had returned to Rowan Hill and had been arguing about Sirius' idea for the previous 30 minutes. All except Harry had voiced an opinion. Until now. "So we can kill him," Harry finished. The grim expression on the boy who lived coupled with his soft tone caused Hermione to take Padfoot a bit more seriously. "Padfoot," Harry broke in, "it's a good idea." "But," Sirius asked, "but it shouldn't be you who does it." Sirius Black was many things, but humble, he wasn't. "And why not?" Padfoot challenged with more than a hint of anger. "Because you don't have the knowledge or ability to run down the leads. Plus, you don't have the freedom to move anonymously in the circles we're talking about. Everyone knows Sirius Black, Lord Blackmore. Just one ending spell, and your glamour would be dispelled. Then, the jig is up." Narrowing his eyes, Sirius spat, "You're talking about sending Remus and Dora, aren't you?" Harry's only reply was a solemn nod. The whole family had gathered for the discussion and as one, they leaned back in their chairs contemplating the proposition. Stephen spoke up first. "It's a good idea. They work well together, both can defend themselves adequately. Dora's metamorphing what's it. Will hone the edge that Remus, dark creature, status and his knowledge bring." Turning to the couple in question, the former staff sergeant of the British Army asked, "Are you up for it?" With a smirk, Dora replied, "Remus is always up for it." Rolled eyes from Minerva, Alice and, surprisingly, Sirius punctuated the snorts from Harry and Hermione. Stephen just smiled at Remus' blush. Clearing his throat, Remus answered, "I believe we can pull it off." The group sat down to plan the effort. In scope, the effort would have been executed by over 100 Aurors in real time. In the end, they group calculated Remus and Dora would need at least 10 full days to sweep Western Europe for the leads they were pursuing. "I'll head to Gringotts," Sirius announced as he stood. Glancing at Alice, who was computing costs for the effort, he asked, "How much?" Chewing on the end of the quill, Alice replied, £5,000, same in francs, but better make it 10,000 Deutschmarks. They're going to be in Bavaria and Berlin for quite a while. Remus added, 150,000 galleons for purchases, without looking up from his tabulations. Dora, Harry, Minerva, Hermione and Stephen were going over a series of maps of Western Europe correlating places and persons to be investigated. Dora told the group a few minutes after Sirius left, "We'll turn 3 times a day. That'll stretch the search over 4 real-time days." Glaring at the witches and wizards assembled, "None of you clowns had better send us a communication charm. I'd end up getting the same message 3 times daily and not know when the bloody hell I should be getting it. That would really make me angry." With mock seriousness, Harry added, "And we don't want to make you angry." Sirius had almost forgotten about his appointment with the reporter from the Daily Prophet. At 1:30 on Saturday afternoon, Remus casually cast a stinging hex at his oldest friend. Harry snickered. Remus hadn't even looked up from the book he was reading, yet still nailed Padfoot right between the eyes. "Bloody hell, Moony. What was that for?" Sirius shouted as he leapt to his feet. Padfoot's hands seemed undecided. One was vigorously rubbing the welt on his forehead, while the other groped in his pockets for his wand. "You're about to miss the appointment that you insisted I make for you with Shanahan." Remus was placid as he turned the page of his book. "I insisted," Sirius repeated as he scowled at Alice. "Yes, you. Now get a move on, you lazy lout." "I am not a." "Yes you are. Move." Grumbling, Sirius turned from the room, casting the counter charm on his swelling forehead. When the fireplace's roar subsided, Alice began to chuckle. "I swear, if I didn't know better, I'd think you two were married." Finally, Remus looked up from his book. Alice, I'm a very open-minded man. I'd like to think that I have a level of tolerance and acceptance for those of homoral orientation, but the mere thought of Padfoot like that, Remus, mature, reasoned voice, was spoiled when he visibly shivered. Ah, is my poor Wolfie grossed out? Tonks teased as she slipped into her lover's lap. Scrunching his face up like a 5-year-old, Remus protested, it's Padfoot. I'm sure that some woman will find him attractive. Eventually, Hermione teased. The joviality faded from Remus' face as he traded a look with Stephen. What? Harry asked. Remus asked, feigning ignorance. Annoyed, Harry shook his finger at his father's friend. None of that, Moony my man. What's with that look? Stephen smoothly intercepted his son-in-law. Remus and I are just keeping tabs on Sirius. He hasn't shown much inclination to get into the dating scene. Before Azkaban, Sirius was something of a ladies' man, Remus explained. You're both daft, the incredulous Harry announced. For him, all that time in prison was time where his life was on hold. I'm sure for him, my parents were killed less than a year ago. On top of it, he spent a dozen years embracing his inner Dementor. His world exploded, then imploded before it crumbled, and you want him to go on a date. The look Stephen and Remus exchanged was more sheepish than their previous look. When you put it that way, Remus admitted. Rolling his eyes, Harry grumbled, how else is there to put it? Before he resumed his study. It was somewhat amusing for Harry to watch Minerva fuss over Remus and Dora as they prepared to set off. The usually stoic Professor Facade had given way to the concerned parent who lived in the Highland woman's heart. Harry caught Hermione watching the fussing with an amused smile on her face. The smile became a bark of laughter when Minerva cast a quick spell to repack the trunk full of clothes. Sirius stepped in to avert bloodshed when he saw Minerva's scowl. Come on, minimum. Let him be. Remus is a big boy and Dora will keep him mostly out of trouble. With a bright eye, Minerva nodded. Quick as AS, she took the lycanthrope and metamorph's hands in her own. I've lost too many. Come back to us, she pled in an undertone. All smiles faded. With as much seriousness as she could muster, Dora told the eldest of their family, we'll come home to you. To all of you, she added as she looked around the room to the gathered. Her uncharacteristic seriousness was an indication that young Dora Tonks knew the full extent of her mission. She and her beloved were actively walking into the Cobra's nest. While not actively courting an encounter with the nascent Lord Voldemort, an encounter with the Dark Lord was very possible. Not many survived such a meeting. Alice stood forward, taking Dora in her arms. We'll pray for your safety, Alice promised. It still surprised Harry that Alice and Stephen were such devout Catholics. Religion was nearly unheard of in the magical world, and to be Catholic in England was to be in a distinct minority. Nonetheless, she and Stephen still attended Mass every Sunday in their parish back in Kent. Instead of jumping in Stephen's rebuilt Aston Martin to head the 4 kilometers to St. Anthony's, though, they were side-along apparated by their children to the unused lane behind the church. Stephen shook Remus' hand firmly. The two men had become fast friends in a way far different than any of the other men. Both were warriors. Both were scholars who fought because of a sense of duty, not out of choice. Remus was engulfed in an embrace by Sirius, which quickly became emotional for all present. The last time Padfoot and Moony had been separated for any length of time, Sirius had been incarcerated. Take care, brother, Sirius whispered in Moony's ear. Remus could only nod in return. Sirius stood in front of Dora, evaluating her. When she began to fidget, Padfoot placed a gentle hand on her shoulder, looked her in the eye before telling her, I love you, Dora. Take care of yourself and Remus. I need you to come home. Touched, Dora could only nod. Moving toward the door, Dora and Remus were engulfed in silent hugs from the time-traveling teens. No words came to any of the four, only sentiment that was adequately conveyed through their loving embraces. With a last nod to the family, Remus took Dora's hand and led her to the front hall. All held their breath until the crack of their apparition caused Alice to jump. None moved. Dora and Remus were venturing into places that made Nocturne Alley seem like Hyde Park on a sunny afternoon. They would have attempts on their lives just for walking through the door, much less for the questions they needed answering. Thieves, murderers, rapists and sadists were the commonplace denizens of the dens of iniquity. Those were the cheerful types they expected to encounter on this investigation. Nascent Dark Lords, lesser demons, vampires and hags were the less jolly beings they expected to meet. Harry and Hermione headed to bed. Minerva and Sirius had the first shift to be on call. The family had discussed being available to respond to an emergency summons from either of their advanced team, so they had paired up accordingly. Harry and Hermione had doses of a light sleeping draught on their nightstands to help them rest. They took over from Sirius and Minerva at 6 p.m. and were on watch until midnight. The pairs were switching off every 6 hours while Remus and Dora were gone. It would prove to be a long 4 days. 4 hours of sleep later, Harry and his wife stumbled into the study. At the silent question from his godson, Sirius shook his head. Nothing verbal. Hermione was moving to the far side of the room, her wand out and trained on 3 small crates. Those arrived with your portkeys around 5, Sirius explained. Their plan had included Remus and Dora purchasing as much of the ingredients as they could from the list provided by the necromancer. These crates were their first catch of the day. Harry moved a few feet behind his wife, who was casting every detection spell of which she'd learned in their very extensive training. Maliciously enchanted objects had been a favorite of Emperor Voldemort. He ordered his Death Eaters to scatter items of nightmare across the lands that were ruled under the black flag adorned with skull and S. The nearest the Potters could tell was that Voldemort did it for his own private amusement. Desiccation curses, soulfire, which consumed the person from the inside out, and detonation curses were among his favorite party favors. This proliferation of Voldemort's deadly toys spurred Harry and Hermione's extensive knowledge regarding the detection and destruction of dark objects. 5 minutes later, Hermione nodded to herself, satisfied that the crates were what they purported to be. Harry moved forward to open the first crate with as much care as he could muster. After a minute he pulled the lid off before tossing it to the side. One glance inside was all it took. Immediately, he turned away to vomit. Hermione's curiosity overrode her good sense. She too peeked in the crate, only to turn away in revulsion and horror. Standing back, Sirius and Minerva had nearly fearful expressions. "Do I want to know?" Sirius asked. "Dead infants preserved in some greenish liquid. Each child was flayed alive," came Hermione's whispered reply. Swallowing heavily, Sirius attempted to quip, "I'm perfectly okay leaving the other crates unopened." Minerva shakily nodded her agreement. Wiping his mouth, Harry vanished the sick on the floor, performed an air-freshening charm followed by a mouth-freshening charm. "As am I. Go ahead, get some sleep. We'll call if anything happens." One more crate arrived at 11 p.m. No one opened it. Emotionally and physically wiped out, Harry conjured a bed in the corner of the study before placing a silencing ward around it. The newly awakened Sirius and Minerva called for Dobby to provide tea as the Potters transfigured their jeans and t-shirts into pajamas. Wordlessly, the young couple fell into bed before unconsciously reaching for each other. It was a long time before they fell asleep in each other's arms. At 3 a.m., a small barrel smelling suspiciously of petrol arrived. Minerva conjured a large steel drum into which she levitated the new arrival. Sirius sealed the drum, their unspoken agreement never to look in any of the arriving containers was a given fact. No words needed to be said. At 9 in the morning the next day, Hermione abandoned all pretext of reading the book that had lain in her lap unnoticed for the previous 2 hours. The most recent crate had come around sunrise, a note attached to the top. "All. Shopping list progressing. Finished our first 3 days and have about a quarter of the necessary." No word regarding the old friends we're so anxious to meet up with, but rumor is rife. One day they're reported to be in Berlin, the next day Paris, and the day after that, Calais. Funds holding out well, but we're exhausted. We'll take a 4th day to rest. All our love, Moony and Stripes. He's wounded, Sirius declared after handing the note to Harry. Quickly reading the note as Hermione leaned over her husband's shoulder to see the missive, Harry asked, "This, exhausted, bit?" "Yeah, if she were hurt, they'd be beat. If they were unhurt, there'd be no mention of tiredness." As Minerva read the note, Hermione added, "And the word about Voldemort is that he's moving west. We may be too late." Deep under Rowan Hill, there were storage rooms. Far beneath the massive wine cellar, there were vast storage rooms, which were set up to be cold boxes for meat. Hooks, metal shelves and the like were the very obvious giveaway. Here, Deep underground, Harry began ferrying their newly acquired dark arts ingredients. Hermione had been all for destroying everything as it arrived. Of all people, Minerva had cautioned Prudence. I cannot fathom a legitimate need for any of the foul things to be acquired, but there may come a time when we may need this cash. Now that the purchases were rolling in and they all saw exactly what they were purchasing, Minerva had changed her tune. Destroy it all, she had snarled. With regretful eyes, Harry had shaken his head. 30 days, we agreed. We'll hold it for that period of time before it all goes to the bottom of the Atlantic. Minerva and Sirius followed Harry's example by conjuring beds for themselves in the study. No one wanted to leave. Dobby provided them with snacks, twice daily cold collations along with the standard English breakfast. The tension was palpable in the room as the 6 remaining members of the family waited for deliveries and news. Stephen and Alice were spending over 18 hours a day in the room with the on-duty couple. For the most part, things were quiet. No news was good news. Alistair had been kept in the dark about the entire operation. Minerva had explained that her old friend's Auror oaths would compel him to act in an official capacity with all the dark arts activity in which they were engaging. To relieve him of a sticky situation, they left him out the planning and execution altogether with a cryptically worded message that his interests would best be served by staying away from the Welsh estate for the next week. Harry and Stephen played an on-again, off-again game of cribbage, but neither man could muster much enthusiasm. When Stephen narrowly beat Harry by 4 pegs, both of them were relieved they could forsake the facade of the game. More crates continued to arrive. Harry kept sending them to the storage room. Day 2 ended with a note similar to the one from the first day. More progress today. Over halfway home now with a few bargains to boot. Stripes had a wonderful encounter with an old lady that left her in stitches. I'm sure she'll tell you about it when we get home. We're beat, so heading to bed. Absolutely no word today about our old friends, bit distressing really. Hope all is well at home and we'll see you on time or maybe even be home a bit early. All our love, Moony and Stripes. Dora's hurt, isn't she? Harry asked. Yeah, looks like. Something tore her up. Based on the old lady comment, it was either a hag or a harpy. Neither are a barrel of laughs. Sirius sat heavily, the guilt of his young cousin's injury weighing on him. Holding her head in her hands, Hermione muttered, if it were really bad, he'd bring her home. They all hoped the smartest witch of the age was right. More disgusting parcels arrived on day 3. No longer able to stomach having the unknown materials in his home, Harry began systematically to magically translocate the crates, barrels and parcels as far from his home as he could. His best estimation was 5,000 miles to the southwest, right dead center in the Atlantic Ocean. Returning to the study, he sat heavily next to his wife. Hermione gave him a sad smile. You couldn't stand it anymore. Shaking his head, he wrapped his arm around his wife. Ocean. Yeah. Leaning on his shoulder, Hermione closed her eyes. Good. Day 4 began with a whimper. No deliveries arrived until 4 in the afternoon. A small box arrived with a note attached to the top. Gather the family. We'll be home shortly. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. Very soon Moony and the newly named Stripes would be home where they would be safe. Scrubbing his face with his hands, Harry didn't realize how tense he'd become over the previous days. As the tension bled out of him, he moved to stand behind his wife. Gentle at first, he began to massage her shoulders and upper back. Increasing pressure until Hermione groaned, Harry began to cajole the tension from her body. Looking about the room he saw Alice give Stephen a smile in response to one of the many quirky jokes with which he was constantly teasing her. Minerva was leaning back in her chair, her eyes closed and a small smile playing at the ends of her mouth. Harry, look at this, Sirius called, his voice strangely strained. The boy who lived had moved to a bench, leaning on his knees. Looking up at his godfather, Harry cocked an eyebrow in reply. Sighing heavily, Sirius turned around the evening edition of the paper. Below the fold on the front page was a small article. Albus Dumbledore missing. Now frowning, Harry asked, what's it say? Returning to the article, Sirius read snippets aloud as the rest of the room paid attention. Last seen 2 days ago in his office, discovered missing after failing to attend the weekly staff meeting. His office showed signs of struggle, Deputy Head McGonagall unavailable for comment while on holiday. The tension that had dissipated when Remus, note arrived, reappeared in full force. All were forcibly reminded of Dumbledore's comment to Harry when they met a few weeks before, "You must be vigilant, Harry. You and I are his prime targets. He will come for us first." The tension became oppressive as Harry stood before moving to the window. Staring out the window into the gray, rain-filled sky, the boy who lived was quiet. The smartest witch of the age had arrived at the same conclusion as the rest, all were too afraid to say it aloud, though. Needing his familiar presence, she embraced Harry from behind, laying her head on his back. "They've got the headmaster, don't they?" Alice asked in an undertone. "Most likely," Hermione replied. "Can we save him?" Her mother persisted. Stephen answered for his daughter, "Most likely not." The pall resettled as the occupants waited for Remus and Dora. "Why didn't you have another vision?" Sirius asked his godson. Shaking his head, Harry replied, "Don't know. I've been thinking about that and can't figure out what happened. Nothing's changed since the last time. Except Voldemort," Hermione corrected. Moving to a chair, the tired witch sat heavily. Running her fingers through her thick locks, the 28-year-old going on 15-year-old girl slipped into her bossy voice, "We believe the connection between Harry and Voldemort is due to the curse that failed. Therefore, the connection was initiated, maintained and centered on Voldemort. Symptomatically, the connection changed over time. First year, there was always pain when Voldemort was near. But that could also be caused by his vicious legilimency technique. True. Second year doesn't count. The diary was some weird dark arts avatar that wasn't really Tom Riddle, but a projection of him in the same way a magical portrait is a projection of a person. Fourth year he came back, but the connection changed when he took your blood in the resurrection ceremony. He could touch me without pain. Unlike first year. Mentally and emotionally exhausted, Harry leaned his head against the glass of the window, closing his eyes in a vain attempt to deny the truth. Nodding, Hermione sighed. She hadn't been this tired since, well, a long time. "Yes, the connection changed alongside gaining immunity to your mother's protection that Voldemort acquired through the blood-based resurrection ceremony. However, said ceremony intensified the link between the two of you. This new connection allowed your insight to his emotions along with more frequent visions during 5th year. Which is the state I was in during the last vision. But something has now changed the connection again," Hermione concluded, reluctant to state her conclusion aloud. "Minerva did it for her. Voldemort has been resurrected, using Albus' blood instead of Harry's." Unable to respond, Hermione nodded. "But that happened afterwards, what about the part? Shouldn't Harry have seen that?" Stephen asked. In all seriousness, Sirius replied, "For the witches and wizards, magic is strange." Taking the answer for what Padfoot meant, Stephen nodded. Harry continued to stare out the window. Hermione leaned back in the chair, eyes closed in resignation. Sirius looked at the paper, unable to focus long enough to read. Minerva sat stiffly in her chair, staring into the fire. Alice absently continued her embroidery project while Stephen played with his Rubik's Cube. They waited. An eternal 30 minutes later, Remus and Dora arrived via portkey before collapsing. "He's coming around, Andy." Andromeda moved to Remus, sighed, casting diagnostic spells the entire time. 2 hours ago, Harry had apparated into her lounge, shouted at her to grab her healer bag before apparating her to Rowan Hill. Sirius and Stephen had carried Dora and Remus to the conjured beds in the room while Alice and Minerva began to inspect the inert couple for wounds. Remus' legs were badly bruised and he had a cut that ran the length of his right arm. Dora had a very odd mark on her upper abdomen. It wasn't quite a scar, nor was it a wound. When Andromeda arrived with a windswept Harry, she set to work. Minerva, Alice and Hermione fetched potions and provided general nursing duties. Stephen and the other men alternated running errands with watching the proceedings. It was evident quickly that Remus had been badly beaten at one point. His legs had been smashed to splinters and his arm nearly severed. He shows signs of healing, but sporadic, battlefield-type first aid, Andromeda had commented as she vanished the bones in Mooney's legs. As she poured Skelligro into his mouth while casting the swallowing charm, she heard Sirius whisper, "You stupid bastard, you were supposed to come home if it got bad." The cut was superficial. Handing a clean bandage along with a pot of salve to Alice, the casualty healer turned to her daughter. When Andromeda shuddered before taking a deep, cleansing breath, it was obvious to all that the woman was forcibly shoving her personal feelings aside so as to better treat her daughter. The first 2 diagnostic spells had negative results, causing Andy to frown in puzzlement. "Take a look at this," Alice beckoned. Lifting Dora's shirt, she exposed the odd mark. "Oh my God." A quick diagnostic confirmed Andy's guess. Diving for her bag of potions, she snarled, "Hag." Minerva gasped while Sirius paled. Alice turned to her daughter for an explanation. "Hags eat liver. The fresher the better," Hermione elaborated with distaste. "So, yes," Andy spat while she forced a series of potions down her daughter's throat. "She most likely used her metamorph abilities to help recover from the attack. Right now, she has 62% of a functioning liver." Potion after potion went down the young woman's throat. As the tears dripped down Minerva's face, Dora consumed a blood-replenishing potion. When Alice succumbed to tears for her friend while wrapped in her husband's numb arms, Andy force-fed another organ growth potion into her daughter. As Hermione and Harry watched, helpless in their terror, another blood chemistry stabilization potion was administered. When Sirius collapsed in a puddle of his own tears for his brother and cousin who were both so much more, Andy finished the last spell, Suspensor Vitalis. When the exhausted healer sank to the couch next to Minerva, the old Transfiguration professor wordlessly wrapped Andromeda in an embrace. Then the mother let herself feel. And, unfortunately, think about what had transpired. Her daughter, the light of her life, was very near death alongside the man with whom her daughter was desperately in love. First came the shaking. Andromeda trembled like a 4-year-old child during a particularly loud thunderstorm. Eyes wide, the witch was incapable of dodging the freight train of emotion that was barreling down on her. Then the screams started. Wordless shouts of fury and fear mingled with wails for her daughter and son in all but blood. That storm passed quickly. Still Minerva held on to the mother. Finally, the sobs came and Andy joined the rest of the room in their cries of fear and fury for the most unique members of the family, Moony and Stripes. 10 minutes later, Remus began to stir. "Dora," he said. Sirius took his best friend's hand while Andromeda cast a series of diagnostic spells. "She's right here, Moony. Andy's taking care of her and she'll be fine." "Just fine." His eyes fluttering, Remus asked, "What happened?" "You were badly beaten, Remus. I've vanished the bones in your legs and while I regrow them with Skelegrow. We've some potion work ahead of us to fix the nerve damage in your arm, but in the end, I'm confident that everything will be just fine." Andromeda's voice was crisp and businesslike while a warmth permeated her tone that was usually not present when speaking to patients. "Dora." The grin on Andromeda's face faltered for a moment, telling Remus all he needed to know. "Will she be well?" "Eventually. Eventually, she will be well. I'm so sorry. I was haggling with the dealer and had my back turned for a minute." The only warning was Dora's grunt. "By the time I'd turned, she'd already killed the hag. She was a bit pale, but waved me off, telling me she was fine. I didn't get the whole truth out of her until about an hour before we returned." Grasping Andromeda's arm, Moony pleaded, "You've got to believe me. If I'd known she was so badly hurt, we'd have come back immediately." Patting his arm, a few tears gathering in the corner of her eyes, Andromeda comforted the man who would soon enough be her son-in-law. "I believe you, Remus. I never doubted at all. Now, I'm going to give you a sleeping draft. You need your sleep. We're all here to watch over the two of you." For the first time, Moony scanned the room, taking in the anxious faces of his family. With his little half-smile, he wordlessly reassured them just as their presence reassured him in his turn. Focusing on Harry, Remus' face became grave. "They have Albus." "Grim, Har." Rai nodded his understanding. "We know. Rest now. We'll talk more later. I must return to Hogwarts. I'm needed." Minerva rose, only to be embraced by Hermione. The smartest witch of the age clung to the stately witch for a long moment, reassuring herself that up truly was up and down was down. At this point, with Albus Dumbledore most likely dead as a sacrifice in Voldemort's resurrection ceremony, Hermione was looking for all the emotional anchors she could find. "It will be well, my wee bairn," Minerva finished with her tongue firmly in her cheek. Pulling back, Hermione cocked an eyebrow. "Bairn." A small smile tugged at the corner of Minerva's mouth. "To me, lass, you'll always be a bairn." A quick caress of Hermione's face preceded the departure of the new headmistress of Hogwarts. "Andy, Alice asked, should we contact Ted for you? Andy was on the night shift at the hospital, which accounted for her presence at the house when Harry blew through the wards as if they were so much tissue paper. The distraught healer's gaze flickered from her daughter for a second before nodding her head with a jerky motion. Please. I'll go, Sirius volunteered as he stood. Unbidden, Dobby appeared with Sirius' cloak. Thanks, Sirius muttered before turning back to his oldest friend. Get well, brother, Sirius put voice to his fear in the form of a plea. 20 minutes later, Ted Tonks swept into the sitting room. There was no simmering hostility from Andromeda during this recovery period for Dora as there had been the previous time. Granted, her injuries on this occasion were far more serious, but that didn't seem to affect Andromeda and Ted. It was as if time had been rewound to Christmas so that the family could enjoy each other's presence without distractions. Once Moony and Stripe's health was stabilized, Alistair was called in for discussions. Honoring the Tonks, in spoken decision to stay out of the war, the Tonks moved to the Lord's study. Remus was nestled in the corner under a series of blankets. Finishing the recounting of their buying expedition, he scowled. We were talking quite seriously about having some of those days memory charmed. Horror layered with revulsion was the daily schedule. Shivering, the usually stoic Moony told more with his actions than with his words. Moody ignored the finer feelings of the lycanthrope. How did you know about Albus? At the last place, a dark arts bazaar in Hungary, a reveler stumbled into the booth where I was negotiating. He was shouting about the Dark Lord being back, and raise a glass. I damn near killed him when he joyfully recounted that at the resurrection ceremony, there had been representatives from many of the continental groups we've been watching. Of course, the subjugation of Albus was a cornerstone of the resurrection. Apparently, it took him hours to die. Remus trailed off as the others in the room reflected and grieved for the old wizard. They'd not always agreed with the man. Hell, most of the time they'd not even liked the man, but they all respected his general contributions to magical society. He failed many and failed often, but he had made a positive impact on many lives. Those witnesses of Voldemort's resurrection, they had scattered to the four winds with the news that Voldemort was back. He has a ready-made support base on the continent now. Since we've decimated his homegrown forces, he decided to develop a new group of pseudo-soldiers. But that kind of help can't be as good as the kind that he's been cultivating here, Stephen observed. Mad-Eye nodded in agreement, confirming Stephen's supposition. Scowling, Remus remembered, as it was, I still leveled that happy bastard with a right cross. I noticed Dora's pale complexion, figured she was hurt much worse than she let on and decided it was time to get the hell out of there. Mad-Eye leaned back in his chair. We need to be ready. With him having an audience like that, he's going to move right away. Nodding at Harry, Alistair elaborated, in your first time, the only witnesses he had to his rebirth were marked Death Eaters, those he trusted as far as an animal like Voldemort can trust. These foreign fighters are just hired wands as far as Voldemort is concerned. He probably doesn't trust them any further than he can throw them. For them to be present and able to carry away the tale, he must be ready to move or nearly so. Tapping on his chin with a scarred hand, he contemplated the next move. Standing, he moved to the door. Over his shoulder he announced, I've got to warn Amelia. With Azkaban gone and Dumbledore dead, he'll move on the Ministry. The Ministry, Hermione mused as Mad-Eye left. Turning to Harry, she eyed him soundly. I've got it. You bet you do, but we really don't have time for that right now, Harry joked. Rolling her eyes, she told him, I've got an idea of how we can lure Voldemort out of his hidey hole. The room stilled as Hermione explained her idea. The view from the peak of Snowdon is beautiful. To the southwest lay Cardigan Bay, feeding Tremedoc Bay on whose coasts lay the rolling estate of Rowan Hill. To the west lay the lesser-known Carnarvon Bay. Watching the rolling waves crashing on the shore seemed to distract him for a few moments. To the east lay the rolling Cambrian Mountains. These had long served as a natural border for the Welsh coastal cities from the predations of the English. Eventually, even the Cambrians were overcome in the establishment of the United Kingdom. Far to the north lay the Isle of Man. Harry couldn't see it, the curvature of the earth precluded direct viewing. If Snowdon were 1,000 meters taller, he might have seen the looming shadow, which indicates an island on the horizon. The boy who lived looked at the scenery but did not see. It had been a run of a few hours in his animagus form. The dark of the night had hardly slowed midnight. Preoccupied, Harry's gaze flitted from sight to sight, never resting nor taking in what was in front of him. He'd almost lost Moony and Stripes and that tore at him. He knew that in war, sometimes you lose those closest to you. Sardonically chuckling to himself, he muttered, "If there's anyone alive who knows that, it's me." Sitting on the overlarge boulder, he continued his staring without seeing. The sky lightened and the stars faded. Still his was immobile. Hermione. He couldn't lose her again. At the same time, she'd tear his lungs out through his nose if he even suggested that she stay behind for the upcoming fight. His fear ebbed and flooded. At one point he was filled with terror at the thought of losing his beloved, the next he was nearly accepting of whatever fate could decree. Scrubbing his face, he sighed. The wind shifted as it had for time immemorial. With the coming of the sun, the wind shifted from the east to the west. In times of old, all power came from the west. Beyond the dictates of the prophecy, he had to face Voldemort. No one else could defeat the man. No one else could end the suffering that was to come. No one had the motivation to stand in defiance of the monster Tom Riddle had become. Voldemort would never leave Harry be. Harry knew this. In the future that was, he and Hermione had dispatched 12 hunter teams that were specifically looking for Harry Potter. The man was relentless paired with the memory of the elephants. He would always be looking over his shoulder for the prophesied one who would have the power. The red-eyed monster would always come for Harry, and so there would never be peace for the green-eyed seeker. Hermione would always be threatened. Any children he and Hermione would have would live under the shadow of the Dark Lord. The family would always have to be in hiding. Loved ones and friends would die or be hurt. In the meeting engagement to come, though, those he loved could very well die. Hermione had told him that the family was extraordinary. Harry could now see the truth in her words. None of them would be left behind in the final sally against the wizard who would be emperor. All would stand into danger. None would go gently into that good night that threatened to overtake Britain, even though none now alive, outside the family, knew that the darkness threatened. Enough, he declared to the world. Standing tall at the highest point in his native lands, Harry Potter, Earl of Richmond and heir to line of Godric Gryffindor and Rowena Ravenclaw, set his face to the west wind. The sun rose at his back, slowly illuminating the forests at his feet. The world came alive inch by inch, yet still he stood, finally seeing. The sun came out. Behind him, he heard the soft patting of a lioness, causing him to smile at her timing. Why not, though? He mused to himself. In the end, she'd always been his son, his life. Silently, she wrapped her arms about him from behind. Pressing herself to mold to him, she whispered, "Dora's awake. Remus, leave off. I'm recovering from an injury, I'm not a child." Dora had been very patient. She'd accepted her parents hovering over her for the past 4 days. She'd accepted the constant presence of a member of the family in her and Remus' rooms. She'd accepted many things, but if Remus really thought that she was going to let him help her in the toilet, he was crazy. "But Dora, your mum said," Remus protested. "My mum said I was to take it easy for the rest of the week. No shifting, no magic and no exercise. She didn't say that you were to carry me to the loo for crying out loud. And she most certainly did not say that you were to help me use the toilet." Scowling at her beau, the usually even-tempered witch ordered, "Get out of here and send Hermione in to help me. I'll call you when I'm ready." Meekly, Remus exited the room. Dora flopped back on the bed, feeling like a complete heel. He loved her and was reacting in the same way that 90% of the male population would if their significant other had been wounded or hurt. In fact, he was acting the same way she had when Remus had been attacked by those bastards outside Orleans. For the full period of their rest day, she had hovered over him as he ingested a superhuman quantity of the stopgap all-purpose healing potions. Her lip curled into an unconscious snarl as she remembered taking her vengeance on the small coven of vampires who thought it'd be funny to toy with the wolf. Vampire ash is very fine but gritty. It takes forever to get out of your hair. After 30 seconds of musing, Hermione opened the door with a quick rat-a-tat knock. "He's just trying to help," Hermione chastised in a soft voice. "I know," Dora replied as she glared at the ceiling. Turning to the young woman she considered to be a sister, she asked, "But would you want Harrikins to help you take a piss?" "Ah, that would be a big no," Hermione replied with a smile. "Thought so." Get over here, she beckoned with a wave, I gotta go. 2 minutes later, a much more comfortable Dora Tonks settled back on her bed. How's the abdomen? Hermione asked. Sore, but getting better. Glaring at the potion rack next to her bed, she cursed, I'll be really glad to get rid of that shite. They sat in silence for a long minute before Dora announced, I'm going to ask Remus to marry me. A big smile broke on Hermione's face. Waiting for him to get off the stick might take a while, With a muted braying laugh, Dora agreed, that's the truth. Tugging at the edge of her sheets, she asked, how did you know that Harry was the one? A soft smile replaced the happy expression on the smartest witch of the age's face. With real emotion in her voice, she explained, when I realized that I really couldn't be the me that I wanted to be without him. When I realized I wanted him to be the father of my children. When I realized that I wanted him to be there when I woke up every day for the rest of my life. Sighing, she looked out the window. In the end, all that was overwhelmed by the fact that I just knew. There was no doubt, no hesitation about if he was the one. It was merely a matter of when I was going to shag him senseless. Dora smiled at the humor before sobering. Yeah, the other stuff is just icing. He's my best friend, you know. Nodding, Hermione replied, yeah, I do. Blackmore denounces you know who. He makes me sound like a moron. Hermione ed Sirius on the cheek, you don't need a reporter to do that. You do an excellent job all by yourself. Har har, Sirius mocked. You don't sound like a moron, Harry countered as he set down the paper. It's a good article that raises quite a few valid concerns. As the pureblood head of a notable pureblood house, your condemnation of Voldemort and his values is controversial. This point about losing touch with traditional wizard values is not just a smokescreen for pureblood mania. When Sirius pulled a doubtful face, Hermione asked, did your parents impart nothing of value to you? Scowling, Sirius admitted, not all of it was disgusting pureblood mania, just most of it. And the valuable parts? Hermione persisted. They were insistent that family was vital. But that's not a wizarding value. I'd like to think that's a universal value, Alice interjected. True, but the family magic is important for the wards. Waving his hands, Sirius explained, Rowan Hill is older than any of the Black homes, but the wards here were very weak because a Potter hadn't lived here since Harry's grandfather. James and Lily lived here for maybe 6 months before going into hiding. Uncle Charles and Aunt Doria had been dead for a few years before that. So for over 20 years, the place was uninhabited by the Lord and Lady. As a result, the wards failed over time. But that firm you hired fixed everything, Stephen asked Harry. Nodding through his porridge, Harry swallowed. Yes, we've nigh on unbreakable wards, but I spent over £1 million sterling to get them up to scratch. Stephen silently shook his head at the amount of money Harry casually spent, but followed up with a valid question, so how does Harry living here affect the wards? Smiling smugly, Sirius emphasized, with Harry and Hermione living here and as magically strong as they are, the wards are spiraling up in strength and durability. By this time next year, it's unlikely anyone could breach the wards here. Even Voldemort. Even him. Why then have you all been bringing down others' wards? Those people have been living in those homes, sometimes for centuries. Sirius smiled, because we've had 2 archmages living here. When Longtooth brought down the wards at McNair's house, I bet she expended more magical energy in the 5 seconds it took to cascade the wards as most wizards will expend in 10 years. Turning his head to his blushing daughter, Stephen whistled, remind me not to brass you off, pumpkin. Getting back to Sirius, Hermione interrupted. What else did your parents do that was worthwhile? Shrugging, Sirius replied, they made a big deal out of respecting magic. Frowning, Alice asked, what does that mean? Sighing, Padfoot explained, most magical persons use magic as a tool. They casually do everything with magic. Dictation quills instead of writing a letter, magical doors and the like in lieu of servants or whatnot. My parents looked down on the commoners, who had no respect for magic and its role in our lives. Magic is to be respected? Stephen asked. Most definitely, Harry replied. I didn't grow up with it, but I've come to realize that magic can give the illusion of invincibility when what it really does is make life easier. Magic can be ed to do what we ought to do ourselves. I can talk to my wife about a problem we have or I can cast a spell, bending her to my will. There's a lot more, but it's all in the same vein. Alice had heard far too much about Orion and Walburga Black to think they had been pure of heart, so she was a bit skeptical. Your parents taught you to not overdo it with magic. Snorting, Sirius replied, hardly. They taught that because we are magical we're superior to the rest of the planet. Muggles were no better than cattle. Shaking his head sadly, Sirius elaborated, I came to the idea that magic is to be respected on my own. Out of the ravings of my lunatic family, there was a nugget of truth. Nodding at his godson, Sirius added, James's parents helped me the most with that bit. There's more, some of the customs regarding the solstices and Yule are very specific to magical Britain. Much of the mundane world takes them to be pagan practices, but the origination of the solstice festivals, Beltane, Samhain and Yule are rooted in magic. It would be a great loss to lose touch with what makes us magical Britons as opposed to Brazilians. Quaffing his drink, he quipped, where do you think carnival comes from? Nodding, Stephen agreed, that makes sense. Remus made his way into the room. His legs still pained him so he was moving slowly. Harry scurried to slide a chair out for the wounded werewolf. Narrowing his eyes, Midnight asked, Moon bothering you on top of the legs? Moony nodded absently. It was 3 days until the full moon. Harry's gifted wolfsbane potion had been arriving on time every evening in the post, so the deleterious effects of the lunar cycle had been moderated somewhat. Dora, Remus asked. Still sleeping, Hermione replied. We were up late talking last night, she smiled as she cut her eyes to Harry. In his turn, the boy who lived smiled into his plate. Hermione had no secrets from her husband, so he knew all about Dora's plans. When Remus' worried look didn't evaporate, Hermione softly added, she was pretty sorry about snapping at you, though. He nodded, the tension evaporated from his face as he settled into his meal. Sirius asked, how long until you're up to full speed? After swallowing his bite of toast, Remus replied, probably a week for the both of us. Sirius scowled at the delay before looking to Hermione for her opinion. Without looking up from her morning reading, she replied to Sirius, in spoken question, we'll need the whole family. We'll have to wait before moving forward. I hate waiting, Sirius grumbled. Harry checked the clock over the mantel. What time was the meeting with Amelia? 7:30, Stephen replied. Alistair and Minerva were meeting with Amelia Bones to lay the groundwork for the plan that Hermione had devised. Remus and Alistair had both made improvements to the plan, but it was much as she had envisioned it. Voldemort will think no one can stop him, Hermione had postulated the day Remus and Dora had returned from their inconsequential shopping trip. Albus is dead and Harry is still a child in his eyes. Fudge is an incompetent, so that leaves Amelia as Voldemort's only real hurdle. He has 2 stumbling blocks, the child of prophecy, Harry, and the only leader who could rally the government against him, Amelia. We give him what he wants, but on our terms. We bring both of his targets to the same place at the same time. Harry had narrowed his eyes, are we going to be fighting in the Department of Mysteries again? With a saucy wink, she ate her husband's cheek, yes, we are. But this time, it's our trap, not theirs. After breakfast, Remus disappeared into his girlfriend's room. As soon as he was out of sight, Alice asked, is she going to ask today? Hermione smiled, she didn't say when, just that she was going to ask. Ask what? A befuddled Padfoot queried. Dora's going to ask Remus to marry her, Harry replied with a smile. Really? Padfoot replied with a smile to match his Godden's. Wait, she didn't ask me for permission. Rolling her eyes, Hermione threw a fork at her husband's godfather. Don't be dolt. Remus' parents are dead, so I'm the closest thing he has to family, Sirius objected. Padfoot. Harry asked. Yeah, shut up. Got it. Minerva and Alistair arrived via flow around 10 o'clock. A quick communication charm assembled the family in the Lord's study. Remus levitated Dora into the room as she lay on her lounger while the rest settled. How'd it go? Hermione asked. Moody's grunt in reply wasn't very inspiring. Mixed, Minerva replied more coherently as she stirred the milk into her tea. In general she liked the idea of drawing Voldemort into the open, but voiced a few salient objections. What Minerva's footing about is that Amelia is convinced that Voldemort is going to probably plan a big assault the day we advertise Potter and Amelia meeting. This diversion will draw off most of the Auror forces, leaving the Ministry building mostly defenseless. Except for us, Harry added. Aye, but she asked what the good 2/3 years are. When Hermione tutted, Moody growled, I was quoting the department head, lassie. Keep your knickers on. Interrupting the grumbling maimed Auror, Minerva carried on, obviously, we did not discuss your abilities or the contents of the prophecy. But you think we need to, Hermione summarized. Minerva merely nodded in reply. Harry leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling. If we do make a public to-do in the prophet about me going to the ministry to fetch the prophecy orb, Voldemort will come. He was thinking aloud, walking through the scenario, so the others were silent. Closing his eyes, he ruminated. Voldemort wants the prophecy. He's afraid of the prophecy. Sitting up, he shot a panicked look to his wife. What if he got it from Albus before he died? Albus Dumbledore was many things, but it is unlikely that he'd betray that secret, Minerva stated with Moody's nod of agreement. Even under the Cruciatus? Sirius asked. Even so. They all paused and thought. Harry couldn't help but grudgingly agree with Minerva's assessment. With an amused grunt, he wondered if Dumbledore's secretive nature had helped in his final moments. Sobering, Harry contemplated the last hours of Albus Dumbledore's life. To say that they were most likely unpleasant would be an understatement. The Cruciatus curse was Voldemort's favorite torture tool, but hardly the only bolt in his quiver. As Harry's imagination plumbed the darkest spells and curses, he shivered when he realized that most, if not all, had been used on Albus in his final hours. In that moment, he decided to forgive the old man. Nothing Harry thought or cared could affect the old wizard. In the end, Albus Dumbledore was dead and didn't matter any longer. Hatred is an acid that damages its vessel, so said Mark Twain many years ago. It was true then and true now. Casting the vestiges of his resentment to the wind, he hoped that the manipulative old man had found a measure of peace after his intense suffering. Resettling in his chair, Harry leaned back again to muse on the ceiling. So, Voldemort will want the prophecy, as he's afraid of what it does or does not say. To wit, does it spell his doom? My going to the ministry puts Amelia and myself in his grasp at the same time. But he'll want the Aurors out of the way, Hermione inserted. It would make sense that he'll clear the field first. Last time, he laid the trap for us after hours so there was minimal staffing. This time it'll be in the middle of the day, so he'll need a reason for the Aurors to be somewhere else. Fire, Dora announced from her chair. The rest goggled at her before a look of understanding melted onto Hermione's face. He'll want to sow confusion in the building, so expect a fire, or an explosion or some such. It will confuse the people in the facility so that he can strike with ease. Dora nodded grimly, Hermione's thoughts matching her own. We're going to have to come clean with Bones, aren't we? Harry asked the assembled. Yes, Minerva answered. Will she consent to a vow? No, Moody replied. Can we trust her? Harry asked. Do we have any choice but to trust her? Remus asked pointedly. There was silence as the family all considered the position. They would expose themselves and become vulnerable by disclosing the truth about Harry and Hermione. I really don't like this, Harry observed. You must be mistaking me for someone who gives a shit, Moody growled. So far, you've taken very little risk. In all your raids, you've had not only the advantage of surprise, but also superior fighters. You've got in, killed them and got out. Hell, you required unbreakable vows before even saying word one about your story. Well, news flash here boy, Harry glared at the old Auror with the use of that Vernon Dursley special term, this is war. Your risk is actually pretty low with Amelia, so quit your whinging and make an appointment to meet with her before I drag you down there. Harry and Hermione were caught flat-footed while Minerva regarded the children of her heart with a raised eyebrow. He has a point, the new headmistress of Hogwarts observed. Alistair, Harry began, when this is all over I'm going to kick the fong out of you. With a disturbing smile, the old Auror replied, I look forward to it. Dinner that night was subdued. Harry had sent Hedwig off with a missive to the head of the DMLE, requesting an appointment in the near future. All expected a response inviting them to meet the next day. First thing in the morning, at that. Toying with his beef Wellington, Harry stared at his plate. Fear was creeping into his gullet, banishing his hunger. It had been an emotionally tiring day. The long sigh from Dora caught his attention. When she cleared her throat, Harry smiled. The mischievous expression on her face could only mean one thing. Darting his gaze to Hermione, he saw her eyes twinkling with humor and affection. Neither had known Dora Lupin in the future that was, but the young metamorph had thoroughly wormed her way into the hearts of the Potters. "Remus," Dora called, trying to get her beloved's attention. The lichen muttered around a mouthful of potatoes. He was reading a tome he'd found in the back of the library, which turned out to be a first-hand account of the life and reign of Charlemagne. The studious man had been lost to the world for the previous 6 hours. "Lupin," Dora reiterated. She was becoming a bit testy. Mooney repeated, still not putting down the book. "Damn it, Remus. Put the book down and pay attention to me." Shocked, the former professor dropped the biography as he turned to his girlfriend. His eyes wide at her outburst, he asked, "What's wrong? Is your injury acting up?" "No, goddammit, I'm trying to ask you to marry me, but you keep screwing around." His expression imitating a punch-drunk boxer, Remus could only reply, "Hun." "Yes, you," the now heavily blushing witch continued. "I love you and you love me. I want you to be next to me every morning as I wake up for the rest of my life. Will you marry me?" She finished with a hint of a scowl. The stunned expression on Remus' face melted into wonder. The rest of the occupants of the room might as well have been on the moon as far as the young couple was concerned. Sirius watched the entire amusing exchange with a benevolent smile on his face. Hermione sniffled back a happy tear while Harry just smiled at all the love in the room. Dora and Remus looked at each other for a long moment. Her scowl became a hopeful smile while a goofy grin grew on his face. Yes, I'll marry you, woman." "Wahoo!" Sirius called as he jumped out of his seat. The room broke into cheers and laughter as Sirius danced a spastic jig around the embracing newly betrothed couple. The reply from Amelia did come later that night. They had an appointment for 9 a.m. the next day. While sobering the party some, the family still gave themselves over to celebrating the engagement of Dora and Remus. Harry leaned back in the seat, nursing his bitter as Hermione snuggled into his side. She'd done some fancy transfigurations to shift his chair into a love seat. Apparently, Alice had used the flow, because Minerva had just arrived to celebrate with Remus and Dora. The usually staid woman was embracing the betrothed couple. "You know," Harry mentioned to his own bride, "Minerva's loosened up quite a bit." Hermione nodded while she sipped at her coffee. "It took a war last time to force her out of her shell. This time, it just took a family who loved her as much as she loved them in turn." Caught up in the mood, Harry turned to his wife. "I love you, babe." She smiled up at him. "Love you too." She frowned when his face got a funny expression. "Be right back," he shouted over his shoulder as he stood up and sprinted out of the room. The party paused as everyone looked to Hermione for an explanation. Shrugging, she snarked, "You expect me to really keep him under control?" "Yes," the chorus of voices answered her. Blowing a raspberry at them all, she settled down to wait for Harry to return from wherever he'd absconded. She was in the middle of listening to a very humorous recitation by Sirius of one of Mr. Mooney's more dastardly escapades when Mr. Midnight skittered into the room. Harry's expression was determined as he marched up to his bride. Hermione gave him a friendly quizzical look. He ignored her unspoken question as he moved in front of her. Standing silently in front of his mate, Harry caused her to sit up straight. "Love, what are you on about?" she asked. The rest of the party paused to watch the time-traveling couple. Slowly, Harry knelt on both knees in front of Hermione. Taking her hands in his, he told her, "I love you. I've bent the laws of time and space for you and would do much worse if that's what it took to be with you. You are my rock and my fount. You are my everything. Without you, I wouldn't be me, and without me, I'm fairly sure you wouldn't be you." She nodded wetly as a tear of love rolled down her cheek. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a small velvet box. "When we last married, we didn't have rings. We both agreed it was too dangerous to draw attention to ourselves. Now, though," he paused as he opened the box. "Now, we can do it right." Holding up the box that held a solitaire 2-carat diamond ring in a Tiffany setting, Harry asked, "We've considered ourselves married since we came back in time, but I want to do it right, this go round. Will you marry me?" The crowd was all smiles. Stephen was beaming as he pulled Alice close. Remus and Dora were grinning and sharing soft s. Minerva watched the children of her heart with a warm smile. To the surprise of the other observers, Sirius had tears running down his face. Remus silently handed his friend a handkerchief. Mooney, Sirius blubbed. Remus merely smiled. Oh, yes, Harry. 1,000 times in 1,000 lifetimes. I'll marry you. In a moment of silent appreciation, the family watched Harry reverently slide the ring onto Hermione's finger. With a delicacy that was fitting, he softly edged first her ring, then her hand before placing a soft on her lips. In the silence, Minerva observed loud enough for all to hear, but still very softly, "It's fitting that we celebrate life and love." It was unspoken that it was fitting to celebrate life and love with the prospect of loss and death coming in the near future. At 8:53 the next morning, Harry, Hermione and Sirius arrived in the Ministry atrium via the flow. Met by Dora and Alistair, they silently made their way to Amelia Bones' office. The atrium was fairly busy, so the group of 5 caused a buzz as they wended their way through the crowds. Entering the executive wing of the Ministry, Harry admired the portraits of famous wizards and witches from Britain's past. Unthinkingly, he reached out. Entwining his fingers with Hermione's, he calmed. She always calmed him, regardless of the situation. Mad-Eye paused at a secretary's station, mumbling to the young witch behind the desk. The girl popped up from her chair when she noticed who was in the party to see the director. Not only was it the boy who lived, but also Sirius Black and old Mad-Eye Moody. Scurrying back out from Bones' office, she announced, "The director will see you now." The Director of Magical Law Enforcement for Her Majesty's subjects in Great Britain and Northern Ireland was an imposing woman. Not in body, for she was a mere 5 foot 3 inches tall and very petite. No, the sheer force of her personality flooded any room she occupied. Short hair that had once been a shocking red was cut in a conservative style that topped a monocled face. Hermione reckoned that at one time Amelia Bones had been a beautiful witch, but now, her looks were weather-worn and tired. Still a very pretty woman, her personality was vibrant and powerful. With a genial nod of her head, Bones indicated the seats across from her desk. Moody conjured his own off to the side, where he could see all the people in the room at the same time. Dora stood to the side of the old Master Auror. Her presence in the meeting was solely due to her relation to Harry. Bones gave the boy who lived an evaluative look before greeting them all. "Minerva and Alistair tell me some interesting things. She tells me that I need to talk to the two of you and trust what you tell me." With a humorous expression, she glanced at the grumbling Mad-Eye. "I didn't think that Alistair trusted anyone, but when he categorically stated that he trusted the two of you with his life, I knew that I had to talk to you." Stunned at the support from Mad-Eye, Harry glanced at his disfigured comrade only to see Mad-Eye determinedly inspecting the door with both his magical and human eyes. With a soft smile, Harry told Bones, "I consider that one of the highest praises I can imagine, Director. I shall endeavor to live up to Alistair's confidence in me." Another evaluative look from Bones preceded her blunt statement, "You don't talk like a 14-year-old. True. She'd obviously been expecting more of an explanation than Harry's agreement, and her annoyance was plain. Rolling her eyes, she chided, "Look, I'm a busy witch and don't have a lot of time to waste. You wanted to talk to me. Talk." Hermione began the explanation. "We've only told 9 other people this information. Of the 9, 7 are magical and we've required unbreakable vows from 5 of those 7. Can we trust you to keep our secrets?" Since they all figured that Amelia wouldn't agree to a vow, they decided to appeal to her honor. Alistair and Minerva had both concurred that Amelia Bones had a strong sense of honor and enough pride to get her back up in a good way should her integrity be challenged. So challenge it they would. Lives would be lost should this information become public, Harry continued. Leaning toward the now scowling director, he added, "Thousands and even millions of lives." "Enough with the melodramatics, you two," Bones snapped. "Get on with it. I'll take your secrets to the grave only so long as they don't cause me to go against my conscience or any other vow I've made." Harry nodded, "That's good enough." Hermione began the now familiar recitation, "We have the memories of our 27-year-old selves." 5 minutes later, Amelia had cancelled all her before-lunch appointments. 10 minutes after that, she cancelled all her appointments for the day. "Bloody buggering shite," the DMLE head muttered when the Potters had finished their story. Summing up the purpose of the entire visit in one sentence, she exclaimed, "We need to kill him now, before he become too powerful." Pleased that Amelia had said, "kill," as opposed to, "arrest," or even, "stop," Harry nodded. I'm not sure if the prophecy told all those years ago is worth the orb in which it's housed, but I think I need to be the one to engage Voldemort. Without missing a beat, Bones countered, can you finish him? Frowning, Harry asked, are you asking if I can kill him or if I can kill him? The emphasis on the different words told different stories. The first questioned his ability to kill anyone. The second questioned his ability to kill the highly proficient, skilled and vicious wizard who styled himself as Lord Voldemort. Both. Unfortunately, killing isn't a real problem. Do I have the skills necessary to kill him? Turning to his once and future wife, Harry nodded. Hopefully, we won't need to have a full-on engagement where wands are drawn at 20 paces and so on. Narrowing her eyes in concentration, Bones ordered, tell me. Remus and Dora were awake and waiting for the Potters and Sirius to return. It was nearly midnight when the exhausted group apparated into the entrance hall. Stumbling into the family sitting room, all three collapsed on the couches. As if on cue, Stephen Granger ambled into the room. His forced nonchalance fooled no one. So? Dora asked. Harry nodded while Hermione curled into his side. The smartest witch of the age closed her eyes as she relaxed into her husband. She had to smile. He was also her fiancé. And her best friend. Wasn't that how it was supposed to be? Amelia believed everything, Sirius explained for the wiped-out teenagers. Grimacing, he cut to a late-breaking development during their discussions. Shacklebolt's in the know, now. Frowning, Remus asked, how much in the know is he? Obviously, he was asking if Shacklebolt knew of the time travel. Shaking his head, Sirius rubbed his temples, he knows of the upcoming trap and our involvement. It was rather amusing, he looked at Midnight and Longtooth with this confused expression. Then he turns to Boneasy and starts to question why the youngsters were there when she gets this glare that just shut him down like Minerva does a first tee. It was fantastic. Padfoot's in love, Harry teased. He called Amelia, Boneasy, for the rest of the meeting. With a weak guffaw, he needled, he flirted with her so much I think her hair was dyed red from all her blushing. She's a damn fine-looking woman, Padfoot protested. Anyway, Remus interrupted, diffusing the situation. Part of him was happy that Padfoot was beginning to warm up to the world. At the same time, he remembered all too well Harry's accurate admonishment that he should stay the hell out of Sirius' personal life. Anyway, what was the result? The short of it is that she's on board. We've taken Longtooth's plan and started to make it practical based on the Ministry's layout and our known personnel and capabilities. Who are you planning to be there? Dora asked with more than a hint of anxiety. Since her injury, she'd been plagued with guilt about her inability to help the family in the fight in a more active manner. You're on the team, cousin, Harry reassured her through his closed eyes. He was leaning back while resting his head on a pillow. Hermione was asleep on his shoulder. Minerva, moody, as Sirius twirled his finger to include all gathered, minus Stephen, of course. Amelia insisted on being included, he added with a smirk. In an undertone, he repeated, damn fine woman. Anyway, Moony interrupted. Yeah, Amelia, Shacklebolt and maybe one or two other Aurors. She agreed that S-Lips will probably have a massive off-site diversion to clear out the Aurors from the Ministry. Hogsmeade is the best bet. We'll have to be ready. At the same time, Voldemort will only be able to show at the Ministry with a small force because of that. He'll have to make the big throw of his forces at his diversion or else it won't be credible enough to all the Aurors out of headquarters. Harry's stuttering snore jolted them all out of planning mode. With the delicacy that all fathers learn, Stephen stepped to his children. Nodding to Sirius, Stephen scooped Hermione into his arms while Padfoot gently picked up his godson. Together they took the couple to their bedroom. After placing the Potters in bed, minus their shoes and socks, they quietly left the master suite. Long day for them? Stephen asked. Sirius nodded absently. After a moment, he turned to Hermione's dad, how do you do it? Jerking his head toward the master suite, Stephen asked, about them. When Padfoot nodded his reply, Stephen replied, I'm not sure. Some days my fear for their safety grows into terror. Those days I don't let Alice out of bed. That closeness with her helps. Some of those days I cry my eyes out. Stephen didn't make eye contact after that admission, but Sirius didn't think badly of the man. In fact, he respected Stephen for his courage to admit it. Once I got sodded, but that just made everything worse. Alice harangued my ass while the hangover was bad. Wasn't worth it. Sighing, he added, physical exercise helps some. You know how I run every day. Sirius nodded. It helps. So what you're saying is that you're hanging on by a thread. Some days you shag your wife blind, other days you're a trembling wreck, and every day you try to exorcise the demons. In the end, you're just hanging on until this is all over. Pretty much. Christ, I need to get laid. Stephen laughed. Clapping his hand on his friend's shoulder, he corrected, no, you need a girlfriend. Understanding Stephen's meaning, Padfoot barked a laugh as he nodded. Deciding to set the pace of the build-up to confrontation, Amelia arranged the first move. It began with a simple throwaway comment during the standard weekly interview with the beat reporter from the Prophet. After covering the proposed agriculture stimulus package in front of the Wizengamot, Amelia dropped her little bomb. Oh, a little tidbit for the gossip mongers. The boy who lived will be coming into the ministry on Friday. Apparently, there's an old prophecy on record that we believe may pertain to him. We're hoping he can shed some light on the situation. Months later, while on a dinner date, Amelia later told Sirius that she had to suppress a laugh at the reporter's expression. The poor boy looked like he was on the verge of peeing his robes in his excitement. Needless to say, the headlines of the paper the next day didn't focus on the effort by the ministry to force magical Britain to become more self-sufficient by relying on magical farmers as opposed to Muggle food suppliers. Boy who lived, prophecy bound. Harry had to laugh, and once again, I become the chosen one in the media. Joy. Hermione had given him a shove before dragging him to the practice room. The Potters and Sirius had been dueling hard the last week or so. Honing the edge of their skills to a razor-sharp edge, they dueled each other in a melee fashion, occasionally co-opting Alistair into their drills. What the beaten-up old Auror lacked in mobility he more than made up for in craftiness and downright meanness. Eventually, Dora and Remus joined them. Stephen had watched from behind the safety of a dueling shield. When the entire family, Minerva and Alistair included, let go for an hour-long go, he'd been agog. Even when he was at the top of his form in 2 para, he'd never seen such a deadly fighting force. How can any stand against you? He muttered as they all left to get cleaned up. Because Voldemort is better, Harry replied. The week had passed quickly. While the family was honing their battle skills, the Prophet was working itself into a frenzy approaching religious fervor. Has the boy who lived already saved us? Will Potter save us again? And so on. Load of tripe, Alice commented as she read the morning paper. Look at this crap, she exclaimed, pointing to a section of the paper. Our expert divination team has incontrovertible belief that the boy who lived will one day save not only all of magical Britain, but the entire world. Dropping the news rag with a loud crunching of paper, she stared at Harry. How do they have incontrovertible belief? With humor, Harry snorted, because the Prophet paid the team to say that. Stephen laughed as he reached for the salt. Too true, son. But it doesn't even make sense. Alice objected as she resumed reading the paper. Hermione rolled into the room, her curls still damp from her shower. Eyeing him atop his head, she muttered, "Morning, love." Handing her an opened letter, he told her, "Bones wants us to meet tonight, after hours." Hermione read the letter as she poured tea for herself. Makes sense, familiarization of the facility, meet with the other defenders, don't like that part. Neither do I, Harry agreed. Turning to Sirius, he asked, can you get that turned off? Bad idea, midnight, Sirius countered. Slathering cream on his scone, Sirius took a big bite. After swallowing, he explained via a question, do you want to go into a firefight where you're unsure if all the good guys know if you're a good guy? But, Harry objected but was cut off by Remus. Harry, you don't have to explain your presence. Amelia isn't an idiot, she won't tell the Aurors any more than they have to know. Damn fine woman, Padfoot muttered. Would you just go shag the woman already? Harry teased. Sirius' expression was affronted. I'll have you know that if the lovely Director Bones would ever be so gracious to turn her affections in my direction, I would never be as crass and crude as to shag her. There was a long moment of silence before the entire table burst into laughter. Okay, Sirius admitted through his chuckles, I'll stop praising her if you all leave off. Deal, the rest of the table exclaimed. Strolling through the semi-darkened corridors of the Ministry of Magic brought back unpleasant memories for both Harry and Hermione. More than one time, one or both would check to make sure that Sirius was still with them. I really am not liking this plan, Harry muttered. Hermione knew that words were useless at this point. She didn't want to hear anyone tell her, "Oh, it'll be all right," or, "Everything will be fine." This was war. It was a very high possibility that someone she loved would die in the upcoming operation, and the idea scared her witless. Based on his mutterings, it did the same to her husband. Turning the last corner, they saw a room with light pouring out into the darkened hall. Tonks was leading the group, so she turned in first, followed by Remus and Sirius. Harry and Hermione were last. There were a half-dozen Aurors in the room clustered about a sand table. Amelia Bones was discussing something in the corner with Kingsley Shacklebolt. Both ended their discussion when they saw the family arrive. Good. Let's get started. The Aurors flowed to the seats while the family filled in the empty spots among the crowd. With a no-nonsense tone, Amelia announced, "Lord Voldemort has assumed human form again. Our objective tomorrow night is to destroy him once and for all." "Nothing like jumping in the deep end," Harry muttered into Hermione's ear. She gave a short nod accompanied by a small sigh to agree with him. The stunned silence from the Aurors gave Amelia a moment to elaborate. "The how or why isn't the issue at this point. Trust me when I tell you that he is returned and we shall destroy him and his most devoted followers. As you may have noticed in the Prophet over the last week, there's a bit of a bother about a prophecy and young Mr. Potter, here." She waved nonchalantly at Harry with her left hand. As the others turned to stare at Harry, he gave them a jaunty wave and smile. "It's true," she stated baldly. "There is a prophecy and it says that only Mr. Potter can kill the Dark Lord, hence his inclusion in this discussion and tomorrow night's operation." When the Aurors all frowned en masse at the idea of a 13-year-old boy confronting the most dangerous wizard in a score of years, she waved her hand at their worries. "He has the full backing of Alistair Moody. Mad-Eye even said he'd go into battle with Harry." That was good enough for the Aurors. The worried expressions regarding Harry's ability became worried expressions of how they'd survive the engagement 24 hours hence. "The Prophet shall run a story in the morning edition tomorrow explaining how Mr. Potter shall be here tomorrow early in the afternoon to examine this prophecy. This is the bait to lure the Dark Lord out of hiding so we can kill him. We fully expect there to be a massive distraction off-site to empty the building so that he can infiltrate the facility to intercept Mr. Potter. When this distraction happens, Head Auror Scrimgeour shall react with any and all forces necessary. Everyone shall go, except those in this room. No one else knows of the situation or our plan and it shall remain that way. Therefore, every one of you shall make an unbreakable vow with Auror Shacklebolt before leaving. If you'd like, you may remain in the barracks until tomorrow evening. That ought to remove you from the opportunity to accidentally disclose this information." Pausing, Amelia looked down at the table. Gathering her thoughts, she was interrupted by a bold question. "Ma'am, does Head Auror Scrimgeour know of this op?" When she focused her gaze on the man, he visibly quailed. "I just want to know if he asks why we aren't following his orders." "I've dealt with that. No one knows and no one shall know. Now, back to the plan. Waiting. It Ed." Harry slouched back in the standard-issue government chair, staring at the intersection of the wall and the ceiling. They were plaster, so he couldn't even count the holes in the suspended ceiling tiles like at Muggle offices. Hermione had just headed off to the toilet with Dora, leaving the Marauders and Midnight to their own devices. "Not a good plan. So, I'm thinking that I'm going to take Boneasy to dinner tonight," Sirius stated without preamble. "Hope springs eternal for fools," Harry mocked in a deadpan tone. "Do you pray to St. Jude, too? You're just jealous that a hot number like Boneasy is on the trail of the immortal beast that is Padfoot." Thoroughly amused, Harry looked at his godfather. The preening expression on Sirius' face was so genuine, Harry couldn't tell if the man was joking or not. A glance at Remus gave away nothing. As usual, Moony was unreadable. Harry's low chuckle was infectious. Soon Padfoot had joined him, followed by Moony. By the time the girls had returned from the WC, their men plus Padfoot were howling like loons. Minerva strode into the ready room at 4 in the afternoon to find the balance of her family poring over blueprints of the facility. The goal was to entrap Voldemort and his Death Eaters in a murderous crossfire as they entered the lift to descend to the Department of Mysteries. Dark Lord or not, it's human nature to congregate in front of a lift and therefore the perfect place to cut down their quarry. Hermione had the family studying the layout of the rest of the ministry facility in a twofold effort. First off, it staved off the combined boredom and tension. The second reason was thoroughness in the vein of Mad Eye, constant vigilance. Alistair was explaining to Harry and Sirius how the lift worked as Hermione caught the new headmistress of Hogwarts' attention. Following the teen, 20-something-year-old witch to the corner, she had to smile. While not the child of her body, Hermione was most definitely the child of her heart. When Hermione reached out and took both her hands in her own, Minerva frowned. "I love you, Minerva. Then and now, you've been far more than a teacher and mentor. A second mother, a friend and a wonderful person. I want you to know that I love you." The Scots frown deepened. "No more of that, lass," she scolded. Her burr was pronounced, as she was head up. "Neither of us is going to die, so none of this saying goodbye." The reproachful expression on Hermione's face accentuated the gentle rebuke, "Minerva." Sighing, the older woman took the younger in her arms. Since her, she'd barely touched another person, but in the last months, she embraced and been embraced more times in all the years since she'd been violated. It was a good thing, healing and loving at the same time. Hermione hugged Minerva with all her might. There was no role that accurately described the woman's role in her life. Mother, friend, confidant, comrade, teacher, mentor, grandmother. All were true, and yet, none were true. Her importance and role in her life defied description or classification. She was merely Minerva. The family and the accompanying Aurors waiting in teams of two. Harry and Hermione, Remus and Dora, Sirius and Minerva waited in pairs in a semicircle ringing the lift, while Amelia and Shacklebolt had the most dangerous location, just to the left of the lift itself. The balance of the Aurors filled in the gaps between the family, but to be honest, Harry didn't consider them to be of any account. He'd seen Star Trek far too many times and these men all had red shirt painted on their forehead. The plan was simple. Wait until the invading Death Eater force clumped about the lift, then kill them. Whether Voldemort would accompany his Death Eaters was an unknown, though. In the previous timeline, he hadn't accompanied his minions. This time, though, he had both Amelia Bones and Harry Potter within his grasp. His indigenous support had been decimated, forcing him to rely on foreign fighters. Hermione had reasoned that the Dark Lord had to be nearly desperate to quash his opposition so as to rebuild his British support base. It was unlikely that the wizard-born Tom Riddle would trust foreign-born support for very long. A bigot, she'd reasoned. He hated Muggle-borns and foreigners with an equal passion. The communication charms sounded in their ears in Amelia Bones' voice, "We were wrong. His distraction is to burn central London. Over 20 blocks are burning with reports of 3 dragons overhead. Hold your positions, they'll be coming soon." Wrapping his arm around his disillusioned wife, Harry shuddered. He heard her soft voice gasp, "Dear Lord. So many." All around them, groups of people sprinted to the apparition area. Obliviators, Aurors, magical creature control personnel, administrative personnel who could perform basic first aid. Anyone and everyone were leaving. It looked like the entire ministry was emptying to deal with this massive catastrophe. Not only was it an epic breach of the Statute of Secrecy, but also a human cataclysm as well. It was likely that St. Mungo's was clearing decks in preparation for a massive influx of wounded. When the wave of leaving humanity trickled to an end, Harry heard Sirius snicker, "Wonder if the last person out turned out the lights." Smiling slightly at the joke, Harry waited. He only had to wait for 10 minutes. In a flicker of pseudo-motion, a group of 20 Death Eaters appeared, probably by portkey. All were masked and robed, so Harry couldn't identify any of them. Eyes searching, Harry looked for his target. His only required target for the engagement. There, in the back of the group was Lord Voldemort. Tall and pale, he glared about the atrium. Tension spiked in Harry. He was so close. 30 meters and Voldemort was dead. 30 meters and it was all over. He was so wrong. The Death Eaters fanned out slightly as they traversed the open space, their boots clicking on the obsidian floor. The lead minion of Riddle reached the lift and waited. Without looking back, he stood there, staring at the closed metal door. Frowning at the odd behavior, Harry shook it off as irrelevant. 20 meters to his destiny. 10, 5, Harry held his breath as he watched the Lord Voldemort pass his hiding place. Harry had first shot. Amelia had threatened her Aurors with dismissal and decapitation should they fire before the boy who lived. Voldemort's death was paramount. It turned out to be the easiest of the day, as well. It is very difficult to cast a spell accurately when disillusioned. One cannot see their own wand in order to line up the spell correctly. Therefore, as soon as Tom Riddle passed Harry, the time-traveling teen raised his wand. Confringo. The Dark Lord exploded like a pumpkin. Before the bits of gore and blood hit the floor, the rest of the ambush team was casting. 10 more Death Eaters died within moments before the survivors scattered. 4 Aurors died to a wide area cutting. Curse. Harry dodged a killing curse. He felt Hermione roll in front of him as she evaded a Cruciatus curse. Screams from across the way sounded vaguely like Kingsley Shacklebolt. In the back of his mind, Harry hoped it wasn't the big burly Auror. He seemed like a good sort. Cast, cast, cast. Reductor, bone breaking, bone exploding. Shielding a slicing hex, he smiled. Minerva was at work as the atrium came alive. Rubble transformed to attacking wolves. The fountain of magical brethren became trolls. The columns became animated trees. Overwhelmed, the shrinking Death Eater force began to fall as wheat before the scythe. It had been 40 seconds since Harry had killed Riddle. A blow from the side sent Harry sprawling. The next thing he saw was a masked Death Eater hoist Hermione over his shoulder. As the disillusionment charm faded on the boy who lived, the Death Eater turned to Harry and laughed. Got your, Potter. First I got Dumbledore, now you. Severus Snape. Before Harry could stand, the Half-Blood Prince reached into a pocket before vanishing, taking Hermione with him. Panic flooded Harry with adrenaline. Sprinting to one of the few Death Eaters who remained standing, he tackled the man. Punching the man in the face repeatedly shattered the mask and subdued him. Moving to straddle the Death Eaters, he began searching his captive's pockets for any item which could be a portkey. The man's rasping, gurgling laughter forced Harry to focus on his face. You'll never find them. Completely panicked, Harry screamed, "Where are they?" Never. Harry reached down and ripped the man's left ear off his head. Nonchalantly, he tossed the bloody detached appendage to the side. Screaming now, the man thrashed in pain. A slap from Harry brought him round. Leaning into his face, Harry snarled, "Where are they?" Left pocket there's a yellow thread. It's the portkey, the man panted in pain. Not bothering to wait for reinforcements, Harry reached with his right hand into the pocket. He knew he'd found the thread when he was ed into the magical vortex of a portkey. Harry and the Death Eater arrived in the darkened entryway of an old house. Reflexively, Harry pointed his wand at the Death Eater's throat. "Where are they?" he whispered. "Don't know," the man whimpered through broken teeth and split lips. "Reducto," Harry incanted in reply. The man was going to die the moment he picked up his wand in support of Riddle. Now was as good a time as any for him to die. Besides, Harry didn't want to have a live opponent at his back. Standing, he absently cast a cleaning charm on himself. Quarter the house. Room by room. Hominem Revealo. 2 red lights flashed in the direction of upstairs. Silencio. His feet were silenced. A tap on the top of his head disillusioned himself. A wave of his wand gathered a handful of dirt into his left hand. Slowly, he moved up the stairs, staying to the side to avoid telltale noises. At the top, he paused, listening. Another incantation of Hominem Revealo caused him to turn to the left. The upstairs hall was decorated from another age. Fabric wallpaper was rotting off the wall as his slow footsteps kicked up clouds of dust. Harry noted it all but ignored it as irrelevant. The door at the end of the hall was shut. A repeat cast of the spell showed 2 people back there. After checking the layout of the rooms on either side of the last door, he took a deep breath. Harry then did something very risky. He blind apparated into the room. Figuring Snape had the door wide trapped, warded and watched, he bypassed it altogether. His wand up and tracking, he appeared in the room facing his father's nemesis. Reducto. Snape dodged the spell, allowing it to impact the wall behind. Snape. 2 feet from where the unconscious Hermione was bound to the wall. Harry's eyes widened in horror. If he missed Snape again, he could very well hit Hermione. It was nearly as good as having the witch tied to Snape's as a living shield. Sectum Sempra. To an experienced duelist, the disillusionment charm is no barrier. It did give Harry the first shot. The dark slicing curse laid open Harry's arm. Blood spurted from the wound as pain flooded his nervous system. Clenching his jaw, he rolled to his right, casting the dirt in the air as he did so. Mid-roll, he cast the transfiguration spell he'd been practicing for weeks. The dirt became 8 circular saw blades, spinning at high speed. After a momentary pause, they all shot through the air toward Severus Snape. The man's screams echoed off the walls as he fell to the ground in 16 pieces. Trembling in pain, Harry pulled himself across the floor. Grimacing as he passed through the remains of Severus Snape, he used a chair to help him stand. Deciding to try the simple answer first, he pointed his wand at Hermione and incanted, Finite Incantatem. The witch slumped to the floor, still unconscious. Harry fell to the floor next to her, pulling her into his lap. Please God, don't let her be dead. It was the same, yet not. He could feel the rain that wasn't there. The non-existent mud chilled his legs. Please God, don't let her be dead. Tears fell from his face to hers. They dotted her white skin and blue lips. An emotional baptism, they did nothing to change the inevitable. With trembling hands, he caressed her face. Sobs racked his body. Not again. Please God, don't let her be dead. His blood pooled under him, but he ignored it. Leaning down, he placed a hesitant on her lips. He nearly screamed when she returned with a minuscule movement in her lips. Shuffling her out of his lap, he leaned over her. His bloody hand on her throat found a pulse. Now his tears were of relief. Taking her in his arms, he stood. A little shaky, he twisted in place. A sharp crack announced their departure. Hey. Turning away from the sea, Harry faced his godfather. Yeah, she's ready. Nodding, he straightened his tie and jacket. Before following Padfoot inside, moving behind Remus, Neville and Sirius, he followed them inside the church. Eventually, they all found their way to the appointed spots. The heavily pregnant Dora Lupin headed the procession. All the men smiled at her as she tripped, nearly spilling onto the Minister for Magic. All smiles, Fudge steadied the woman before she finished her walk. Luna Lovegood floated down next, all ethereal beauty and grace. Minerva came last, resplendent in her robes, the tartan of Clan McGonagall peeking out of her sleeve. Finally, it was her turn. Harry's breath caught in his throat when Hermione came into view. She was beautiful. Shimmering in white, she processed down the aisle. It seemed forever and yet took no time at all. Finally, she took his extended hand. Harry finally noticed that Stephen was there when he had his daughter before nodding to Harry. Together Harry and Hermione turned to face the priest, who began with the ritual words known the world round. Dearly beloved, we are gathered here. The end. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.